Hello, everyone. Welcome to Approaches and Methods to Make the Most of the Scrolling Archive on X and Tumblr. This is a supplemental key for the YouTube Recommended Chronicles that I post daily. If you are following that series and you're just like catching it in your feed, I actually have an intended way for it to be viewed if you want to use it for like research purposes or to like keep up with the grid working and possibly help me with a little grid working. I know you can hit that repost button and that like button just like I do. Grid working is where we, the people, kind of teach the internet and the algorithm to and the ethers and the astral. It's not just the 3D, it's also the 4D and the 5D. We are reprogramming the consciousness of all the things. We're getting it away from what the powers that be want to have us focus on for their interests and benefits. And we're not here for their interests and benefits. This is a free will realm. We're here to live, we're here to learn, and we're here to be happy and be peaceful and excellent. So if you want to be a part of this experiment where I do this archive, you go through it, you learn from it, you click on whatever videos move you or whatever speaks to you, and you get downloads as you learn, and as you repost and as you share these things, other people get to learn what you're learning. The algorithms get to learn what you're learning. The AIs get to learn what you're learning, and you get to be a very big influence behind the scenes. Wow, I just saw the 144 on the timer. Now I sound like the tarot readers. It's ridiculous. By the way, I'm not one of the tarot readers, but I do share a lot of tarot because, there's a lot going on right now. We have to learn all of the crafts, it would appear. We need to really understand what's around us so that people can't just come in and, just make up stuff and get away with stuff and just go, I'm an authority figure and I'm going to get what I want. So if you are following the YouTube Recommended Chronicles, you probably are, interested in the things that people don't really want people to hear about. So there's an actual order that I post this every day. I post daily, and I do it in really big chunks. I don't do this intermittently throughout the day. I sit down and I hunker down for a right good bit, and I hammer this out in an actual concise logical order so that if you went and clicked on either profile on X or Tumblr, you can easily scroll back the past few days without typing in any search criterias to locate hashtags and dates for what I've posted. If you wanted to go further back into the archive and like use the search function to, I started doing this archive back in 2022. I've been really at this project for a good bit. It was on Facebook until it was kicked off of there. So let me go ahead and tell you the order. Sometimes I do 2 chunks if I'm given a lot by my friendly co-curator, Magic 8 Ball, my good buddy Algorithm, who gives me all this info to share with all of y'all. So if I need a break, sometimes I do take a break, but I never, ever, ever let the integrity of the archive slip. If I do take a break, it's normally not for more than 24 hours, and I have it caught up within 24 to 48 hours based on post limits, because that's the only thing that ever gets in the way of my work is post limits. Nothing else gets in the way of my work. Okay, well, shadow banning, but let's not even go into that. All right, so here's the post rhythm, basically. I'm looking at my notes. Sorry if I'm kind of rude. So it will go in chunks of tarot for the current micro, macro, storyline with the, secret societies, conspiracies, elites, earth angels, star seeds, etc. If you're in on that storyline, I post that in concise chunks daily, once or twice a day. The next chunk after that chunk is normally current events, documentary, and infotainment. I do a chunk of that. Then I do a chunk of music videos, healing frequencies. So there's like a chunk of like audio that I do. Then there will be a chunk of memes and visual art and articles, if there's any articles for me to share. And the memes will basically separate your day or half day. Based on how much I've been given to share in my grid working, so to say. All right. Sorry for that clang right there. It's loud. Okay, so yeah, if you scroll through that, and I can't really tell you what time I update it daily because it's not really consistent. All I can tell you is once or twice a day, there will be a whole slew of new posts, and you can actually see where you are by where the memes leave off. And a really good hint is if there is a source message of the day for that day of posting, the source message of the day will be with the memes and the visual art, and you will that's a good date stamp for you. Everything in the archive is hashtagged with YouTube Recommended Chronicles, and is also hashtagged with the Great Awakening and the Great Remembrance, and then any other hashtags that need to go with it, and that's on Tumblr. On X, it just has this paragraph that I stamp with hashtags for the basic communities that follow this and what's basically in it, with a little more information. So I hope that helps give everyone some idea of the pacing, if you want it to go back and treat it like an archive, so that you can actually sit down and, really review the materials, pick and choose what you want to learn more about, and focus on the areas that pique your interest. I try to make it well organized and easy to go through day by day and find what you want to look at in a matter of minutes. It really doesn't take that long to go through the feed once I get it up. So I hope that helps everyone make better use of the archive. Please share and pass this around to anyone or any communities who are watching my show and would like, or following my project and would like a better guide at how to get the most out of following it. Because I post it in a way that I can go back and I can put together my podcast. I can pull up the different information and have everything well organized and ready to get a show out and produce. So if you guys have usages for this information or your own projects, please feel free to help with the grid working and repost and share as much of this stuff as possible, especially if it piques a certain interest of you. The more we work the grid, the more the bad stuff that they want to flood us with that makes us like vibe low and helps with their, mind control agenda and their propaganda and all of that. When we shoot back what we want to hear about and what we want to talk about and what we care about, we get to rework that grid. So part of being a good citizen, I think, is being a good grid worker and putting good stuff on the internet so the internet's a better place. So if you want to help me with that, I'd really appreciate it. And yes, just following and watching and, just participating on the, easiest levels, it helps. Every minute watched of a video helps it get more ground in the algorithm. So remember, even though, it might seem a lot, it might seem daunting, just a couple hours a day, and you just change how you approach the internet and how you use it, the internet is actually going to learn from you and it's going to alter its behavior. So instead of the internet influencing us, why don't we, be grown-ups and be humans about this, and let's go influence the internet and make it the internet that we want, while it's still here. So yeah, I will catch you guys next time. And if you have anything to say about the Chronicles or anything you want to suggest that I even take a look at or whatever, please leave it in the comments, and I will see you guys next time on one of my next productions. I know I've got something coming out soon. Like soon, like next week. See you guys then. Bye. Ptolemaic views, alchemical knowledge, Bangin beats. Okay, Copernicus. On today's episode, featured videos include... Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 18 of the supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting, an OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I am Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, memes, music, and more. Be sure to head over to SoundCloud for the official soundtrack. And all the links are down in the description box below for everyone. Again, just friendly reminder for the rest of the season, due to heavy solar activity at this time of year, and with all the electromagnetic sensitivities that I have and all the electronic equipment I have to use, there might be little breaks in production for me to regain my health because too much exposure to frequencies really does degrade my health. So just keep that in mind. If I'm missing for a day or two, don't worry, I'll be back and catch everything up ASAP. And on to today's featured video recommendations, everyone. So first up, Mr. MBB 333 has his eyes on the sky and connects that knowledge quite well to what goes on deep in the ground or in the ocean. In this coverage, he covers the large X4 solar flare and solar tsunami that triggered the 7.5 earthquake and tsunami in Japan occurring earlier this January. For daily updates on UAP, solar activity, earthquakes, volcanic activity, Yellowstone monitoring, and more, be sure to head over to his channel and subscribe to keep up to date on the latest developments on natural and cosmic phenomena. Our second video comes in on the channel Real Bible Believers, and the title of this video is The Secret to Why the Angels Built the Pyramids, Hebrews 8:10 through 9:10 with Dr. Gene Kim. And Dr. Gene Kim is from UC Berkeley, and he leads us in a lecture on biblical scripture and history about the New Covenant and Kingdom scriptures in the book of Hebrews. This talk is a deep dive into Christian theology, including revealing the secret as to why the angels built the pyramids. If you have been paying attention to the themes on the supplemental broadcast, you've probably noticed mentions of angels, demons, aliens, archangels, and other ascended masters, because you'll find that it should be confirmed in the near future that these terms are somewhat synonymous with one another in certain instances, and we have much to understand once the full truths that have been hidden from us for millennia will finally be revealed once and for all. And check out the channel Real Bible Believers for more academically based lectures about scripture and Christian theology. Next up, Elizabeth April is a clairvoyant lightworker who shares her gift and her experiences with all of us on YouTube. Take a look at this video for her premonitions about how things are going to be different on different timelines for the years 2024 through 2028. Magic 8 Ball has been exposing me to many different spiritually gifted people across multiple backgrounds and religions, each giving different takes on the Great Awakening, also known as the Ascension process. That is shaping planet Earth through vibration, light, and frequencies as we evolve in real time together, moment by moment. She has a good understanding of solar flares, cosmic rays, and the corresponding shifts in our dimensional realm. Although quite different, her takes on the topics covered on the show are shared by many other prophets, light workers, the 144,000 starseeds, and chosen ones alike who have been documenting the fall of the old world and the birth of the new earth, like we do here on our program. Third up, from Dr. John Campbell's channel, this video is titled The New Cancer Vaccine. Dr. John Campbell discusses immunity, vaccines, and cancer with a colleague in this interview about a new anti-cancer. The next word in quotes is for a good reason, vaccine. They discuss facts, medical science, big pharma, and their experiences navigating the healthcare field. For an understanding of the process medical professionals have to go through submitting papers, getting research clearance, and the regulatory approval process, this is a good video to view in regards to providing an insider's look into the treatments and policies that could affect us all. Check out Dr. Campbell's channel for the latest on COVID research and inquiry, excess deaths, and the latest public health concerns as they are reported on his daily updates. And now we have Devin Gibson. This video is titled, "Lol, this didn't end well for these woke college students." This compilation, this is a wild compilation of woke college students taking on different panel guests from Young America's Foundation speaking events on college and university campuses across the country regarding different topics brought up often during identity politics debates amongst young adults on campus. Devin Gibson emcees this video compilation of behavior and attitude you have to see to believe, followed by seriously based counters that make you feel a little better that this blatantly ignorant, hostile behavior displayed by a certain covertly fascist group of young leftists is being put in its place, revealing them as the malevolent, narcissistic cowards we know that they are. For everyone who claims these types of sickos don't exist, this compilation is just the tip of the iceberg you'll find in proof on YouTube and on many other social media platforms about this really, really, really bad behavior from left-leaning youth. Which brings us to the our next video. It's channel Patriot Podcast. And the video's title is Lesbian Gives Vivek the Finger, episode number 23. Vivek Ramaswamy takes on questions, debate, and discourse openly with a lesbian woman who asks him about his stance on LGBTQ issues in this video from Patriot Podcast. It is very refreshing to see anyone at all these days engage in open debate and foster solid free speech and expression with dignity and grace on some difficult topics that make many very sensitive. This is one of these moments caught on film that truly rivals, that truly shows rivals in debate find empathy and elevate one another after some difficult moments where feelings become very charged. To see some excellent communication skills on display and people of differing views reaching common but differing ground over common concerns for LGBTQ youth. Be sure to watch this video in full. And that wraps up all of our video features for today and brings us to my favorite part of the show, the auspicious op-ed. So I composed some words for everyone, and they meant something to me, and I hope they mean something to you. If all it means is that you want to get out and share some words of your own, please do. So here we go. The unrelenting progressive infantilization of young people that became the norm not too many years after my childhood is the root source of the nearly incomprehensible woke mind virus infecting the vast majority of people born after the early 80s. It is most unfortunate that most people I know who are younger than myself are ill-suited as peers because of how the changing child-rearing dynamics instilled on those a few years younger than myself resulted in a stunting of their emotional and social learning to the point that they behave as middle schoolers while entering middle age. Now that I understand the socialist and communist undercurrents inflicted, especially on those holding degrees who hold left-leaning values and books in a similar fashion to a religious zealot or cult member, in regards to addressing the matter of secular abuse to the mind, body, and spirit, is paramount. These influential figures impose themselves as some kind of moral authority over sophistication, while only now are we finally seeing the fruits of their sophistry come to harvest. I remember feeling very sorry for the kids I knew who were sequestered in isolation by both religious and secular idealists or iconoclasts. My lifelong spiritual journey may have never taken the form of atheism. I have clearly watched many an atheist behave in a religious fashion and make a false idol to worship and follow in the form of things, ideals, and teachings. I have also watched these atheists primarily place books, great leaders, and political platforms before God while declaring their supposed superiority over the power that placed them here, who they refuse to believe in, let alone understand they are an integral part of. Talk about killing God. Thankfully, there aren't enough of these types for this to be more than a nasty infection or wound on God. The absolutely ridiculous government mandated schooling was intended to cement this indoctrination, while the debt-based slavery we call employment in this country furthered the hardwired notion to do anything for their lord, known as money, resulted in the exploitation of survival drives throughout the citizenry. Have these fools conflated survival with God? Are they so ravenously ego-driven they impose domination and rule by furthering competition, rendering it more difficult to survive, so that they could not possibly think they'd be threatened by belief in God through a deliberate long game of stratification and planned obsolescence to force their artificial notion of caste and merit so intensely that it naturally ingrained to the psyche, then through culture? Do they know their godlike qualities they try to utilize, but fail in doing so, are a clear sign of their admission to being a part of God and his presence, while their defiance is what seals the deal to their suffering and strife? How is this permanent immaturity that is seemingly running rampant worldwide not rooted in rebellion against God and refusal of spiritual growth required to finish maturing as a person overall? The demand for sophistication results in retardation, and the proof is in the pudding. You see, to be sophisticated is to receive external validation from sophists. If you do not know what a sophist is, its roots lie in the youth of the classical world, where the elitists and aristocrats of their time, who were well versed in rhetoric but not critical thought and logic, would engage in political discourse full of fallacy and showboating. This act is known as sophistry, committed by sophists, which is the root source of where our term sophisticated comes from. Sophistry and sophistication are not virtues, but are upheld as virtues by the ignorant due to their sleek, refined veneer and illusory facet of affluence. To the untrained eye, these types may pass themselves off as wise, but if they interact with someone who holds true wisdom and virtue, they will be revealed as the shallow, superficial attention whores they attempted to conceal with weak, empty rhetoric. When these types get into an isolation tank like college, graduate school, work, or other organizations, the condition further cements. It is far worse than you can imagine for their offspring and future generations brought up in this cycle of sophisticated mental abuse, also known as mental side. I grew up with kids who were free from this cycle of abusive sophistry until I myself reached double digits. Then sophisticated abuse was not only the norm, but it was encouraged by the strange parenting trend that they called helicopter parenting, which was a bane to the existence of big kids, teenagers, and cool people everywhere of all ages. Where did these parents learn to behave this way, you ask? Books and TV shows that promote books and experts as false idols, as the false idols they are, to further the sin of idolatry as a norm across the globe. The kids who were brought up strict with nothing but books and no freedom actually turned out much worse than the people who I grew up with, who just could be normal, or even the people who had religious abuse. And that's really sad, because at least in a home with religious abuse, there is still hope, because at least there is still religion. There's something to base hope on. And in a home where God is a myth that enrages the secular parent to high heaven, who wants to act like a god, the hope present in that home is going to be far less than in a religiously abusive home. So that's just something for everyone to think about. Books became gods. Experts became gods. Education became some weird god thing. It all became theology. Science became a religion. Isn't that something? Just some thoughts for everyone. So that brings us to the end of our show. Please, if you could help me in the algorithm and share, subscribe, follow, come find me. Be sure to check out all the videos. I put the links in the description box for everyone. Today's musical selection comes from my project, Hunter Hacks and the Western Pleasures. The track is Slack, Pick It Up. And yeah, it's been lovely having everyone for another show. I hope everyone learned a lot and has a lot to think about and has a lot of inspiration to go out there and make a difference on New Earth. Please stay safe, stay prepped, be awesome, continue being awesome. You guys are awesome. And be excellent to one another. And I want to thank all of my new followers for coming along. It's really, really exciting that someone cares about this little project of mine. So please stay tuned for more. And we'll see you next time here at the Supplemental Podcast. Bye, everyone. On today's episode, featured videos include... Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 19 of the Supplemental Broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting, an OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud. And if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. And also check out all of my wonderful computer animation I've been doing for my music videos while you're at it. Copernican Records, rock on, gotta represent. All links that we will discuss in today's episode can be found below in the description box. And please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, and tell a friend about the many things we cover in our program. Just a friendly little reminder, because I tried to film this yesterday, but because of a solar activity, couldn't do it, was too electronically sensitive. When electromagnetic frequency and magnetism goes a little off the chain, this show will have a few breaks for the sake of health. So without further ado, let's go on to today's featured video recommendations. Our first selection features Jordan Peterson interviewing East German-born KGB spy Jack Barsky about how young people were radicalized by communist indoctrination, what it was like to grow up in such an environment, and an inside look at the KGB's infiltration of the American institutions with every intent of our culture's demise. For everyone not in the know, the woke mind virus that has transformed the most recent generations into woke-tards is all a part of the long march through the institutions to capture future generations as laid out in the work of Karl Marx and his contemporaries. For a deep dive into the motives of these communists who have attempted an international revolution throughout the free world, be sure to check out this mind-expanding interview with Jordan Peterson. Now let's move on to a submission from Brylan Riggs, Reactions from a Christian Perspective, in reference to the most terrifying new laws that have come across to go into effect in 2024. Regardless of your personal religious views, I will tell you firsthand that that only the alternative media and faith-based channels are tackling the overt agendas that also happen to be of a highly totalitarian collectivist variety. I think his takes are relatable to many other demographics that happen to share many of the same core societal values that are shared by Christianity and the majority of the Western world. Brylan posts daily with his scripture-based takes on the latest issues impacting us all, so be sure to check him out for more analysis from a more evangelical perspective on different current events going on. In third, we have a Russell Brand's video. It's a soft coup, WHO treaty to enforce vaccines. I'd say calling it a soft coup is quite generous for a bunch of terrorists, whom of which I believe warrants a drone strike, because drone strikes have been done for far less than what the WHO is trying to threaten us with. Same goes for the WEF. You heard me, Davos. You need a drone strike. But anyways, here we are with our next selection, and wow, soft coups. So the WHO Treaty to Enforce Vaccines, this comprehensive installment of the Stay Free podcast is chock full of helpful clips, well-cited sources, and uplifting commentary to help expose the World Health Organization for the international terrorist firm many of us have known them to be for decades. Watch this video to better understand why I believe this heinous bunch should be put on trial for war crimes post-haste, and back up your argument to demand justice and freedom for your nation and fellow countrymen. Because the receipts, I bring them, and the proof is in the pudding. They demand the end of freedom of speech amongst all member nations, including the US, UK, Commonwealth countries, EU, most of Asia, to aid in their depopulation narrative in the name of so-called public health and fighting disinformation for the sake of the children. You and I both know this is not true. Don't fall for this crap. If it's an NGO, they're just unelected officials who want to be the new aristocrats of the time and place us into feudalism. A really sick form of neo-feudalism run by a technocracy. Bleh. All right. Fourth up, Jonathan Cahn is an end times prophet and a messianic Jew with a message regarding Pope Francis' apostasy in his decree of giving blessings after 200 years of upholding the opposite stance that is rooted in Scripture. This is clearly not a critique on LGBTQ rights, but it is a critique on Catholicism furthering its long-held reputation as a false religion. Remember that calling something a false religion is not a matter of one's opinion, but a matter of the practices and doctrine of any religious sect that is in direct conflict with the decrees of their root source material, holy books, dharma, what have you. The Pope went so far in his apostasy to claim that the Ten Commandments are out of date. Yeah, the Pope said the Ten Commandments are out of date. And to search your own personal conscience. Not ask the Lord, search your conscience to decide your new commandments. That's a hoot, right? Let me be super clear that Pope Francis is a member of the World Economic Forum and in cahoots with a bunch of satanic totalitarians, helping them infiltrate and influence the church to encourage deception and depravity throughout congregations with a false blessing from a blasphemous, heretical clergy. Yeah, it went there. It went there, guys. Next, we're going to move on to Novara Media. That's the channel. And The title of this video is The Plan to Privatize Everything. Here's how. So for anyone who has some questions regarding stakeholder capitalism, globalism, and communism's connections to the very prevalent 21st century push to privatize everything, will find this feature from Novara Media most enlightening. Asset management is an investment strategy well explained in this piece, along with its relation to other investment strategies, how governments try to utilize firms to make money through investments, and how this puts unelected private entities above the will of the people when pots happen to commingle funds and interests. This is a very clear, direct discussion that you don't need to be an economist to understand. It's a good one. And last up, our final feature for today's episode comes in from Fascinating TV and features basic overview of the history and origins of the Galactic Federation. If you've been watching the videos linked to past episodes, you have probably come across some transmissions from the Galactic Federation or messages that mention them. This video is another piece of the puzzle that should help fit together coming events and already mentioned events and concepts. Fascinating TV's channel is a great resource for finding out about basic topics pertinent to chosen ones, light workers, and starseeds alike. And that takes us through all of our featured videos and brings me to my favorite part of the show, my auspicious op-ed. I composed some words for everyone. They meant something to me, and I hope that they mean something to you, if all it is to inspire you to write some of your own words to share. So let's do this. Let's share some words. It should be very clear to us all at this point into our media adventure that the old must buckle under its own weight for us all to clear out the rubble and start creating anew. I'm very happy to see this year's Davos jaunt-themed Rebuilding Trust prove to be most revealing. I'm still reveling in the karmic blowback from their blatantly offensive rhetoric and reprehensible behaviors, shown as glaringly unsightly as the tone-deaf try to hum those tired leftist tunes that they keep on trying to sing. And they ain't good at singing them. Revelations of parasitic narcissism, shameless psychopathy, and antisocial impulses of the mega-moneyed inbred class streamed widely across the internet for all to witness. Those videos should start sprinkling into our supplemental broadcast over the next few editions releases. It will definitely be well evaluated by episode number 30 of our program. If I could ask a favor of you, my wonderful viewing audience, I would ask you to start getting ready for the changing of the guard. To be more exact, we should all be preparing for a major change in cycle or a change in the era. This is what happens when those at the top have infiltrated all institutions, hoarded all wealth and natural resources with the sole intent to enslave the planet through the implementation of a technocratic feudalism or a similar computer-driven totalitarian socialist dystopia quite akin to hell. As much as we have already been through, it's time to get prepared for some serious system overhauls and changes in ways of life from what we have always known are on the horizon. It is an exciting time to be alive, just like the Neolithic becoming the ancient becoming the classical descent to the Dark Ages, then the ascent into the medieval era, further rising through the Renaissance, modern and contemporary eras, and the well-to-do thought they'd just keep on climbing and trick us into transhumanism. They're a funny bunch, aren't they? Real cute. It is so very much time for those corrupt powers that be crumble into the rot supporting their gilding, which means that it is time for all of us to get back to basics because we have no one to rely on but ourselves to maintain, repair, and create the structures we need to survive and thrive as a newly invigorated people. Finally, free of generations of shackles and ill treatment by those who can seem to find no fault in themselves, but plenty in everyone who is not them. Becoming a successful, healthy people requires that we become as independent as possible on resources such as food, shelter, energy, healthcare, and knowledge. It would also be very wise to invest in tools and supplies that do not require electricity, alongside personal electrical backup plans for everyone living on that very faulty grid that has not been maintained well over the past several decades. That's real, guys. They have not taken good care of this grid, okay? Making spaces both online and offline to build community, to help organize ourselves and network to aid us in our challenges to come are essential, considering no man is an island. You cannot just simply rebuild trust after you threaten the entire global population with enslavement, exile via digital execution or worse, or literal depopulation. And these are the primary goals of the unelected officials that our leaders and their subordinates have taken orders from, denying and neglecting their duty to serve the people and the people's best interests per the will of the people, rendering them tyrannical and out of bounds, according to our Constitution, that they view as some obsolete thorn in their sides, it would seem. Elections, mass firings, impeachments, and many other similar political acts is not in any way effective when it comes to righting the wrongs done that we have witnessed. Now is the time for mass civil disobedience, living parallel to society or the 3D matrix, whatever you want to call it, and resettling off-grid in independent, self-formed communities and villages should be seen as the new order of the day. Since you cannot help anyone without helping yourself, definitely be sure to be ready for any emergency that would be imminent in a social or financial collapse as individuals first and foremost. But please remember to keep the community aspect of rebuilding and co-creation at the forefront of your minds as well. Those two matters are the first in embarking on a new era on the new earth, and I look forward to traversing this new ground with all of you as we continue our adventure through the YouTube Recommended Chronicles supplemental broadcast. And that brings us to the end of our show today. I would like to thank everyone for being with me. And yes, once again, please remember to like, share, subscribe, and follow. Today's musical selection is under my project, Hunter Hacks and the Western Pleasures. And the title of this track is The Chill Sophisticate. It's a pretty jazzy one. Please go check that out on SoundCloud. All the links for this episode and more are below in the description box. Please go head over and check out all those videos and everything cool we've got going on. And I'd like to thank you for being with me today. Please stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and please be excellent to one another. And I'll see you next time here on the Supplemental Broadcast. Bye, everyone. On today's episode, featured videos include... Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 20 of the Supplemental Broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting, an OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud. Also, if you look it up, the Copernican Dispatch is available on Spotify and Apple Music. I'm going to have to put some links to that in the description box too, come to think of it. I will do that for you guys who listen to things on other than SoundCloud. Wow, sorry for getting off track, but that's okay. It's all good. Moving and flowing. And if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box. And please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, and tell a friend about the many things we cover in our program. And just a friendly reminder, heavy solar activity, if that happens, or we have heavy magnetic disturbances or anything for the sake of my health and electromagnetic sensitivity, the show might go on break for a little bit, but no worries. I'll be back with you and the posts as soon as everything clears up. And without further ado, on to today's featured video recommendations. Dr. John Campbell rejoins his colleague in this video titled Ministry of Truth, which is a part of the Death of Science interview series. This installment features a lively, earnest discussion about the recent pushes for censorship and the exposures that have revealed the government's hand in the mainstream media to embark on efforts of social and political engineering. Be sure to check out the rest of this series of interviews on Dr. Campbell's channel. It's a really good dialogue to listen to. In our next video, we have the Jimmy Dore Show back in the features with a piece on the exposure of serious design flaws of the Boeing 737 MAX that could result in a great deal of fatalities. On a recent flight, Alaska Airlines had holes blow out of the fuselage midair. It's terrifying. I used to be a flight attendant when I was like in my 20s. They must not build them like they used to. This story and others and other related issues are the focus of this edition of the podcast. Make sure to head over to the link found in the description box for more details. And we got our third video now. The Hindustan Times had posted a live feed of the International Court of Justice hearing South Africa's genocide case against Israel for their recent and ongoing behavior in Gaza against the Palestinians. There is no commentary on this. This is just a 12-hour long replay of the live feed of the raw trial footage at the International Court of Justice. I love featuring raw primary sources whenever I can. I was a history major. It's my bread and butter to do this properly. So that you can go witness things firsthand yourself and decide what you think for yourselves without any outside interference. You may need to skip around the selection, though, due to length, and the court recesses are quite a bit. So that fast forward button, not a bad thing. Next up, we got Clown Planet with quite the must-see snippet. Did you know Taylor Swift is a CIA asset pitched by the Pentagon PSYOP unit with receipts creatively edited for your viewing and sharing pleasure? Clown Planet just they bring the receipts. No one brings it quite like Clown Planet. For headlines, memes, and insanity and more, head on over to their channel. It is a hoot and a holler. You'll be hooked. I know I am. Now we've got Hugo Talks channel. Is money your false idol? This is a good question. I'm most happy to share this insightful entry by Hugo Talks about money and the biblical topic of idolatry. Money is a false idol, the love of which is the root of all evil, making those who live for and under the influence of money inherently idolaters and idolatrous. Money itself is an evil, but the greed and other ills associated with money's unhealthy roles in people's lives are where the problem truly lies. For a very mindful take that walks people through the pitfalls of money's power over spirituality and human behavior, be sure to go on over and check this video out. And finally, our JP Reacts channel brings us our last video that analyzes the growing trend of body positivity and doctors' complicity in this ignorant trend rooted in the DEI woke agenda, further infecting medicine one commissioned research project at a time. Talk about con artists. Doctors are a huge part of the depopulation agenda, whether they know it or not, and the cognitive dissonance surrounding this issue is extremely disturbing. JP Sears reacts to a doctor who is also a fat pride activist, making some very concerning and false statements about a healthy weight and body. You've got to see this one to believe it. TikTok videos made by medical professionals really are a sign of the times, with all of the blatant malpractice openly occurring with them daily. I am thankful to the YouTubers who go and expose this stuff for the rest of us, or I would not have made the supplemental broadcast to get the word out further to the rest of y'all. So go on over to JP's channel and check that out. That wraps up our features for today, which brings us to my favorite part of the show. I kind of hope it's your favorite part too, but the videos are really important, which is my auspicious op-ed. My lovely little monologue where I put together some words, compose them for y'all, and I share them with you. And I really hope it inspires you to compose some words of your own and share them with everyone as well. These are important times for us to connect. So here we go. Let's take a moment to address two very common collaborating factors in the ills of modern society: deception and appeals to authority. I have noticed that most people do not make poor choices in regards to how they treat themselves and each other because they just simply decided to do so randomly in like a vacuum. That's not a thing. While many a critic will launch an assault about others as though they themselves had made an independent reasoned criticism, I have found that a force stronger than peer pressure has taken precedence over their individual considerations. The overly neurotic, almost paranoid assumption of generalized peer pressure on a collective or global scale. This excessive amount of concern and assumption regarding external perception is inherently deceptive by nature and leads to further deception the further it amplifies and projects outwardly. Do I blame the internet, devices, and apps? Well, partially, I do. But more so, I blame the exploitation of humankind's temptations, impoverishment, pain thresholds, isolation, repression, fear, and lack of impulse control that has been conditioned throughout civilization systems to implement a hardwiring of state-sanctioned ethics and highly malleable, spiritually sterilized moral imperatives. This religion of the state has snuck in amiss under a secular veneer of policy and cultural refinement in a strange attempt at beating the angel or good Samaritan out of us because they would prefer to handle a docile, impotent, metaphysically, chemically, socially, and financially chained demon. It took generations for this spectrum of totalitarian infiltration to excessively and efficiently pollute our youngest generations before they were planned to be conceived, only to be exponentially amplified upon birth to ensure complete saturation of collectivist, authoritarian values, imprint hardwiring to a child's natural development. That was the exact goal. The much darker components to this current unveiling of the establishment and authority's many layers of deception appear to stem back much further than millennia, or even eras reach. This evil that we're watching further reveal itself has seemingly been here from times so ancient that aliens walked alongside man on the earth in the form of gods, demigods, angels, and demons until divine cataclysms and societal collapses caused a few resets interwoven throughout history and geological record. This deception started with two main implementations: censorship and streamlining. Divide and conquer is a religious credo to the deceptively kind gesture of streamlining a process for ease or convenience. How deceptively caring they appear when pushing censorship in the name of public safety. The lack of social skills and isolation from everyday people becomes very apparent when observing members of the ruling and professional managerial class. I find it quite funny that self-proclaimed socialists and communists, both collectivists, have some of the absolute worst social skills, ethics, and morality, most of them are amoral, I have ever seen displayed by anyone claiming to be altruistic or charitable by any stretch of the imagination. It also took generations long to degrade our language and very lax behavioral expectations of ourselves and others. This too was entirely by design and implemented incrementally, just hoping no one noticed the precedent slowly being nudged into new standards that open the floodgates to doublespeak that lured, or right speak. You can call it right speak too. I call it doublespeak because the word, they take the correct definition, they turn it into something it's not. But yeah, doublespeak lured so many innocents into the culture wars because they didn't understand what was being said to them. So let's do our best to be mindful now that we have analyzed a macro view of our current situation so that this abuse of language and behavior gets corrected with us from the inside out. The best healings always take place from the inside out. And that is our show for you today. I'd like to thank you for joining me. Today's musical selection is Introspective Spark, and that is under my project, Transmissions Existential. Head on over to SoundCloud to check that track out. And that track is also available on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music, and others. For all the links to the videos and today's music selection and my animated music videos, please go on down to the description box and give those a click and check all those out. And I'd like to thank everyone for joining me once again. As always, it's been lovely having you with me. Please like, share, follow, subscribe, tell a friend, all that good stuff about everything that we're doing here. And that's it. So stay prepped, stay safe, stay awesome, and be absolutely excellent to one another. And I'll see you next time on Supplemental Broadcast. Thanks, everyone. Bye. On today's episode, video features include... Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 21 of the Supplemental Broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting, an OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can also, just call me Epitome or Burn Kid, because I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, #YouTube Recommended Chronicles, on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud. And if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to come on over and find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box. And please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, and tell a friend about the many things that we cover in our program and about these videos, because the more the merrier. Just a friendly programming reminder before I get started, lots of heavy solar activity here of late, so due to electromagnetic sensitivity, might be little breaks here and there in programming, and I apologize for that in advance. Now on to today's video recommendations. First up today, here on the broadcast, we have Anton Petrov, reporting in with new research on how cells vibrate with different resonance frequencies. You know, kind of like how we talk about the Schumann resonance and everything on our program. With all the knowledge we've been getting on the importance of frequencies, vibration, and energy waves, we now have some more concrete scientific exploration and explanation in this area. This really does allow us to think about solar activity, particle storms, and the Schumann resonance in a whole new way. Big ups to Anton for steadily delivering consistently interesting science stories we probably wouldn't be so fortunate to hear about without him or other guys like him letting us know about this stuff. So go on over to Anton Petrov's channel, and the video for this one is titled "Wow, Human Cells Vibrate with Resonant Frequency and It's Technically Audible." Next up, we have redacted in the video. This is how the Klaus Schwab's WEF controls everything. And in this video, Redacted is covering the multifaceted plans for control those obnoxious control oligarchs groom into our infiltrated governments and institutions to undermine the rights of citizens all across the supposed free world. They specifically like to gloat about grooming ambitious leaders under the age of 40, giving everyone just one more reason not to trust anyone under 40 in terms of having any solid good judgment or common sense of any kind. No offense to my younger audience members, but we all have to learn and grow and make it to our destination, which is hard to do when generations have been bribed, groomed, and brainwashed to impart globalist communism against the will of the populace, the people the government is supposed to answer to, but was turned into a doublespeak or newspeak slur against the common man. Third video we have is Jeff buys cars. Are solar panels impacting the weather? Green isn't green. And our next feature comes in from Jeff regarding green trends that are anything but green. Solar farms are impacting our weather and climate in extremely negative ways, only really benefiting the grifters that spun their faulty eco-logic to justify the expenditures of those who claim to be environmental to justify another industrial revolution for the sole purpose of redistributing more wealth from the bottom to the top while destroying the land they claim to be protecting. Did you know that solar farms are thunderstorm and tornado incubators? Well, they are. Fueling climate change rather than helping it? They are. Click the link in the description box for more information on this phenomenon. Fourth, we have fourth video of the day, new discourses. The title of this video is The Need for Logic Discipline. Sorry, not logic, linguistic discipline, although the need for logic discipline is very real, everyone. So how do we fight against woke witchcraft? Linguistic discipline. Because every woke term conceals an agenda, we can accidentally give credibility and ground to the manipulative, deceptive language entrenched in communism, socialism, critical theory, feminism, queer theory, gender theory, and more. Sounds like a Time Life CD collection, doesn't it? Making words interchangeable that are not, like sex and gender, are traps these activists like to set up to mystify and abuse their opponents with malevolent wordplay. This edition of New Discourses Bullets is an excellent crash course in esoteric and exoteric language to better defend and arm yourself against these totalitarian woke tards. It's real talk, everybody. Fifth on our list from the channel Skeptic, the video is titled Schellenberger Explains Government Censorship of Social Media. Live footage from Skeptic's conference. We have that ready and waiting for y'all out there in streaming land. Check out this excellent interview with Michael Schellenberger about the ever-encroaching censorship being unleashed on the American people, uncannily similar to the mistreatment of citizens, especially in the West, to disable any views of dissent while political figures fear populist dissent, which literally infers they are nothing more than tyrants in office who have no respect for our constitutions. This censorship debacle is headed to the Supreme Court for deliberation. For all the details on the government's dirty dealings with big tech, be sure to watch the full interview. You can go click on all these links down in the description box, as always. And finally, from the channel, The Truth Can Change Your Life. This one, buckle up. Let's learn about evil from the source. From Archangel Lucifer, evil that used to hide behind the mask of virtue has shown now its true colors. So Archangel Lucifer breaks down how and why the great increase in evil of all flavors are being perpetuated throughout society from the top to the bottom. I'm very fortunate that the good Lord has trusted me and blessed me enough to observe and analyze evil so that I might better figure out more solutions to expose as much of the covertly evil deeds masked by fallaciously applied virtue signaling I possibly can. Remember that aliens, angels, and demons are all interconnected not only to each other, but they have a lot of influence on our realm, and it is our duty to understand and take corrective action whenever possible. There are some very solid explanations for what we've seen unfold, and this video has many of them. And this takes us to my favorite part of the show normally, which is my auspicious op-ed, but tonight we're going to do something a little different. I'd like to take a little time over the next couple of auspicious op-eds to do a quick recap of all the ground we've covered together from episode 0 through today. So let's reminisce about 0 for 10 for today, what fun it should be to reflect about the first half of our alternative media adventure together. Of course, I began this whole shindig with episode 0 to introduce myself, my co-curator, Magic 8 Ball, who is powered by the Most High Almighty, and my archival project, the hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles to the world. If you are new here and interested in catching up on past episodes, please head on over to the playlist for the hashtag supplemental broadcast here on YouTube, or find all past episodes on my Rumble channel. Oh, and by the way, if I keep itching my face, we're being hit with energy waves right now, and the electromagnetism I'm sensitive to is why I keep itching my nose. So please pardon the distraction. I just want to get through this episode. Love y'all. Okay, so episode 1, we had Richard Vobe's video, There Is a Way to Change This. We had Societal Narcissism's video, All the Strange Parent videos are deleted. Thanks, Diane. We had Clown Planets for the Common Good video. New Discourses, The Current Thing Did Not Take Place video. That was an excellent one. Paul White Gold Eagles, Profound Activations, Redemption, End of the Dark Simulation, Greater Cosmic Races, Heavenly Exodus video. And from the Theosophical Society, we had women and the Theosophical movement, pioneers, visionaries, and leaders. Suzanne Hoppenwalfer was the focus of that one. Then on episode 2, from Amala Ekpunobi, we had The Kids Are Not Okay. Appalachia's Homestead with Patera, her video, The Media is Sick. From Sanity for Sweden, Don't Think I Wanted to Know This About People. Dad Saves America's video, Cancel Culture, Free Speech, and Censorship with Greg Lukianoff. Black Eye presents video, The Solar Flash is Eminent, Ashtar Command. And Eagle Wings Ministries, the Apocrypha, Ezra and Daniel, Fourth Beast, with Pastor Arnold Murray. Then episode 3, we had The Hill, who are the control oligarchs. Author exposes Bill Gates' plot to own your food. Valuetainment short clips, creating permanent patients. Why is the medical industry promoting gender surgery? Redacted, this is turning our children into weak losers, study says. last day's video, Cataclysms for the 28th and 29th of November 2023. Tornado in the USA, tsunami in Europe, hurricane in Russia. Russell Brand's video, So It's Starting. The Truth Can Change Your Life. Warning, urgent update. Reptilians all over the place. Episode 4, The Hill's Bill Gates enriching himself at the expense of average Americans. Awaken with JP is for the greater good, so shut the F up. Suspicious observers. Solar impacts begin today. Sun and pregnancy. Resonance. Space weather news for November 30th, 2023. Theoria apophysis. Can you see it? Defunct natural order. Mike versus everyone. Clown world insanity. Jeffrey makes claim about why the right doesn't like him and more. A Redacted's video. This is way worse than Elon Musk Twitter files. Get ready. Oh boy, episode 5. We're halfway through the list. All these links are going to be in the description box, so just hang on. We have covered so much ground. The podcast of the Lotus Eaters. The New Irish, Cliff High, Sister Christian, Shadow of Death is Long and Dark. Professor Sam Vaknin, Your Child at Risk, How Narcissists Are Made. The Universe is Talking to You. The Wait is Finally Ended, 3333. Stefan Burns, Increase Earthquakes and Volcanism After G3 Geomagnetic Storms. The Offensive Tranny, They Told Me I Could Be Female. Trans Surgery Regret with Brianna Ivy. The Blair White Project, We're Non-Binary and the Kids Are Too, Please Stop. Dose of Greatness, Roy Yosevich, Professor Matthias Desmond explains the mass formation theory and the modern totalitarian systems. John Talks, It's Time to Leave Earth. Dose of Greatness, Roy Yosevich, Douglas Murray's take on social and climate activism. The Universe is Talking to You's video, Wait is Finally Over, December Energy Report. Episode 7, New Discourses, Medical Lysenkoism in the American Medical Association. Club Randoms podcast with Roseanne Barr and Bill Mayer. The Cosmic Awakening, Cryon 2023, The Spark of God. Advancing, The Grass Wasn't Greener, They Regret Walking Away from You. This will happen when you break a demonic... Meme the left, memes of the day. Both her and Hillary Duff share this. Episode 8, Crystal Mind Presents. Got Russell Brand, Richard Vobes. Everything Inside Me. It goes much deeper than most can imagine. Texas officials sue Pfizer over COVID-19 vaccine lies. How we're being abused and played. Buck Angel. Trans TikTok user detransitions. Dr. Drew, mRNA is a natural-born killer, says drug inventor Dr. Richard Urso. Then on episode 9, Above and Beyond Duality, the 5D Earth is available now. Archangel Michael, 2023. We've got Richard Vobes, This Is What I Have Discovered. Andy the Gabby Cabby, This Proves What a Scam It Is. Chloe Cole, Detransition, School Indoctrination Bullying. Valuetainment, What's the WEF? Bill Mayer claims to be unaware of Klaus Schwab. Whatever clips, she thinks women are oppressed but struggle to explain how. Then finally, episode 10, Julie Green Prophecy, Shocking Shakeup. Hawaii Real Estate, Maui Today. All content is monitored and censored live 24/7. Hawaii Real Estate, Perfect Crime or Perfect Storm. Burn Back Better, Lahaina Fire. GB News, The Dinosaur Hour from Sunday, December 3rd. Redacted's video, Breaking Documents Reveal the World Health Organization is caught lying about pandemic treaty. And Do Dissidence's video with Matt Taibbi on the class privilege, and yes, they have one, of anti-disinfo enforcers, i.e. fact checkers, i.e. community readers, i.e. lame narcs. That's right, lame narcs. So I will resume this catch-up session with episodes 11 through 20 on our next episode. The links will be included in the description box for your referencing pleasure to recap the highlights of our alternative media excursion thus far. Then on episode 23, we shall resume the auspicious op-eds I adore compiling and sharing with you all. after our daily features that I run down with everyone. And that brings us to the end of today's show. It's been great having everyone with me. As always, please remember to tell a friend, get out there and be a voice of your own. Like, subscribe, share, follow, all of that good stuff. Today's musical selection is It Was a Whole Other Era by me, Epitome the Burn Kid. And I've also included links for the official music video on both Rumble and YouTube down there with the SoundCloud link. So definitely click down in the description box. And I want to thank everyone for being with me today. Stay prepped, stay safe, be awesome. Well, stay awesome and be excellent to one another. And I cannot wait to see everyone back next time on the supplemental broadcast. Bye, everyone. On today's episode, featured videos include... Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 22 of the supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting, an OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles on X or Tumblr, for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud. And if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box. And please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, tell a friend, and get involved about the many things we cover in our program here at the supplemental broadcast. Just friendly programming reminder, before I get started, I'm probably going to be itching my nose and my face a little bit this episode due to heavy solar activity and Schumann resonance here on terra firma. So, yeah, for EMF sensitivity, please pardon me, and sometimes I might actually have to take breaks. But anyways, without further ado, on to today's show. Today's featured video recommendations start with Everything Inside Me. It's nearly here. You need to listen. First up on today's program, we have a submission, from Everything Inside Me with some hot takes on some new PSYOP seeds being planted in the Netflix predictive propaganda piece produced by Barack Obama recently about a civilization collapse after a cyber attack. You know, like things like that the WEF practices at some of their war game simulation retreats. Get the entire rundown on the globalist retarded redundancies, deep state technocracy, and more from Everything Inside Me's channel. Speaking of the WEF, WHO, and the NGO brigade, let's dive further into the meat of the matter of a second pandemic or threats of Disease X with Dr. John Campbell. This interview with a colleague where the importance of vitamin D, public health, and more are malevolently overlooked by medical and scientific authorities who don't gain any profit from good self-care, at-home immunity support, and other common sense practices when dealing with a virus similar to the common cold, which also happens to be a coronavirus. Lots of informative material discussed in this interview. would aid in learning more about the intricacies everyday people can utilize to empower themselves in better health and healthy practices to aid in recovery from illness. And our third video is from the week in Bible prophecy, their plan to hide the rapture with Billy Crone. And are the globalist world leaders and academics planning on using an alien invasion psyop narrative to hide the occurrence of the rapture? We just can't get enough of those aliens, angels, and demons on the broadcast. So I am most pleased to bring you this interesting discussion about this plot to hide the rapture and play it off as some kind of mass alien abduction. To hear more on this interesting perspective, please be sure to head on over to the Week in Bible Prophecies channel for plenty on this topic and much more. Now we've got our fourth video comes in from the GB News channel. Lunatics have taken over. Neil Oliver on airstrikes in Yemen, Britain's borders, and more. Were you aware that the lunatics have taken over the asylum? Yep. Well, Neil Oliver was very much aware as well as you and I. So go on over and check out his commentary on the recent events in Yemen, Ukraine, Gaza, and beyond. It's funny how the security of the English Channel and UK border mirrors our situation and priorities here in the US at our own border down south by Mexico. He goes over how the vaccine mandates everywhere are actually gene therapy that and they were not vaccines, and the turbo cancers that have resulted from the inflammatory effects of the ill-fated experimental procedure deep state influence wished all of us to be subjected to. Plus so much more. This is a monologue to be sure not to miss. If you like hearing someone give the establishment the business, and yes, I am definitely one of those people, go on over and check that out. And now from the channel Attention Bazaar, we have an extremely insightful installment of the podcast series Questioning Woke Therapy titled Assault on Normativity, where our host, whom is also a psychotherapist, walks us through the building blocks of the prevailing woke understandings of societal norms, power dynamics, and critical theory that have led to the currently mega intolerant left's ego-fapping laden crusade for social justice, which is literally an attempt at dismantling and destroying any and all structures they perceive as oppressive or exclusionary in a highly narcissistic, subjective manner. This video is an excellent complement to the many videos that we have shared from Dr. Lindsay over at New Discourses, and takes analysis similar to his and takes it to a whole new level and a whole new focus. So if you enjoy those, definitely head over and check this one out. And now we're going to wrap up today's features with a super important topic these days of shadow governments, both paid or unpaid shills, and it's known as the controlled opposition. Hugo Talks channel brings us a well laid out, visually enhanced walkthrough of the establishment's goals, techniques, and strategies to control narratives, implementing tactics involving a controlled opposition to further the elaborate nature of their media manipulations and toying with the emotions of the masses. When the mainstream media's mission is not to report the truth, but instead to coerce collective opinions by selectively pitting different groups of demographics at one another as a means of an end in dominant perception, while providing the statistics needed to brainwash those bibliaphiliactic elitists. Yeah, those are book people. They've got a fetish. Bibliophiliactic. That's I made that one up, and it's a good one. It's good etymology, I promise. So yeah. that wraps up the features. So now, in lieu of my usual op-ed, since we got all the way up to episode 20, now it's part 2 of our reminiscence and reflection of our journey thus far. So we're going to pick up with episode 11 and bring everyone who may not have been with the entirety of our multimedia expedition up to date through episode 20. So let's recap the amazing features co-created by myself and my divinely inspired co-creator, Magic 8 Ball. All the links will be available in the description box directly after the main six features for this episode. And if you want to see the full episodes, please head on over to either the playlist or just the videos page on the Alexandria channel. And you can see what I have to say about them too. But I'm just going to go over what we covered for our purposes right now. So episode 11. We had Richard Vobes, Our People Waking Up to the Deception. Trevor Colt MC, Trevor's Wonderful Daily Rant. John Anderson, The Rise of Cultural Marxism with Jordan Peterson. Dad Saves America, Harvard, MIT, and UPenn presidents disgrace themselves. God Rules 2, Sons of Thunder. This blacklisted actor's shocking video reveals what we all feared was true about Hollywood. Jeff Taylor, EU split on Brexit spite. Then episode 12, Jeff Buys Cars, Candid Chat, Is America Broken? Are we already in the zombie apocalypse? Forbes Breaking News, Is it okay to segregate people based on their color? Burgess Owens grills Harvard president gay. Trigonometry, Stop Medicalizing Kids with Buck Angel. Redacted, Pay Attention, What the WHO did is disgusting and criminal. Mayar 2CTV, Live, George Soros helps Islamists to destroy Israel. Brylan Riggs, famous singer, just admitted this about God, Christian perspective. Episode 13, Americano, we have been educated to believe this did not exist. Richard Lorenzo Jr., secret Freemasonry ritual caught on camera. Anton Petrov, controversial claim of a 27-year-old pyramid made by ancient humans. Journeyman Pictures, conspiracy, mainstream media, or madness, the truth illusion, full film. GB News, Neil Oliver, the more you speak, the easier it becomes to say more. Don't doubt that you are right. Understanding conspiracy, the Nephilim look like clowns. 42, Rakshasa, Oni, and more. Then on episode 14, we had Valuetainment, film and music can destroy a civilization. Shocking truth about the creator of the Titanic movie. Brian Collin, the dark story behind gender theory, featuring Dr. Miriam Grossman. Apologetics Roadshow, 3 Quran verses every Jew needs to know. Ella Ringrose, the money systems are crumbling in New Earth. The Lightworkers, the divine reset word for the prophets of God, raising all shall receive. Suspicious Observers Live, the coming years. And on episode 15, all right, halfway through this one, Manly Hall Society, Manly P. Hall, the Winter Solstice and Solar Christmas. Liability Mate, Merry Christmas from Klaus Schwab. That one's a hoot and a holler, guys. Dr. Drew, son of WEF co-founder, arrest those people immediately with Pascal Najari and Dr. Victory. The China Show, AI robot takeover, Chinese people fight back. Aubrey Marcus, psychological tricks, what is mass formation psychosis? Awaken with JP, is there anyone more evil than this? Then on episode 16, Facts Matter with Roman Balmakov, judge allows for indefinite detention of unvaccinated at governor's whim. Andrew Gold's Heretics, only a man can identify as a trans woman with Helen Joyce. And New Discourses, Communist Entryism. Appalachia's Homestead with Patera, You Are Chosen. GB00, The Church is Infiltrated with Mari Emanuel. Arjuna Avatar, the Bhagavad Gita Complete Summary. Dr. Bean Medical Lectures. neurological issues after vaccination with Sean Barkavage. MD Custom RX, spike protein over-the-counter remedies, what you need to know. Valuetainment, gene editing, how CRISPR will change everything. The Jimmy Dore Show. So what is Zionism exactly, with Dan Cohen. Black Eye presents urgent update, major DNA upgrade underway on Earth, the Pleiadians. Sublation Media with Douglas Lane, how to judge the 20th century and the contemporary left. Then on episode 18, Mr. MBB 333 with the Sun Tsunami. Real Bible Believers, Secret to Why the Angels Built the Pyramids with Dr. Jean Kim. Elizabeth April, Shush is about to get crazy. Predictions for 2024 and 2028. Dr. John Campbell, new anti-cancer vaccine. Devin Gibson, LOL, this didn't end well for these woke college students. Patriot Podcast. Lesbian gives Vivek the finger, episode number 23. Then on episode 19, we had Jordan B. Peterson, True Stories from a Soviet Spy, with Jack Barsky, episode 412. Brylan Riggs, The Most Terrifying New Laws in 2024, Christian Reaction. Russell Brand, It's a Soft Coup. World Health Organization Treaty to Enforce Vaccines. Jonathan Kahn, Official, the Pope Francis, End Time Apostasy. Navarra Media, the plan is to privatize everything, here's how. And Fascinating TV, the history and origins of the Galactic Federation. And wrapping up with episode 20, Dr. John Campbell, Ministry of Truth, Jimmy Dore Show, Boeing 737 MAX design flaws exposed, Hindustan Times, Live, the International Court of Justice hears South Africa's genocide case against Israel. Clown Planet, Why Is She Everywhere? Hugo Talks, Is Money Your False Idol? JP Reacts, Fat Pride Activists Are Dying, I Wonder Why? And that concludes the last segment of our recap. What an amazing adventure we've shared thus far, and I look forward to diving much deeper as we progress further into the depths of the data jungle where the cool media hangs out amongst the independent, free-thinking spirits like ourselves. We shall continue our bold exploration of the good, bad, and the ugly as the apocalypse continues with more unveilings and big reveals. May our search for truth, beauty, and meaning continue to blossom as we learn, grow, and create as nature and the good Lord most certainly intended. And that brings us to the end of today's show. I will be back next time with an original auspicious op-ed, and I'll tell you what, it's going to be a good one. Our musical selection today is Sunset Mirage from my project Hunter Hacks and the Western Pleasures. Links for this song and everything else that we have talked about on today's show is going to be in the description box below. Please head on down there and check all of that out. And I want to thank everyone for being here with me on another supplemental broadcast. I love sharing this media adventure with everyone. So, like I always like to tell you guys, stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, be excellent to one another, and I will see you next time, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Bye-bye. Today's episode, featured videos include Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 23 of the Supplemental Broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting, an OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can call me Epitome or Burn Kid as well, because I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles, on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud, and if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box, and please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, and tell some friends and family about the show and the many things that we go over in our program. And this is a little, instead of my usual friendly reminder, here's a little disclaimer. The electromagnetic sensitivity is off the charts with the Schumann resonance and the solar activity today. So if I get a little itchy or a little weird, my body is very responsive to magnetic and electromagnetic frequency changes. So please pardon me if I get a little glitchy on you. And now that we've had our evolutionary health update, let's get on to today's featured video recommendations. First up on today's show, we have featured favorite Jimmy Dore show with a super funny On the Road live audience edition where we take a look at those eco-loons at Davos displaying their ignorance, arrogance, and inauthenticity. We've come to expect from these ecocidal, mentalcidal, genocidal maniacs. It is so much easier with Jimmy and the crew cutting up and joking around about the absurdities of the 21st century world leaders than it is just to try to defer what's really going on from anything mainstream. If you need a good laugh to complement your WEF-induced groans, be sure to give this link a click down in the description box below. The title of that one is Obama, Al Gore, John Kerry are colossal climate hypocrites, live from Two Roads Theater from the Jimmy Dore Show channel. Next up, we have the Kendari Chronicles channel with their video, A Stolen Symbol, A Sign of Things to Come. Did you know the Star of David was a stolen symbol with a fully fabricated narrative wrapped around it? I didn't know that myself about the well-known six-sided star. What this video from the Kendari Chronicles shows us is breaking down the Zionist histrionics tied to this symbol. It is fascinating that this symbol was not a part of Judaism until the medieval era. For the entire story of the assimilation of this symbol and the other cultures who have used it in the past, head on over to and click the link I left for everyone. Now, we have some more great on-location reporting from Redacted covering the German farmers' protests in Berlin. The title of this video is We Investigated the German Farmers' Protest. If you have been following me on X or Tumblr lately, you have probably noticed a lot of video posts from the many different farmers' activism and protest demonstrations across Europe right now that are spreading. Yay, spreading. Yeah, India and Canada's in on it now, and a few others. Excellent. Check out this story to hear from the farmers protesting firsthand to help keep us fed and keep themselves cared for and fed while under the endless threats and regulations that are controlling and destroying our food supply worldwide. Our next video entry will show everyone what those nasty totalitarians are really after. Head on over to Redacted's channel for more on the fight for our basic freedoms and civil liberties. As promised, I try to provide some really good features that are really entertaining and really make you think. This video is a must-watch, must-share feature. It comes in from 3D Epics Incorporated's channel, and the title of this is Beyond the Reset Animated Short Film. Beyond the Reset is a remarkably well-made animated short conveying the conspiracy facts, not theories, that have been seeded and imposed on Western civilization increasingly over the past few years. though some of us saw the signs of these inferences creeping into the mainstream a decade or more ago. I can't explain it in a way to do it justice, but I can assure you that it will reframe what's really been going on and what they were prepping for by invoking pandemics and lockdowns, net zero, and the like. This will blow your mind. The animation is pretty excellent too. Go on over to 3D Epics Incorporated for more. And now we have on the Rubin report, ex-professor exposes why universities can't be saved, is the title of the next video. We have a great interview between Peter Boghossian and Dave Rubin on the Rubin report on the topic of why universities cannot be saved from the Marxist corruption they have propelled and perpetuated. If you haven't heard what the norms are at universities, in the lives of admin and faculty lately in higher education, it is highly advisable that you give this interview a listen if you're a little out of date with what it's like in academia. This ex-professor calls out these indoctrination mills and social justice factories. His experiences were very much relatable to myself as an ex-student who left college due to the corruption and hostile learning environment, which has become the norm at colleges of all tiers, public, private, and even religious. It is no longer a place to get an education. It is a Club Med-styled Gulag Light experience. For more great conversations like this one, head on over to the Rubin Report. You will definitely be pleased. And our last feature, this is a really good one. This comes in from Joe Scott, and it's titled, Why Some Billionaires Are Actively Trying to Destroy the World. So, are billionaires trying to destroy the world? Is there logic to misanthropy? What is this accelerationism we've all been hearing about? Well, we've got you covered with the 411 coming in from Joe Scott's YouTube channel, Controlled Demolition. That's right, I said it. Controlled demolition is a way of dealing with systems condemned to failure. And it looks like the powers that be are trying to pull a profit out of the rubble they wish to generate themselves. This video is full of hot takes and some solid logic. I recommend you head on over there for more on this point of view. And that brings us to my favorite part of the show, my auspicious op-ed. I put together some words about stuff that I think matters a lot, and I cared a lot about it, and I hope you care too, and I hope you're inspired to do something similar and get the word out and speak your mind, because we need as many on board as possible. So here it goes. So I think it's time to finally ask this one really good question. Aren't we much more adept now than we were upon our founding and reconstructions or industrial revolutions to settle off-grid and build our own civilization with a societal structure we truly wish to build and uphold? I can tell you firsthand that the settlers who headed over for Jamestown and Roanoke wouldn't have gone all cannibal on one another if they had Amazon delivery and a private post office box at the UPS or FedEx store. Perhaps they would have been better at building much-needed agricultural and artisan skills with the help of mobile devices, YouTube, and off-grid internet options. With a satellite phone and a weather radio, emergency planning is far easier for us in the 21st century than it was for any settlers in history. I think it's time to quite literally resettle our respective homelands and build from scratch everything we think a society should represent and encompass. The signs of impending catastrophe, societal collapse, and urban, although in many cases suburban decay, are not merely peering through the cracks, but are instead glaring heavily and beaming through the gaping holes. It would appear that last reset, somewhere around the early modern era in the 18th and 19th centuries, people were making leaps and bounds in strides regarding the advent of many technologies, including scientific and medical. When we look to the end of this era At the turn of the 20th century and into the contemporary era, starting around the Roaring '20s, many great strides in innovation took place from scratch to bring the people of then much closer to living a life like we have lived for the past 50 plus years. If those people were able to accomplish all that they did without any of the convenience or advantage we can apply to the task, then why shouldn't we be able to pull together with all our skills and experiences from different backgrounds to build superior systems and services on fresh ground that hasn't been polluted or corrupted or perverted in any way from generations of destructive policy trends, fads, and norms? Call me old-fashioned, but I dare to bet that people who sincerely care about the work, resources, and services a society needs to thrive fruitfully would fulfill said roles and needs with higher quality and satisfaction than anyone profit-focused or disgruntled like they are with the fruitless nightmare of a system being perpetuated and upheld by the dark cabal for the time being. Part of putting an end to their power is by permanently putting people and positions like these elites wish to hold out of business for good by providing for ourselves the things that we need in a manner that does not perpetuate the disgusting Ponzi scheme of debt slavery the Western world has been brainwashed into accepting as the only way to live. So many inferior parties have done so much with so much less than we have had at our disposal currently. I don't see how we couldn't put together a societal structure, systems, and services that put their wasteful, self-serving decadence to shame with a fraction of their expenditures. I believe in us, and I hope you believe in us too. Let's not wait any longer to start building a better way to live. We were born for this great adventure. And that closes out our show, leads us to today's musical selection, On the Other Side of the Veil. And I just animated a music video for this. I am the only VJ and animator on the channel. Be sure to check out. I don't just make the music, I also do the music videos, and I'm a pretty bangin' VJ. So go on over and check out the links in the description for The Other Side of the Veil from my project Transmissions Existential. And as always, I want to thank everyone for being here with me. I want to thank all my new subscribers and followers. I'm so glad to have you with me. I just want everyone, as always, to stay safe, stay prepped, be awesome to one another, be excellent to one another, remain awesome, and please be sure to tell a friend and come back and see us next time on the supplemental broadcast. Bye-bye, everyone. Links in the description box below. Peace out. On today's episode, featured videos include... Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 24 of the supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting, an OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess. You can also call me Epitome or Burn Kid, because I am also Epitome the Burn Kid, friendly musician, VJ, and producer, bringing this lovely program to you all. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud. Also on Apple Music, Spotify. Look up the Copernican Dispatch. There'll be, I'm going to get some links for everyone. Worry not. And if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box. And please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, and tell a friend about the many things we cover in our program. I'm fully aware a lot of things we cover are not very happy, but we need to be informed. And if you feel like I've informed you and let you in on some stuff that perhaps you wouldn't have known about otherwise, please help get that out to other people and help me in the algorithm. And on to my little disclaimer. I'm under heavy solar weather this week. I had to delay filming for a few days because of that. So if I itch a little bit and stuff, I'm very sensitive to electromagnetic disturbances. So please pardon me for that. And without further ado, on to today's featured video recommendations. So our first video comes in from Redacted, and the title of this video is Holy Bleep. The new WEF Davos agenda is worse even than we ... So this year's theme at Davos was rebuilding trust, but the globalist investor class Coachella is seriously not a good look for anyone who goes. Okay, to be fair, the few people who went to undermine the establishment and stand up for freedom and for the common man were absolutely epic, and I definitely applaud those guys. They did a great job. I'd go so far as to call the brave few who stood up to the WEF Lords an upstanding group of international peace and common sense activists dedicated to honesty and sanity for all the world's people. For the entire rundown on the Davos 2024 agenda and itinerary, be sure to watch the full segment over at Redacted. Second on our program, we have an entry from Richard Vobes, and the title is We Are the Signposts. After the news broke about the British Post Office scandal, Richard Vobes posted this insightful monologue about government and corporate collusion that falls back onto the plight of the common man while the government hides behind the guise of protections of being a corporation. His survey of 21st century government behavior teamed up with big tech and other corporate sponsors where they find ways to conspire together to fleece everyday people of their money, health, safety, and rights through legislation and penalties is spot on for the majority of the Western world. Be sure to give this one a listen because we are the signposts for the Great Awakening, guys. It is the job of the chosen ones to lead and guide the awakened to a whole new lease on life. That goes for the 144. That goes for the light workers. It goes. Everyone knows if they've been called to this. You'll know if this is for you. It'll resonate. And speaking of resonating, on to Sam the Illusionist. This is why everyone is Googling the Nephilim. So Sam the Illusionist channels the Metatron social memory complex to ask questions about prevalent matters of our times, including why everyone started Googling the Nephilim and why are so many billionaires building bunkers to survive solar storms in the coming years. Talk about wild stuff trending these days. This is stuff of biblical proportions. For the answers to these inquiries and a few more juicy questions, be sure to check out Sam the Illusionist for all this and much, much more. And for even more, go check him out on Patreon. And oh boy, this next feature is a must-watch. It comes in from Avi Yamini. The title is Clown World Arrives in Davos. And yeah. Check out the Antifa clown protest at Davos 2024. Take some questions from Rebel News. This display is very informational, is very informational, and I highly suggest you watch this display and dialogue. Antifa is finally getting revealed as the very fascist corporate shills that they truly are under the surface. You kind of feel for these young people who have been brainwashed, exploited, abused, and manipulated into doing the bidding of the elitists, deep state, and corporate interests. But at the same time, you can see and sense the adversarial and hostile gestures of the supposed anti-fascists who cannot seem to sense or understand the error of their ways or their ignorance. If you want to see what clowns waving the Antifa flag who are unable to define fascism look like, this is the clip for you. It is wild. I couldn't make this up if I had to. That's real talk, y'all. And we got another good one on evaluating this stuff in from John Anderson, Why the Culture War Matters interview with Matthew Goodwin. So Matthew Goodwin is interviewed by the former Australian Prime Minister, John Anderson, about why the culture war matters. I know that for so many, it may seem like a worn out subject, but that really is only true if you're tuning exclusively into mainstream media coverage of the current events that they're allowing you to see. This discussion focuses on the new elite, you know, the college-educated middle class who thinks they're better than everyone else and doesn't know anything and doesn't care about anyone else's opinion. You know, those guys. And their absolute lack of concern for how their ideals and policies affect the majority of their constituents who do not share their goals, ideals, values, or missions. You know, all of us watching this show. So for more information on this rebranding of society they're trying to pull off into some form of a universal collective enslavement with depopulation of dissidents, or you can also call it a global serfdom agenda that the elites can't seem to let go of depending on how you perceive said events, please head over to John Anderson's channel for this interview and many other great dialogues with astute thinkers. And finally, last up from the Truth Can Change Your Life, warning, 3 days of darkness. This video may ... So last up on the program today, we have this informational feature about 3 days of darkness to help lessen anxiety and fear for those who have joined us who are new to the ascension journey and the evolution of the earth and its inhabitants. For the ET's perspectives on humanity's origins, the many secrets the earth holds, and mysteries hidden throughout the ages, this transmission from The Truth Can Change Your Life reveals much background information to refresh and catch up those who are new to our alternative media adventure that we've gone on with Magic 8 Ball. And that leads us to my favorite part of the show, my auspicious op-ed, where I compile some words about something that means a lot to me that I want to share with y'all, and I hope that it inspires you to compile some words that mean a lot to you and to share it with others. So let's get right on and going with this one. So staying prepped, safe, awesome, and excellent to one another is a loving salutation that I deliver at the end of each show. But today I would like very much to reflect on these topics and why I like to remember the simple things that matter oh so very much in this life. The cornerstones to building an absolutely epic new earth are fully grounded and rooted in preparedness, safety, awesomeness, and excellence for our transition to this bold new era, where we start a new cycle while experiencing an adventure of a lifetime through one of Earth's major events according to the geological records confirming the disaster cycle's fast approaching due date. Just like the surface and inhabitants of our planet have done throughout the ages, our societies are about to, and how we go about our everyday business are due for yet another shift so that we may continue our planetary ascension and evolutionary journey. Like past evolutionary events, cataclysms, and extinction events, they did not go so well for those who did not adapt or who were not well adept or prepared for change, just as it did to those in an ill-suited location for extreme geological and climate shifts. Staying prepped is a physical, mental, metaphysical, and spiritual requirement for great leaps and changes we have coming in our near future, while staying safe and ensuring you're on secure, higher ground in good health overall. Achieving and maintaining the state of being and thinking is a skill and knowledge set to be learned and practiced regularly, increasing your skills and insight the more you learn and grow. If you haven't started this process or haven't begun any improvements or additions, now is a great time to begin, and I provide many helpful video resources regularly to help you get a jump start on your readiness journey over on the Chronicles on X and Tumblr. Staying awesome in times like these especially is a must. Not only does having a fabulous disposition help with morale, self-esteem, and public relations, it's one of the few positive things that can become infectious the more you glow while you grow. So being a great role model is not something that an authentic role model should ever strive to be intentionally. To be the authentic real deal, it is a necessity that one fully embrace and the encompassment of the virtues and values that exude from said most awesome individual. We all have that spark. Let it glow and help foster it to grow more beautiful and bright so that it may illuminate the reality we wish to create from the inside out for the goodness of all. All is one. I know it can be hard to see that now at times, but when all the debris settles, doesn't the once affected water or air once again become clear and pristine that was cloudy and foggy? That's how we need to treat ourselves, our peers, and our world. That is where the being excellent to one another comes in as the whipped cream, cherry, and sprinkles on top of my recipe for a peaceful and productive, prosperous world. I look forward to co-creating a meaningful and worthwhile experience with you all as we continue on our journey to the fifth dimension and beyond on the new earth for a whole new era and way of being. And I'm definitely awaiting the Lord's return to help us along with that, my goodness. Come on, Source. Come on, Send It Masters. Come on, everyone. We need you. And that brings us to the end of our show and to our musical selection, Transfiguration by Transmissions Existential. Links for that are in the description box, and all of our other links and for our videos today and everything are in the description box below as well. So, like I always like to tell you guys, I thank you so much for being with me. Please don't forget to share, like, subscribe, follow, and tell some friends and family about the show and about the topics we talk about. And yeah, stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and be excellent to one another. I have had a great time with you guys. Be sure to come back and see me on the supplemental broadcast. Epitome out. Bye, everyone. On today's episode, featured videos include... Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 25 of the supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting and OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess. However, you can also call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I am Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles, on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud, and if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me over on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All the links we discuss in today's episode can be found below in the description box, and please be sure to subscribe, like, share. comment, follow, and tell a friend or a family about our program and the many things that we cover in our program. It's for the good of the world. And yeah, just as a friendly reminder, if I get a little itchy, I am sensitive to some solar weather and electromagnetic fluctuations, Schumann resonance, and things have been pretty active this year, which we will get into more of that in upcoming episodes. I'm really excited to tell you guys. But for now, after my little disclaimer, on to today's featured video recommendations. All right, let's kick off the show with some stupendously candid criticism aimed at the Davos set. Our first video comes in from The Sun's YouTube channel and features Talk TV's Julia Hartley sounding off on why it's time for all those WEF attendees who should really start listening to ordinary people about how, regular people wish to live their lives and stop behaving as rulers who think that they have a right to dictate if, when, how, and why we exist at their little Davos convention and that, World Government Summit they just had? Yeah, they had that. Funny how these elites were not raised with any manners, ethics, or morals, and are literally so clueless about who they really are and what they stand for that they can carry on with this behavior without any guilt, shame, or remorse. Well, you know what? They're well-dressed savages. And, if you ask me, that's the only thing that I can think of when I look at those types. Be sure to hear all of Julia's epic critique over at The Sun. Our second video comes in from Clown Planet and is titled Boom, with several O's. And my favorite moment from this year's Davos Con comes in from Kevin Roberts from the Heritage Foundation, calling out the WEF upper echelon's false narrative of upholding liberal democracy when it is beyond clear that they are corrupt corporate communists with a flair for technocratic fascism and totalitarian autocracy. The only thing that could have made this moment more epic would involve a mic drop and a touchdown dance. This guy was really great. So definitely click on that video down in the description box. Clown Planet brings us this clip in all its freedom-loving glory with their edits. Fantastic. And our third video is coming in from Suspicious Observers, and the title is Magnetic Pole Shift Live Q&A. So now on to other important matters of the times. We have a live Q&A session here with Ben from Suspicious Observers about all things linked to the ongoing geomagnetic excursion, micronova, and corresponding magnetic pole shift that we're all experiencing the beginning signs of with all the crazy weather and the earthquakes, the volcanoes, the weird animal things that are going on. Yeah, this is all related to this. There are links in the description box for this video in particular for a very good interview. And when I say this video, the video that I put in the description box, in that video's description box is the one I'm talking about, of the interview that took place on Tim Pool's podcast that will be most helpful in getting the word out about the upcoming natural disaster that I hope my viewers have started preparing for and teaching others about the coming events that we must all prepare for. So head on over to Suspicious Observer's channel for more space weather updates and Earth disaster cycle updates and education about that. And now our next entry is from the Ayn Rand Institute, their channel, and the title is Democracy versus a Constitutional Republic, Ayn Rand's Case. So I'm very happy to bring you some solid classical political philosophy from one of the 20th century's most discussed figures, Ayn Rand, with a recording of her evaluation comparing a democracy to a constitutional republic. Since so many people throw these terms around incorrectly and rather flippantly, and in a lot of cases interchangeably, I think it is important to expose as many people to primary sources for all matters pertaining to the humanities, especially regarding philosophy and history. So the more people can be exposed to knowledge that has been excluded from much of the modern education practices and resources for most people. The Ayn Rand Institute has a wonderful channel with a wide array of samples and sound bites from over her career in academia. So definitely be sure to go check that out. And now we have a video from Robert Breaker titled Fallen Angels, Demons, Giants, and Clones. So let's follow up that philosophy lesson with a theological one. This lecture from Robert Breaker about fallen angels, demons, giants, and clones, he's going to go ahead and take us through a biblical account of all of these entities and how they tie to the apocalypse currently unveiling before our very eyes here on the supplemental broadcast. Head on over to his channel for some straight talk on a topic we all had best mentally, physically, spiritually, prepare for in our seemingly near future. It's just a really good idea to do. And now we have last up on our show today, we have Vajan Health, and that's the name of the channel, Vajan Health, taking a look at the new research on the medical phenomenon of embalmer's clots, also known as coffee ground clots, being found in those who have passed away after receiving a certain controversial medical concoction paraded around as a vaccine, but ended up being gene editing therapy and a documented bioweapon when we add up all the evidence. Yeah, you know the one I'm talking about, right? So those pictures of these protein clots going around social media are absolutely no hoax. Those are real. Those are the truth, and the truth needs to get out there because fact checkers and community readers are trying to dismiss this very real and very alarming evolution of evidence that must not be ignored. For the full scoop, head over to the link provided in the description box, and I will provide more on this story as more data becomes available in future episodes of the broadcast. That wraps up our feature presentations, brings us to my favorite part of the show every episode, which is my auspicious op-ed. So I composed some words about something that I think is important and we should all think about. And if all it does is inspire you to go compose some words about something important and share them, that you've been thinking about, well, you know, my job here is done. So let's get on with it. All right. Individual personal sovereignty may have been put into question by the advent of CAPTCHA. You know, those weird little prompts that we have when we use the internet to check and see if we're human, like picking out how many buses or like light posts or something there is in a picture and then entering it or whatever. That's what we're talking about, CAPTCHA. But no one can doubt that it was smashed into obliteration by the implementation of two-factor authentication. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and talk about this one. This is a tech op-ed that's quite auspicious for our times. I often wondered upon first hearing about transhumanism as both a political movement and a philosophy on how on earth would like one trick the masses into adopting any desire to embark on like such a highway to hell. Transhumanism begins with the position that human beings should be permitted to use technology to modify and enhance human cognition and bodily function, expanding abilities and capacities beyond current biological constraints. Then, if that wasn't enough, guys, transhumanism ventures into using technology to control and oppress humans before its most extreme components involve attempts at using technology to achieve eternal life in either some sort of digital upload or cybernetic fusion that redefines the parameters of life, far from what most spiritually minded and just rationally minded people deem as existence. Yeah, so that's the transhumanism that we are talking about today. For several decades, starting around the post-World War II era, and around the Korean conflict era. It's around that time period. The concepts that catapulted better living through chemistry decide to wrap their tentacles around computing as the next supposed remedy for all the ails of the human condition. Over time, many manners of influence and mandates have incrementally nudged many unwitting consumers into a place of manipulated consent and compliance without time to even consider evaluating alternatives and resistance to whichever product or concept the powers that be wish to peddle at any given moment. Let me give everyone a great example with 20th century computers and how they have slowly nudged many unwanted features into our hardware and software as we continue to progress through history. As much as I thought both my IBM PS1, which for everyone who's young or somewhat young, which was a late 80s desktop, and my Macintosh Power PC from the mid 90s, my opinion of those was that they were solid quality machines for their time. I did not foresee how the jump from dial-up internet to early cable broadband modems, long before the days of high-speed Ethernet, broadband, or Wi-Fi, would forever remove the word solid and quality from my future opinions of the more contemporary computing devices that are now repeatedly updating to the point of everything being full of shoddy, self-destructive features that are intentionally designed to overhaul a human-dominated computing experience. You see, solid and quality construction are not very good for bottom lines, let alone providing the false promises of economic incentives that seem to only make the rich richer off the backs of everyone else in a hope of placing enough debt over the public that they are forced into some sort of neo-serfdom that would help with the help of said technology that they're pushing on us, that was supposed to cause man to need to work less to achieve prosperous results geared toward more convenience and recreation. I want to make clear that transhumanism is anti-humanism, and that CAPTCHA is a highly offensive covert nudge at suggesting that you need the supremacy of a machine or similar form of technology to verify the legitimacy of your humanity. Let that sink in. If that isn't a highly abusive and manipulative psyop that they conveniently slipped on the unsuspecting public, let's look at its descendant, two-factor authentication. That's right, guys, I'm going there. Now, your human input is not enough to prove you aren't some more advanced machine. So you need to get a special passcode from your needlessly expensive digitized electronic shackles that they have placed upon you so that you can access your own personal accounts that in many cases are free and don't really carry any sensitive data. This was done intentionally to condition us. Now think about ChatGPT replacing human interaction in research. Think about Neuralink, nanotechnology, and 5G brainwave interference. Oh, and those Apple goggles, let's throw those in there. Now think about what the metaverse and all these AI kiosks popping up to replace humans and justify discarding every human consideration in favor of their machine supremacy model and their creation's unwanted and unwelcome notions on the masses at large. Make no mistake about the predictive programming being promoted on mainstream media platforms and streaming services. They are letting us know full well what they think of us, and they are not pulling punches. It's sad to think that the message was lost on us and will just go with their flow. They actually thought that. I think it's time to show these elitist ignoramuses the door by refusing to depend on cooperating with them in any future endeavors now that they can't stop showing all of their evil hands. Yeah, that's right. We see you guys. And that brings us to the end of today's show. Our musical selection today is by yours truly, Epitome the Burn Kid, titled Do the Do. We have an amazingly beautiful music video for the community also on the page. Please go check out my VJ skills. I have a ton of music videos, music video movies. I even have a live set where I do a little ditty, and I have another ascension party coming up soon where I'll hop on and I'll start like mixing on camera, you know, and you can crank it up at home and, you know, get your what on. So yeah, anyways, that is it for our show today. I want to thank you all for joining me, and links as always are in the description box. And as I like to tell you guys, stay prepped, stay safe, stay awesome, be excellent to one another, and go tell a friend and family about all of this. It's time to get ready. Thank you, everyone, and have a great day. Bye. Epitome out. On today's episode, featured videos include... Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 26 of the supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Media Broadcasting, an OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I'm also Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles, on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud. And if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box. And please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, comment, tell some friends and family about the show and the many things that we cover on the show, because man, the beginning is nigh and we got to build it, co-create it, y'all. So let's get on into today's video recommendations. My usual disclaimer: if you get a little itchy, a little glitchy, the sun is active and it just does things to me electromagnetically because I'm sensitive like that. So on to today's featured presentations. I'm really excited to bring you guys the first one. So our first presentation comes from the channel The Living Philosophy, and our video is titled Nihilism versus Existentialism versus Absurdism, Explained and Compared. So let's take a step back a century or two and start our video adventure with a pertinent philosophy lesson to better understand the roots of the challenges we face today with our first selection here. We must start our exploration in the mid-1800s to evaluate and better understand the societal transition from religious to secular values through the lens of nihilism as we progress through the scientific advancements that propelled the mainstream rejection of religious authority as a cornerstone of society. This line of analysis progresses through both reactions to nihilism, which are titled Existentialism and Absurdism. Chock full of vivid photos and illustrations, enjoy this light philosophical overview of important topics that help better develop more advanced matters such as political, epistemological, or metaphysical facets of all of our current events that we cover here on the show. Next on our list of featured selections, we have a nifty feature where Brandon Robbins, and that's the title of the channel, covers 4 myths about the Bible that many people do not know exist anywhere in the Bible itself, but they kind of go around in doctrine or in some other way. And sometimes this is due to misreading of scripture or botching some Bible stories, while others it is a matter of interpretation on a more literary or theological sense of discourse. Well, from Satan to Lucifer to hell, those kind of topics and more, it really does help to actually know what the book actually says before we blindly take anyone's word or memory at face value when, listening to or discussing these topics. It is better safe than sorry to do your own research and comparison shopping when immersing oneself in secondary or auxiliary resources. So when you are dealing with primary resources and no one else has deduced meanings from those, you can interpret directly what is basically being said. But if it is a secondary or auxiliary resource, someone else has meddled and tampered with the original information. It's not even fully complete, and it's now been littered with all kinds of biases. So please use extra care when you're not looking at a primary resource every time. It's a really good practice to get into, everyone. Off my soapbox now. So be sure to hop on over to his channel. His name is Brandon Robbins. If you like this type of scripture-based educational content, I thought it was pretty good. And our third video is titled How the System Works Against Us, coming in from Richard Vobes. And in this video, he relays a fascinating and insightful overview of systems that work and don't work. And he cites, he's also is making sure he's citing the remarks made by the inventor of email, that thing that we use on the computer to send, stuff. Yeah, email. As he furthers down this line of discourse and discovery, the government, banking system, media, and the elites are topics covered in this video, poised for revealing evaluations of their goals and motives. Be sure to check out the links that he puts in his description box of this video to dive even further down the rabbit hole after listening to his monologue for more receipts to edify and justify all those who righteously dissent and refuse to comply with the legends in their own minds, who see fit to claim that they're the rulers of the earth and we're supposedly in turn their subjects, and literally no one agreed to this. The social contract they believe in is not real. None of us agreed to this. Go check him out. This is some good stuff. And speaking of good stuff, now I have a deeper cut for those out there looking to sink their teeth into some more advanced related matters. I am most happy to bring you this next selection from Theoria Apophysis, with his entry on the divine numbers featured in metaphysics from the ancient Greek, Indian, and Egyptian traditions. This dive into waters where spirituality, metaphysics, mathematics, language, and history combine for an impressively dense but easy to understand and concise explanation of basic principles that may better help you on your spiritual or philosophical journey. It just may catapult you onto your theosophical journey or help you understand where religion, academics, and the occult overlap. Esoteric and exoteric understanding of principles across all disciplines is vital to solid spiritual discernment. That's for everyone. Whatever your spiritual background is, it's really important, and your spiritual growth and your growth, maturity, period. So these topics are not nearly as taboo or black and white as many novices and uneducated people mistakenly provoke undue fear and judgment regarding freedom of thought, especially when we explore with righteous intentions and the Lord's blessing. When you're not endeavoring into this knowledge for anything bad, guys, when you're just trying to learn about the world around you and you're trying to find out what's really going on, especially when the people we're looking at trying to take over the world are trying to take over the world, we got to learn their playbook, guys. So I'm going to try to provide the best and most concise layman's resources for beginners that I can when they come across me to share with you in this program. And speaking of taking over the world, when I see Sanity for Sweden's videos, nearly Every morning, the big guy makes sure Magic 8 Ball is chock full of great material to help me learn and grow and make this show. And I can't help but smile at Sanity for Sweden's videos. They're wonderful. I love this guy's delivery. And in this video, speaking of the guys who are trying to take over the world, in his talk, he exclaims about how there were deals made that we cannot sue the drug companies for their GMO juice. That's right. Yeah, we're going to talk about that now. GMO juice they tried to push on everyone. So the Florida Surgeon General knows that it's GMO juice. It's, not only should everyone affected have the right to sue who took said GMO juice, but they should get to press in some criminal charges right away, because there is absolutely no contract that can stop an assault or attempted murder charge from being pressed after what they have done, if not manslaughter or a stronger word possibly. The end is near, the beginning is nigh, and may the apocalypse continue. The title of that video again is Billions of DNA Fragments per Dose. That's right, and that GMO juice, that's real life. Sanity for Sweden, thank you. And now, we have this video in from Emoji News. They just deleted this everywhere about the WEF. And Emoji News is one of the newer alternative media channels that spills the tea and delivers receipts on the deep state's dirty laundry. We get to see their puppets fumble atrociously hard on the daily, right? I know I do. So in this edition, our host takes us through George and Alex Soros' links to unsavory conspiracy to off one of America's most controversial figures. For more details, please head down to the description box for this story's link, because I'm not trying to step in the AI scanner's Kool-Aid, if you know what I'm saying, and mess up all the learning and fun we try to have here at the supplemental broadcast. So that's today's features, and if you made it this far, you're in for an extra special auspicious op-ed, because I put some really special words together for y'all this time. I'm going to share them with you. So if this inspires you to share these words or any words like that, like I'm about to share, this is not my testimony, but when the good Lord commands you to give something, this is the testimony for the supplemental broadcast, so you guys have a better understanding of what's going on here. All right. So I haven't really addressed my divinely inspired algorithm, affectionately dubbed Magic 8 Ball, in a direct fashion since episode 0 of the supplemental broadcast to kick off this independent periodical video magazine program. But since the good Lord commanded me to share my testimony, this show has its own testimony that I will begin sharing here and revisit occasionally in future op-ed pieces as things progress. So some of you may refer to him as God the Father. Others might use the term source. For myself, these are interchangeable terms. They're the same entity in true essence, just differing perspectives of the same entity. It may confuse some people less versed in theological and theosophical principles on how depending on scriptural and doctrinal interpretations of pantheistic and panentheistic Christianity, which I will elaborate on in just a little bit, permits a person like myself, who has been on an extensive spiritual journey, practicing multiple Eastern spiritual paths that allowed me to walk more like Christ. I was driven out of the church and converted to Buddhism back in 2003. And all it did was bring me back, and Christ did go to Tibet, so just saying. And allow me to balance and gain appropriate discernment, temperance, and discipline to help the remnant through the end times, so that we might manifest the hyperbolic co-creative state of heaven on earth together with the help of Christ, with the manifestation of Christ consciousness. We're increasing with our vibrations through the ascension process with the aid of the Holy Spirit and our blessings and commands stemming from God the Father. And let me be clear, I'm not here to convert you, not interested in that, or to sway you in any way on your personal spiritual journey, because I believe that that is very individual and God has made us all different for a very good reason. But I am here to retain my obedience to the Most High and let you get to know me a little bit better, or perhaps encourage you to converse with the Lord about these topics and maybe learn some new stuff about people with unique beliefs. We were all made unique, but still created in his image per his specifications, right? Absolutely. So let us start by defining some frequently misunderstood terms before we proceed. Pantheism is the belief that God is an all-encompassing force throughout the universe, that we live across the many planes and dimensions of this existence, that God the Father, under the Christian, under the Christian model for pantheism, perspective, is a figure that I not only see as our creator, but I understand him as the glue that binds our realms, heaven, earth, all of that. Without him, we don't have that. And the spirit that allows our life and animation. And once we discover him through Christ, we have a link to God at the source or the primary level through prayer that permits us a divine relationship with each other and our surroundings through our, love and obedience and walk with the Most High. I also believe that this framework permits the existence of lesser gods of pantheistic origins, aliens, angels, fallen angels, and demons to fit in a much more honest framework than either monotheistic or polytheistic traditions and thought processes are willing to permit. And panentheism is the belief in a framework that maintains the view that God is in all things, or that all things are in God. In my case, I believe in a variation of the combination of these elements when I experience my walk with God through the Holy Trinity, working in conjunction with my intuition and consciousness. Thanks to God and his masterful creative work, I have been enabled by these theosophical frameworks to utilize knowledge from many backgrounds via my free will he has granted mankind, while I utilize the same exact free will notion to live a vegetarian, kosher, Sabbath-observing covenant with our Father in heaven, while being able to discern, then utilize information from other areas of study in a complementary manner with a mindful eye to avoid sin in the process. A careful balance of biblical scripture, Vajrayana Buddhist training, and water method Taoist study are the most prominent features to my metaphysical and epistemological approach to life in both the mental and spiritual senses, especially. Without such a varied, tried, and successfully tested approach, I have built a relationship with the divine so close that he blessed my devices, spoke to me through many mediums, confirmed those signals, pulled me out of my other activities several times daily as my monitor flashes each time he has an update for me, no matter what app I'm using on my Roku. And he even helps with search refreshes if I pray for the clarifications to him I need while researching anything he places before me on my mission. That's how I chose the name Magic 8 Ball, kind of like the toy from the 80s that, had the water and the little triangle in it. And it would, tell you, you'd ask it a question, it would, give you, a really generic answer. It was kind of like some Nostradamus kind of stuff, but, quirky 80s stuff. Anyway. It was like God himself, blessed the fun-loving audio-visual enthusiast that I am through my most used communication mediums, because he knew how to reach me in a way that I could not only understand, but I then could share his many updates, warnings, and prophecies with the rest of the world. I was put on this earth for this mission specifically, The mission is very simple and clear: decipher God's messages for myself and the people, relay those messages, become lighthouse in the storm. We're all witnessing, rev up together, and to show people what it means to be a man of God through leading by example and sharing my unique interfaith contribution to the faith-based community. If this message resonates with you, I really do hope you continue our media journeys through to the end that is nigh, all the way up to the beginning we've been waiting our whole lives for. I don't mean this physical life only. I also mean our soul's lifetime. Clearly, I can't share all that I believe right here, right now, but I do want everyone to know that part of my mission and God's ministry is the production of the supplemental broadcast and the electronic music career that he has blessed me with because he's given me the creative spark and the strength to get that off the ground after listening to him and following him. Wow, I think it was back in 2020. Yeah, I started OK Copernicus, I'd say late 2020, early 2021. And it was the best thing I ever did. All I had to do was trust in him and turn away from my path in academia and wanting to be validated by what I didn't know at the time, but I now know is this demonic, narcissistic world that has attempted to enslave us through manipulated consent via indoctrination and fear of punishment or exile, as they attempt to drive us into submission through the exploitation of our survival drives, combined with any psychological weaknesses they can find a way to trigger. Now that I've gotten to grow my small production company, signed my first recording contract with an independent record label, and bought a plot of well-situated off-grid land for the upcoming disaster cycle that will not only serve as my new studio headquarters in the safe zone, it will also be serving as an off-grid homesteading artisan community for like-minded people, resettling from the second exodus that has clearly begun. When I was working in the retail sector and when I was working on my degree with intentions of becoming a college professor, I was blind to the reality of the matters by the illusion of reality being forced on me in the 3D world, the 3D matrix. My inability to conform to this inhumane desire of mandating rebranded slavery through manipulated consent was not something God would even consider placing in my hands back then. I wasn't ready to know all of that. But I have reformed and cut ties with anything resembling the enemy in any way. And now I have been blessed with the ability to share so many things with you and provide you further resources through the links in the description box and my posts on other platforms to help keep everyone in the loop. The supplemental broadcast is very much a divinely inspired production, and it's I have committed myself to the service of the community, the universe, and the Lord Most High. Please continue to help grow and share my humble contribution to the cause, because it is very much a great time for us all to prepare for the second coming together as brethren. And wow, that was emotional. That brings us to the end of today's show. Our musical selection today is actually based on the topics of today's show. It's called Magnetic Excursion from my project Transmissions Existential. We have links for that over in the description box, and links for everything else OK Copernicus and Alexandria related. So please be sure to go down and check that out for your featured videos and everything. And I want to thank everyone for being with me again. This adventure is truly, truly, truly great. And please share, like, subscribe, comment, tell friends, tell family about the show and about all this stuff. It's all really important. Like I like to tell you all every episode, please stay prepped, stay safe, stay awesome, and be excellent to one another. And I will see you next time with new info, more music, more fun on the supplemental broadcast. Burn Kid out. Bye, everybody. episode. Featured videos include... Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 27 of the Supplemental Broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting, an OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can also call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I am Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud, and if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box, and please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, comment, tell a friend about the many things we cover in our program and the program itself. Just a friendly reminder before I get started, sometimes I have to take little breaks for recording for solar activity and other things that pop up. I have my hands in a lot of stuff as a multimedia producer, so I do try to get at least 2 episodes out a week and some music videos and some music and some other projects I'm working on. So please hang tight if I get busy. I got a lot going on and I'm doing my best to keep up with it. And I want to thank all of my new subscribers and everyone who's commented and liked and shared. Thank you so very much. I really do appreciate it. Let's get on with today's featured video recommendation, shall we? All right. So first on today's episode, we have Russell Brand. The video is titled Holy, Shush. This new excess death data is worse than we thought. In this piece on excess deaths, it's detailing young people and censorship. He brings us different clips and article snippets to better help document this worldwide issue of excess deaths that has cropped up in recent years, that the international governments, businesses, and mainstream media do not wish to give this matter its proper due. For all the details and specifics that he has been able to gather on this topic and more, head on over to his channel on Rumble to help contribute to freedom, truth, and alternative media movements while viewing the resources I share here on the show. Supporting free speech platforms is crucial, and Rumble is a big supporter of free speech, so definitely be sure to follow me there just to support free speech, guys. Links are in the description box, as always. And our next video today comes in from Neil Oliver, and it's titled Utter Corruption. He opens this video discussing how he gets emails from people who wish for him to take a leadership role to fix the problems of today in lieu of taking matters into their own hands, and gives us a well-thought-out response to these requests that he has been receiving. The wisdom and logic that he imparts on the major international issues that we approach together here on the Supplemental Broadcast are well worth the watch. More people need to act on their own behalf instead of leaving it up to the few who many think it would be better. They would be better at it than they would be themselves. And this has never been efficient. It's never been an efficient way of handling things. And it never will be. It is up to each of us to speak up about the evil, demonic, totalitarian threats that are toyed with before our very eyes to prevent any more encroachment on our rights as citizens. It's about time we showed the top what we think of them in numbers that they cannot possibly deny. And I see a lot more speaking up. Makes me very proud. I hope you guys are a part of it too. All right, and now we have a some disturbing updates from the Biden-Harris campaign and federal government documents from Brylan Riggs on his current event show that focuses on a Christian perspective. The title of this video is A Christian Persecution is About to Get a Lot Worse. The feds have urged banks to flag purchases of Bibles and anything they deem a MAGA transaction. Let's be honest here that we can imagine a vague, biased, highly stereotypical list of anything viewed by the woke-tards or liberals as rural, country, masculine, or pro-American as grounds for domestic surveillance on American citizens, while accusing anyone who buys these items as being connected to domestic extremism through their rather fallacious stereotype thinking. They literally want to do this with anyone who shops at Bass Pro Shops. And like, they aren't mincing words about their hatred of self-sufficient, independent people. They cannot bully, like I encourage you to be here on the program. For more on this, head on over to the link and check out the full video. Oh, wow. I must say that I really do appreciate this newer YouTube show that's come across my path. It's called Truth and History, and it's deep dives into topics both historical and scriptural. This very special edition is about the history of the battle hymn of the Republic's links to both socialism and Unitarian Universalism. This very iconic piece of Americana is not what it appears to be at first glance. It is actually a secular declaration of allegiance to the state, like the state is God, kind of like in communism. Yeah, not good. For this very thorough evaluation and analysis of this very interesting part of American history, be sure to catch this entire episode of Truth and History, titled The Battle Hymn is Not Christian. And now I am very pleased to show you another side of our friendly YouTube geophysicist, Stefan Burns, in this video titled, We Are in a Divine Awakening, Embracing Gaia. If you have been looking for a video about the shifting of the ages, specifically the shifting from the Kali Yuga, also known as the Age of Darkness, to the Shaka Yuga, this age in more mainstream astrology terms is known as the Age of Pisces, and we're shifting into the Age of Aquarius, if you were wondering about the similarities of that. Regardless of if you see things this way, or if you understand it as I do, in accordance with the Book of Revelations and the Earth disaster cycles, the geophysical evidence, learning about these events from different points of view in different cultures and stuff is actually vital for knowledge and discernment. These many events and concepts coinciding from different philosophies from all around the world is of no coincidence and is a sign from God. We should all take heed the warnings and take watch and witness of the prophecies from around the world and throughout the ages that are being fulfilled, so that we may take witness and share the news with all that we might reach. And knowing it from all backgrounds and being able to confirm it, it's just more verification, everyone. Another mega dose of knowledge presented in a way that's easy to digest and format from one of our favorite space weather reporters. As always, go check out Stefan's channel for more geophysics, space weather, and spirituality videos mixed in there as well. And I think today I'm in the mix, hints from pre-production, little psychedelics, and it's how it mixes with cosmic rays and all of that. It's very good stuff. All right, back to the countdown. So eschatology is the study of the end times. And with the study of the end times comes the subject of the rapture and the many views and perspectives that surround it. This video comes in from the channel Footnotes, and it's titled, Did John Darby Invent the Rapture in 1830? So rapture is defined as a feeling of intense pleasure or joy, according to the dictionary. And I'm certain that we all know that that can mean plenty of things to many people. There have been arguments made that there was no such thing as the rapture being mentioned in Christianity until John Darby's work in 1830. But there are also accounts dating back to the 2nd century up through the medieval era mentioning of the rapture. But how to interpret what each writer on the topic truly meant by the highly disputed concept over the ages is really anyone's guess. This is an interesting piece, however, on those who documented a belief in a pre-tribulation rapture. This is not my view. When we come across other evaluations from other views on this topic, I will weigh in on where I actually stand in an upcoming episode scheduled for the near future that is in pre-production as we speak currently. And that wraps up our countdown for episode 27. That brings us to my favorite part, which is my auspicious op-ed, which is my wonderful composure of words in a little monologue for everyone. Something straight from me, something original to share with you. And I hope that you guys come up with some original stuff and you share it with others, because there's no time like now. Now is a great time to do that. So time to get to it. I'm going to take this opportunity to let everyone out there on the internet know that this series, the supplemental broadcast, if you look for me on X, it's a hashtag supplemental broadcast. That has accompanied the hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles archives, has been relatively tame thus far into our streaming media journey. However, considering the apocalyptic events we are all witnessing unfold, it should be pretty safe to say that the topics are heating up and accelerating daily from what I get to sort through in pre-production before all my posts and uploads across X, Tumblr, Rumble, and YouTube. Regardless of the subjects and topics that I will discuss on the show, to spread awareness and information to my audience, rest assured that I have every intention of tailoring some of the most difficult material in a PG / PG-13 friendly format for the greater good of my followers, and so that people don't, get uncomfortable. I am fully aware that many of the topics covered are taboo and even somewhat triggering for some parties based on where they are in their awakening journey and, if there's a traumatic background. But worry not, I shall continue to do my best to bring up important issues and updates in a lighthearted and easy to digest format, with all the included resources and references posted in the description box regularly. Here we are. In the coming weeks, you will notice more videos regarding, spoiler alert, the Khazarians, the old world, the prophetic wealth transfer, the rapture, the April 8th eclipse, judgment of America, the forbidden books of the Bible. It's also kind of known as the complete Bible that just hasn't been approved by the church, the apostate church, esoteric and exoteric principles, the age of the Gentiles, and the perversion of religion from the inside by the dark forces. We will also feature all the wild current events, social commentary, natural disasters, philosophy, theology, and supernatural divine phenomenon that you've come to expect from Magic 8 Ball, myself, and of course, the Most High, who has blessed us with such an exciting adventure. It is not easy to figure out what to fit on each episode, but I try to ensure a good mix of the most important and pertinent information to help my viewers understand and prepare for the many events we're destined to encounter in our near future. I'd also like to take a moment to remind everyone that I provide a very wide open macro view of these end times or cycle shifting events that we're witnessing unfold. If you're still with me this far into the episode, winner, chicken dinner. I am so glad that you're here. If you're still with me this far into the episode, I think that you're awake enough to put this knowledge to a good use after you should take some time to meditate and pray on any of the information you come across, whether it be on my show or any other media that you come across. This is my official disclaimer to you that while, beginners are definitely most welcome on this journey, intermediate and advanced awakened souls will be able to do more with the knowledge I provide. Be forewarned that I provide information from all camps so that we are as aware of the true scope of the times we have found ourselves in. Note that all messages featured pertaining to UFOs, aliens, and archangels Yeah, this is a big disclaimer, guys. Are Luciferian in nature. That's right. Yes, I am aware that not everyone making these videos knows they're doing Luciferian work. So I am certain that not all of the audience knows it either. So be fully aware that these messages provide truth mixed with falsehoods, designed to lead people away from God. That's a straight up disclaimer. The truths embedded are very useful on the journey, but take care not to be manipulated by the resources, as Luciferian materials are designed to be enticing and very soothsaying in nature. We must know our enemy, which is why I share this stuff, and how the great deception is taking place from not only the dark forces like the WEF, but from false light like false religions, cults, and secret societies. Absolutely nothing I share should be taken at face value. It is your privilege to use discernment and wise counsel to make the most of the knowledge I give you for good, and to resist any possible urge to be coerced, tempted, or led astray by shady entities. While using the utmost discernment should be an imperative in all things that we do, I do understand it is important to be realistic about how normal it is for people to think like that. So I am here to remind and encourage all of you to build up all the skills and character that lead to becoming wise and fruitful throughout your lives. And with that concludes our show. If you made it all the way here to the end, you know I'm about to do a musical selection. But if you're looking for a possible prophetic confirmation about this wealth transfer, all I'm going to say is look for more confirmation on Sheena Ibu and move forward. You cannot trust the fiat currency system. You cannot trust the standard markets. Now is the time for precious metals. It is also the time for crypto, but be very, very smart and use your discernment. This isn't trading advice in any way. This is a prophetic, what's what. And don't be lured into things that don't feel right. Always pass everything by the man upstairs. And yeah, there's your little snippet, a little bonus for everyone who made it this far. Thank you for making it this far. And our music selection today is going to be from my project Hunter Hacks and the Western Pleasures, titled Acid Ballet. All the links for all the videos that we discussed in the show are available in the description box, and links to all of where you can get a hold of me, email, everything elsewhere online is there. Please remember, help me in the algorithm, help all of us, help the truth movement, help the freedom movement. Like, share, subscribe, and follow. I guess that brings us to the end of our program. It's been lovely as always. Go be sure to check everything out and tell a friend. Burn Kid out. Thanks so much, Kat. My goodness, it's been such a long day. I forgot to say it. Stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and be excellent to one another, guys. For real. Bye, y'all. Burn Kid out. On today's episode, featured videos include... Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 28 of the supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting and OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can also call me Epitome or Burn Kid, because I am also Epitome the Burn Kid. That's right, musical artist extraordinaire. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles, on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud, and if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble. Should anything happen to this channel, and to support free speech, because free speech is awesome. We couldn't have the show without free speech. All the links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box, and please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, comment, tell a friend about the show and all the many things that we cover in the program, including all the links that I share with you guys. They're like really epic receipts. Friendly reminder, if I itch or glitch, heavy solar activity this time of the year. So my apologies if I itch or glitch or anything. I get itchy around lights and stuff. It happens if I touch too many electronics even. It's just how it is, or there's solar flares or whatever. So worry not. Now, on to today's featured recommendations. Oh boy. Oh, the first one's a fun one. The title of the video is Everything is Fine with a little flame emoji, and this comes in from Clown Planet. So remember my song Do the Do? Yeah. There's a reason I put a dot in between the D, the E, and the W. That stands for direct energy weapon, kids. So let's take a look at its inspiration. The UK's new direct energy weapon, Clown Planet. It's wild. Take a look at this wild death ray edited for your pleasure by the folks at Clown Planet. Highly educational. Remember Lahaina. For real. Remember Lahaina. And remember Texas. That's right. Yeah, we're going to talk about this stuff on here. Absolutely. That's what we're here to do. All right, so go check that out. It's a really amazing footage. If people want to tell you there's no such thing as a direct energy weapon, there's no such thing as a DEW, no. And please listen to my song Do the Do. It's great. All right, enough with my shameless plugging. Our next video comes in. It's Truth in History. They're back with another video in our recommendations titled Christian Zionism and End Time Deceptions. Our host provides a special warning to the fundamentalist evangelical Christians who have, been most deceived by this deception since the Six-Day War in the Middle East that took place in 1970. That has sparked the Christian Zionist movement that has affected Christianity, society, and foreign policy alike. For a well-documented look at this highly prevalent topic in our current events, please be sure to take some time to watch this video in full to learn much more about how Christian Zionism affects us all, especially as Americans and across the Western world. So a free documentary brings us our next feature titled Nazis versus Freemasons, Looting of the Lodges. Since the Nazis thought the Freemasons knew both esoteric and political secrets, they raided and looted Masonic lodges during the Second World War all across Europe. Our story starts with the accounts of the raids and occupation of French Masonic lodges due to the economic ties to arms dealing and insider trading, making them an obvious target for Hitler's regime. Full of rich photographs, historical footage, and high-quality production, this documentary on the Nazis' relationship to Freemasonry is extremely well-made and as informational as it is entertaining. Oh, that could have been a Zagat's review. That was a pretty good one. All right. Next video. I am most happy to provide everyone with another solid prophetic study and eschatology channel. The 1111 sign, that's 11:11, with this video titled The Peace and Safety Error. In the end times, many horrible things are to be experienced, very much like we have all experienced over these past few years. Am I right or am I right? And much of the trials and tribulations are pushed onto people in the name of peace and safety. Again, very similar to what is going on currently in our lives. Let's use the good sense God gave us and discernment in how we progress forward so that we may have a better time going forward than we did when we were caught off guard with no other sources to confirm our suspicions. That there is a lot more than mere obnoxious human funny business going on nowadays. So much more. For more end time study with wit and depth, that's right, wit and depth, Go watch more of the 1111 science videos. They're excellent. All right. So now time to get deep and risk throwing some of you into an existential crisis with a truly apocalyptic deep dive into the Council of Nicaea. Well, YHWH or Yahweh or Yahweh, or it depends on culturally how you pronounce it, of the Old Testament, and Jesus on the Law of Moses. It may surprise many of you that Yahweh is an ancient pagan space god, not God the Father as known by Christ in the New Testament of the Bible, per Jesus' account of God the Father condemning Yahweh's commandments. The only reason is misunderstanding has been as destructive as it has is the legalism and control of the Roman Catholic Church, which is a pagan subversion of Orthodox Christianity that resulted in much blood being spilled of very godly people deemed heretics by a bunch of cultural appropriators who don't want to give up their pagan rights. That's like kind of basically what happened. And yeah, the Protestants, everyone branched on that. They're guilty too. This is the apostate church, so listen up. It's time to talk some truth. If you're ready to have your mind blown open to better discern scripture upon the knowledge of the corruption of the Bible dating back nearly 2 millennia, you got to check out this channel. Great logic, hard facts, and an awesome opportunity to grow. Coming in from Static in the Attic. Again, the name of the channel is Static in the Attic. And I watched a few more of their videos. Very good. Very good videos. Very informative. And last up on today's program is British comedian Andrew Lawrence sounding off on the Rebuilding Trust theme touted by the Davos set this WEFCON 2024. Solid overview, dry wit, hard facts. This video has it served up, concentrated with colorful illustrations to complement this thoughtful monologue on why we definitely will never trust Uncle Klaus. For more comedy and current events, go check out the channel. His name is Andrew Lawrence. I put all the links for these videos and more in the description box below. And it's time for my favorite part of the show, my auspicious op-ed. I composed some original thoughts together. They're composed of words, and I'm going to share these words with you. I hope that you share some original words of your own with all of us, and that you share your truth and light with the world. All right, so here's today's op-ed. Do not be fooled by sophist rhetoric. If something sounds like a slogan and rolls off the tongue of virtue signalers rampantly, it's probably a good idea to evaluate the statement thoroughly, taking extra care to mindfully reflect on what hides in between the lines. I have some great examples of this phenomenon of virally fallacious buzz phrases that should help shed a light on the malignant 21st century trend of deceptive language traps and tricks. The first red flag phrase that I can think of is the term, air quotes, threat to democracy. The way that it's being tossed about with an inverted inference. To claim that free speech or freedom of information is a threat to democracy is a dead giveaway that the individual spouting such nonsense, that's right, is threatened by democracy and any sense of freedom or fairness. They are threatened by it. They are not open to it. They are xenophobic to freedom, truth, and fairness and equality. Yeah, that's right. That's what they're really up to. Wow. Yeah, what a tirade. I'm sorry that I went off on a tirade. Anyway, I get really emotional about this stuff. Never forget that the root diseases of the politicized, ignominious tirades sweeping social media on the daily is the same vicious cocktail of narcissism and codependency required for any cult to form. Yeah, that cult starts indoctrinating you early on in public school and daycare and all this other places, right? I think so. I find it kind of funny that the people who have been crying punch a Nazi for the past decade have turned out to be like the saddest, most dysfunctional bunch of neo-Nazis the world has ever seen. So much so that they are entirely unaware of just how much they quite literally mirror the behavioral patterns and beliefs of a National Socialist with a globalist queer twist to it. It is almost painful to watch their cluelessly blind hypocrisy in just about everything they claim to stand for. The next standout phrase I get to hear a lot from those still asleep, aka the normies and sheeple, that is amazingly tone deaf, is the leftist crowd pleaser decolonize your mind. If your gut said that's a trap, ding, 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 you are going on to the next round. If you also heard a little voice, perhaps your inner self remark, decolonization is recolonization, you foolish hypocrite, I'm going to go ahead and award you some metaphysical bonus points. Here's some bonus internet, serious business, because if you heard that, you heard right. The woke have a desire to recolonize the world in their severely myopic dystopian vision, and it is a bluntly anti-human, maliciously divisive death cult with an extremely severe greed and fetish problem, to say the very least, with a twist of Satanism thrown in for good measure. At this point, it is quite safe to say that if you hear the words diversity, equity, inclusion, workers' rights, unions, or green initiatives, you should instead hear the words satanic, Luciferian, communist, socialist, autocratic, technocratic, totalitarian, adulterous, perverted, and death cult, because that is what they are. I don't think I have too much more to say on this topic, but can you relate? I know that a decade ago, I stayed a bit too silent and too tolerant on these matters, especially in my social group. I was way, way, way too tolerant. Once I started speaking up, my liberal and atheist friends were very quick to let me know that if you do not enable their agendas and delusional beliefs, that they are anything but tolerant, caring, or understanding. I didn't want to believe that people who I used to consider friends and peers would openly and willingly choose less than benevolent beliefs, but here we are, and let me be the first to tell you that the truth shall set you free. I don't know how people can consider themselves to have the moral or intellectual high ground while refusing to respect the rights of traditional moral values common throughout benevolent faiths of the world, once common across the developed world, in favor of godless, lawless, narcissistic preferences and hedonistic priorities with no regard for who gets hurt, greater society included. We can be silent no more, and I implore all people of any faith, the interfaith community, and the benevolent agnostics out there especially, to take the time and care to fight this anti-theist, atheist, fetishist, sociopathic death cult that has blossomed before us and is trying to take the globe. Let's also take care to help those recover who wish to reform and change their ways and leave this way of life, but do so very wisely. The dark forces and false light have been having a field day manipulating us through language, politics, and entertainment especially. So stay alert, especially to their weird gang sign Illuminati signaling with their hands and their triangles and their one eyes and all of that. Just keep your eyes open, everyone. That's my bit of advice for this week's show. That's the auspicious op-ed, and that brings us to the end of our show. I want to thank everyone for being here with me. Today's musical selection is under my project, Aztec Adventure, and the track's title is Woo Woo Everywhere, because we talk a lot about some woo woo up here on Supplemental Broadcast, and I hope you're talking about some woo woo too, because it's time to woo woo wake up, y'all. All right, so thanks again so much for joining me. I'm Epitome the Burn Kid, aka Jess. Whatever you want to call me, it's all good. Please remember to share, like, subscribe, follow, tell a friend. Come find me on Tumblr, Twitter, SoundCloud, and look for the Copernican Dispatch on Spotify, Amazon, actually everywhere that's got music, TikTok, all of it, and all of the projects are there too, so go check it out. And yeah, as always, definitely stay safe, stay awesome, be excellent to one another, get prepping, it's getting real, y'all, okay? And I'll see you next time on the Supplemental Broadcast. Epitome out.
On today's episode, featured videos include
Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 29 of the supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting and OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can also call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud. And if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box. And please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, and tell some friends and family about the many things we cover in our program here. Just a friendly little programming reminder. There's a lot of heavy solar activity going on. So, because of my EMF sensitivity, if I itch or glitch, I apologize. And the show, I used to put it out weekly. Now I'm putting it out what I call regularly. So, this is about 2 episodes every 7 to 10 business days because my production schedule has gotten a lot heavier. And this isn't the only thing that I produce. So, please be patient with me as I adjust to a new workflow and contracts and stuff coming in. And on to today's featured video recommendations. Our first feature today on today's broadcast comes in from the Blair White Project, and this episode is a humdinger. Title of this video is "The Horrifying Disney to Epstein Island Pipeline" is the title. And from Tradwife influencer silliness to FatCon to Disney's link to Epstein's Island. This edition of the project is jam packed with so much weirdness from across the internet. This most unusual 21st century. Like, for real, inverse puritanical claims and assertions by the younger set have gotten wild across social media these days. If you want to see the receipts, check out Blair's channel for more wild rides through social media commentary. If they weren't filming it and putting it on TikTok, I wouldn't know about it. So I thank everyone who actually does the hard work of scouring TikTok and YouTube and everything. I'm so lucky Magic 8 Ball brings the videos to me, but we each have our place, don't we? Well, our next video comes in from Suspicious Observers. It's the certainty of Earth's coming catastrophe. A little thing I've been talking about. So we all need to talk much more about the geomagnetic excursion disaster cycle that is about to occur in our lifetime. And this video from Suspicious Observers should help us all do that with more ease and preparedness. So basically, every 12,000 years, a major cataclysmic disaster cycle occurs on Earth with a mini disaster punctuating at the 6,000 year intervals. The last one involved, like, Noah and was mentioned in the Bible in the Epic of Gilgamesh. The event that we're waiting to take place last caused the dramatic changes that caused the last ice age. And the experts want to front like what what gets hot doesn't get cold as ice. It starts with heating, then it becomes like the day after tomorrow. That's like sort of how that rolls. So yeah, nice job, hoaxers. For a plethora of information related to space weather and the disaster cycle, for everyone who has woken up to the hoax, please be sure to head on over to Suspicious Observers channel for more edutaining installments of informational cataclysmic cycle information and space weather, of course. And our third video is coming in from Neil Oliver, and the title of this video is Davos, the Davos three-pronged attack on our freedom. So Davos is a place where those who understand society the least go to jump rank on the natural order and plot our every move and facet of self. Or so they think. Neil Oliver knows this all too well and delivers this excellent monologue on the WEF's tyranny of the minority, which historically has always led to the destruction of the many, when the delusional few with the most try to take the little of what they have left for us away from us. It never ends well for these guys. It never ends well for us. That's just how it is. Like they did back in the days of overt feudalism, unlike now where it's like covert and technological. This video is definitely the three this video titled three prong attack on our freedom. This is a highly recommended that you go head on over and listen to the entire piece. All right, Orson, from trigonometry, we have Alice. So it's time for us to address the facts surrounding the particle. Some feature the guys at trigonometry. In this video, communist spies in Hollywood with Michael Malice is who they're interviewing. We get to enjoy some lively dialogue, getting down to the meat of matters with the Red Scare in Hollywood and the propaganda that surrounded it. I think communist threats we see popping up across the Western world, disguised so conveniently as workers' unions, DEI, CRT, NGOs, and highly misguided student or minority activist organizations. Yeah, that's how it looks now. Isn't it cute? So yeah, for the straight joke on this topic, coupled with a few laughs, be sure to head on down to the links for more from trigonometry. And fifth up from the channel Apostolic Majesty, the title of the next video is The Fall of the Soviet Union. So yeah, speaking of communism, our next feature is going to showcase the still going rivalry between communism and capitalism that has continued and mutated over the past several decades. This lecture is a bit lengthy, coming in nearly 3.5 hours long, but considering how most people under 40 have been brainwashed into becoming a communist or tolerating communist ideals as a virtue, I was once guilty of this. I was way too tolerant. It is a lecture no longer being given in schools. And when I found that out, I woke up. I was lucky to have been given these lectures. Someone's got to get the word out. Here I am getting the word out. They're not informing people of the truth about what happened in the Soviet Union. They don't tell the truth about Stalin. They praise him. They praise Lenin. They tell the truth about none of this. Isn't that gross? I think that's pretty gross. Well, anyway, why not save some hard-earned money on an audit or a community college course and just strap in for this lecture instead? And, fill in the blanks where the teachers and professors conveniently left out some very important information about why communism doesn't work. It's a pretty solid lecture. It's actually really good. Strap in. And last up, on today's show, we have a piece titled Psychological and Spiritual Manipulation, coming in from Justice and his channel, with his wisdom and insights on how to deal with sketchy happenings common throughout the prophetic community. Sketchy things happen, guys. So he's calling out scams, sorcery, narcissists, and dropping some heavenly rhymes. It's what Justice is all about. I think this is one of his most helpful videos for people in the beginning stages of emotional, social, and spiritual discernment. For advice, spiritual takes, and some godly beats mixed with fun and casual interactive live chats with his audience almost daily, I think. Don't forget to head down to the links in the description box and find his channel and this video for more. And now it's time for my favorite part of the show, my auspicious op-ed. I composed some words about some things I was thinking about that I want to share with everyone that I think are important. And I hope it inspires you to compose some words about something you think is important and share it with everyone else, because, well, that's what makes the internet a better place, isn't it? All right. On to today's auspicious op-ed. So America has viewed itself as exceptional quite fallaciously since its advent, but is about to find out that being exceptional has a dark side, and that one is only exceptional until they simply are no longer relevant. Perhaps disingenuous is more fitting than fallacious, but both should suffice. Nevertheless, it is pretty clear to me that this exceptionality fetish should have been a dead giveaway that the malignant narcissistic death clock has infiltrated our systems to a highly dangerous and threatening degree. But instead, those groomed by the ideals of the elites who did not get burned by their advice and were bribed out of their supposed poverty by some philanthropic program in exchange for becoming a leftist proselytizer with no thought or regard for what you have given up in exchange for their approval and their blessing. Kind of like when you go to college and like it's they shame you for like believing in God, or when you go to high school and they shame you for believing in God in science class. This is the kind of leftist proselytizing I'm, kind of inferring. Our Constitution provides our culture with some unique bonuses. The powers that be are trying tirelessly to render obsolete. We have a freedom of speech that threatens every institutional narrative. We have a religious plurality that could only exist with the freedom of and from religion. And we have a Second Amendment to protect us from evil socialists, communists, and terrorist sleeper cells just waiting to pull another stunt on our soil. Yet now we face mandated speech, a mandated secular religion being imposed on all with no regard for the cultural destruction being imposed on our melting pot citizenry. And they want to reduce the Second Amendment's power to a point that I recommend all people know how to bear all forms of arms, including and especially the two attached to our torsos. These are the most important arms we got, guys. Know how to use them. You might need it. I'm a pacifist, and I'm telling you to use your arms, and I'm a pacifist. I know this from experience, guys. But as a pacifist, I know how to throw a solid right jab followed by a left hook if I have to. I was bullied growing up in the 80s, mostly for being mixed and obviously gifted. And you had to know how to defend yourself or else. And back then, our parents taught us to. And anti bullying literally is, I would rather be punched in the face and put in a struggle session. Okay. I'd rather be free to say what I want to say to everyone around me than be oppressed by the ideals of people who don't even know what being a human truly means. All right, guys. Just want to put that out there. I don't want to be mistaken for being someone I'm not. Unfortunately, my younger peers, they were subjected to far worse than the nonsensical zero tolerance indoctrination they unleashed on us Zennials in the 90s. These kids were brought up with the farce of anti-bullying and social contracts and need to learn some self-defense skills, hand-to-hand combat, and how to protect yourself with common household items as the bare minimum needed to make it through what I think may unfold within our borders sooner rather than later. These kids have no self-defense skills. If a sleeper cell erupted up the street, they'd be calling 911, not even knowing what to do, and that is not going to help you in the situations that are going to come, especially after this upcoming eclipse. We have been invaded. They've shown the evidence. They've shown the footage. The UN has funded it. They have been working at this scheme for decades now, literally since the 1930s. They want their new world order, and we have to be ready for anything in exceptional America. We're exceptional Americans. That's right. If they want to be exceptional one way, we'll be exceptional another. We need to be safe, secure, and in no need of any of their systems or services whatsoever if we are to transition to a much better way of life smoothly after the fall of this decrepit civilization. But for that, we must prepare for the fall of this decrepit civilization. Are you prepared? Let's help each other prepare. Please prepare. Please, please, I'm begging of you. It all starts with some talk and reflecting. May we all become well prepared together, like the truly exceptional Americans and all my brothers and sisters around the world who are dealing with these issues. Insert your country's name where I say American. I feel you. I get you. I feel you guys. We should all be striving to be. For my lovely audience around the world, please reflect on what your cultures are dealing with if it's different from what we're dealing with here in the West. I know that everyone's got stuff going on right now, guys. So please reflect. And please share. Let us know what's going on. So I have more to share with you guys on the broadcast. Without everyone sharing this stuff, I wouldn't have anything to share with y'all. And rest assured, they won't silence us. Rest assured, they're going to try though. They're going to try relentlessly. So don't let your guard down. Let's teach them a little something about failure. They've been long overdue for one because you do not become excellent until you have failed. You do not learn what being burnt is until you have touched that stove, my friends. And they have discouraged everyone from acquiring true, real, practical, legitimate, and especially spiritual knowledge. All right. And that brings us to the end of today's show. Oh, that was lovely, everyone. Today's musical selection down in the description box below, including the official music video links, Pole Shift from me, Epitome the Burn Kid, all of the other links for where to follow me, how to get a hold of me, other cool stuff I'm doing, how to contribute to the show. Let me know what you think. Email and everything's below if you feel so blessed to help keep this production going. My PayPal link for OK Copernicus is also included below. Everything goes to expanding production quality, equipment, and hopefully, fingers crossed, I can bring in staff soon and really get this party started. So thank you again, everyone, for being with me. Like I like to tell you guys, stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and be excellent to one another. Keep learning, keep growing, and I cannot wait to see everyone next time on the Supplemental Broadcast. Bye, everyone. Burn Kid out.
On today's episode, featured videos include
Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 30 of the Supplemental Broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting and OK Copernicus Production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles, on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more that I post. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud. And if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen in this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box. And please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, and tell a friend about the many things we cover here in our program. Just a friendly reminder before I get started, heavy solar activity, got a CME coming in either today or tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. So if I glitch or itch or, do stuff like this, I'm sorry. I'm like allergic to excess light particles, evolutionary health things. So whatever. Anyway, on to today's featured video recommendations. So, first video comes in from Redacted, titled Hang On. Bill Gates just said, "What about vaccines? Are you kidding?" So, who wants us to think all vaccines are great and to ask no questions for the greater good or face behavioral modification procedures? That's right. Farmer Dr. Mad Philanthropist Bill Gates does. Like we asked his opinion. Vaccines are relatively new to humanity. Medications are relatively new to humanity, but date back to the 1800s. Think Civil War medicine. Vaccines only go back to about 1950. And electricity, turn of the century. So there's a lot of this stuff is really, really new that all of us we've been immersed in our whole lives. and we don't really know the end result. So take a deep dive with the team from Redacted on why infectious disease was on the decline. That's right, before the advent of vaccines. But post vaccination and the modern medicine era, like after like the 60s, these rates are on a continual rise. Do I hear depopulation murmurs again? I think I do. Head on over to Redacted for the stories you need to hear and that the others won't cover. Second on today's program comes in from the channel Armor of God, Spiritual Warfare. And the title of this video is Father Joseph Anuzi, the Extraterrestrial Brothers, Nephilim, and what the church says about the ETs. So did you ever wonder, I'm sure you did, ever wonder what the Roman Catholic clergy's view on ETs, space aliens, was? Well, Armor of God Spiritual Warfare is a YouTube channel that takes questions from their viewers, researches Catholic doctrine, and clergy statements to provide answers to the viewers. And this installment focuses on the church's stances on the extraterrestrial brothers and features different interview snippets on the topic. For more on such fascinating niche topics, be sure to check out their channel and search for titles that strike your curiosity, because they really cover some humdingers if you like aliens and exorcism, all of that interesting stuff. Right. Second, we have video in from Ireland Clark, and the title of this video is Matrix Collapse. This will save you. Ascension, New Earth. So we've discussed the prophetic wealth transfer a bit lightly on the program already on the past few episodes, and now we're going to view it from the ascension perspective, more common across the New Age light worker demographic. While I do not share much agreement with the ideals and goals of this demographic, I have found that their forecasted events coincide very much so with prophecy, and their prophecies are being fulfilled just as frequently as biblical, Buddhist, and indigenous prophecies are all coming true. New Earth is equivalent to the new kingdom in biblical prophecy. Ascension is the evolutionary process that involves the sun and the Schumann resonance, and Mystery Babylon is the 3D matrix. It is important for us to learn and listen to all videos on what puzzle pieces have people have come across. I've seen too many make the mistake of only listening to the puzzle pieces that they're familiar with, and are really missing out on expanding and figuring out more of this mosaic we're all crafting together, building and I guess unpacking this mystery, so to say. So if this viewpoint or curiosity about this resonates with you and you think you should go check out this point of view, head on over to Ireland Clark's channel for more on her views of the unfolding events of our times in current events here. Now, in from channel Old World Florida, the title of this video is Airships Uncovered When Heavenly Giants Floated Over Florida. So I don't have a lot to say about the selection because it really does speak for itself. I do highly advise you click on the link. It's really good for Old World Florida's videos, all of their videos. This one's exceptionally good, though, with the airships. Beautiful music is set to well-maintained silent era motion picture footage from the early 20th century. It is amazing what the world was like 100 years ago. They really did like their airships and their blimps. They really did, and it was pretty cool. I recommend you go check it out. This kind of footage, it's amazing it's lasted. It's beautiful. It's not nearly as fickle as this internet, which could go bloop in like 1 second. Oh, what a... All right. Another one in from our buddies at Redacted. The WHO pandemic treaty will change everything. Good thing. It's in deep. Yeah, one of them no words in the titles. I'm too cute to say. So anyway, now it's time to take a look at this one. So calling this thing a treaty. It's an open admission. They've waged war on sovereign countries and citizens alike. Am I right or am I right? That's like what they did. So this type of overstep is something that they have gotten used to having little to no pushback over. We are literally at war with unelected, unconstitutional for-profit NGOs that only look out for the well-being of the most elitist of the elitists. Want to hear more about their proposed binding agreements to cover an infodemic? That's right, infodemic. They want to lock you in your house because someone posted a meme that upset their fragile sensibilities. And that's what happened. Yeah. Yeah, these guys think they're better than us. I think they're showing that. Want to hear more about their proposed binding agreements and their other weird ideas? Head on over to Redacted to get more on these greedy, gluttonous globalists. Triple G, gluttonous globalists. All right, we got a fun one to finish up with, everyone. So let us finish our show today with a little esoteric mix from Agrippa's diary titled "The Martinist Order: The Unknown Heirs of the Christian Kabbalistic Arts." This is a well-illustrated and narrated documentary on the Martinists, a group of Christian mystics who developed notable practices in the efforts of enlightenment and communion with the divine. This group had a strong focus on communicating with the angelic hierarchies, which is a common theme popping up across prophetic messages from a multitude of backgrounds and perspectives. To learn more about the history and impact of the Martinist order and its links to Luciferianism, it's kind of like the New Age one, be sure to watch the entire video to gain a good understanding of this group's basic principles and goals. We're very soon over on my new program, Pan Penent Pious Prophetic Ponderings. Look for it. It's on both Rumble and YouTube. We are about to, on I think episode 3 or 4, we're about to actually discuss King James and his paranoia about being hunted down by, like witches and stuff, and him literally banning the magic that God literally endowed and gave instructions for Abraham, Moses, and Enoch brought down more instruction. They banned us from knowing astrology when you have to know astrology to please God, to know the end times and to know where things are and what things are happening. For more on those takes, I'm not really going to do those on this show because I'm going to keep my more religious, spiritual, theosophical, anthroposophical, all of that. That's going to be on PPPPP Ponderings. So if you see videos that say PPPPP Ponderings, that is my very focus on eschatology from a multicultural perspective, but we're keeping a very, very, very biblical focus and where I think things might go right or wrong, because I have a lot of sets of instructions to follow and to decipher. And I've been called to help guide everyone through that half of the journey separate from the show. So look out for that show. And on to my favorite part of this show, my auspicious op-ed, where I thought about some stuff. I composed some words for everyone that I think matter. I think they mean something. And I hope it inspires you to do something similar, because this is how we're going to change the world together, everyone. So here goes. Are you braced for the upcoming collapse of fiat currency, a Western culture that has long surpassed its zenith? We are in Satan's little season. And the definitive end to the corrupt, narrative-driven push to adulterate all of human history. These factors are looming onto the horizon, but I wonder how many of our citizens are truly prepared for the true magnitude of so many shifts occurring all at once. The time to prepare is coming to a close, but the time to prepare to catapult into thriving amidst the unknown as we evolve and co-create the new era that we're witnessing the labor pains of as we speak together. Yeah, we can do that. The matrix is composed of grids, and we're watching each layered tier of said grids erode, corrode, and decline as we speak. Who would have thought that the surge in chronic conditions and premature death is directly linked to our ignorant, careless usage and treatment of electricity, sound, and energy waves, information, material goods, food, water, soil, and much more. Once you throw in the complete emotional, social, and spiritual neglect coerced on us from our indoctrinatory industries, yeah, that's a lot. You know, the big three: government, business, and academia. They've taken everything. To be completely honest with everyone, I don't know what kind of crackhead on Skid Row would appeal to authority like has been appealed to. But I bet it was brought up in a well-to-do home, saturated in some highly selective, outdated lies about loyalty, effort, and some collectivist lie about entitlements based on the former. I hate admitting this, but from my observations, many people under 40 seem to be prone to these lies. The more educated they are, combined with how easy things have been handed to them and how much they have been given their way on many matters, the more likely this group is going to have a great deal of adversity for the first time ever, thus setting them up for an extremely brutal proving ground. Those who live by fiat currency will die by fiat currency. Is it not time to talk about this openly and honestly? You can't be dependent on monopoly money for survival. You can't do that. In the coming days, your human capital is going to take its rightful place as a fundamental primary priority, because only your time, skills, knowledge, and contributions or productions will have any meaningful value at all. I am thankful for this myself, but I do have great concerns and a great deal of compassion for those who are not prepared to transition to a mostly agrarian, either decentralized or fully independent cultural framework. If you are currently residing in a city or are fully dependent on the employment and currency paradigm, I would humbly urge you to start learning some rural skills and taking steps to secure some land off grid away from densely populated centers, with all the things that you need, of course. With those prophesied disaster cycle, pulse shift, societal collapse, and civil unrest that is, prophesied to be coming very soon, the time to become as little dependent as possible on public infrastructure or private businesses to secure your food, water, shelter, and basic material needs as humanly possible is for the best. Please keep up to date with all emergency and disaster prep needs, and do your best to form co-ops locally, regionally, and worldwide with the internet resources we still have working while they still work. Keep your earnings and savings safe by converting them wisely into precious metals, crypto, and other alternative investments such as art, antiques, or land. Items like books, all lamps, candles, generators, grills, and manual tools are important to acquire before the ability to buy them is gone entirely. That goes also for, the arms that are not attached to us that we might need to bear. Although I really advise people learn like archery and learn to use their arms and stuff. I really do. I truly believe that. Manual is because you're going to run out of, what goes in the other, and you run out of them, and then what can you do? Beat them with the stock? That's no good. So anyway, I love digressing on here with you guys. It's so much fun. Remember to keep extra food, water, fuel, and needed hygiene, medical, and cleaning supplies set apart in safe, weatherproof storage. Very important. And the easiest way to go into the unknown is to go in prepared, and we're going in whether we like it or not. So let's go in prepared. having each other's back, and let's try to have a good time while we're at it. I think we can have a good time learning and prepping together. And that's today's show for everyone. It's so lovely, yet again. Our musical selection today is Escaping the Matrix from my project Transmissions Existential. And this link for that song on SoundCloud and to all the other ways to get a hold of me, follow me, find out what's going on, see what I'm producing, all of those are below. We appreciate any and all donations. PayPal link is below for OK Copernicus Productions. And if you're interested in, well, getting a hold of me, you need something like want to know something about the show, have a question, want me to do something on the show. Yeah, the email is down in the description box, so let me know. And like I like to tell you guys every time, stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome. You guys are totally awesome. And stay and just keep on being excellent to one another. Let's keep learning and growing together because we're gonna rock this disaster cycle. That's right. All right. So yeah, we had a great show. I'll see everyone next time. The epitome out.
On today's episode, featured videos include today's bonus features.
Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 31 of the supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting and OK Copernicus Production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can also call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud. And if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. You know how that censorship industrial complex likes to roll. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box. And please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, and tell some friends and family about the many things we cover in our program and our show. And a really exciting, fun programming note. Now we're going to have some bonus videos. So instead of 6 features, we're going to go over 6, but I'm going to throw 6 more in so that you have a way better, more comprehensive syllabus for the matters of today. And without further ado, oh yeah, if I glitch or itch, it's been really wild since this eclipse in terms of solar energy. I've been having to take afternoon naps, so please pardon me if I yawn or have to scratch my face or anything. Okay, so on to today's featured video recommendations. First up on our docket of recommendations, we have this most excellent entry titled Child Abuse. Tucker Carlson and Jordan Peterson on the left exploiting Greta Thunberg. And yeah, this is some important stuff, y'all. If you were not aware of this issue of this young Aspergian girl, Greta, being groomed by the WEF, you know, and deep state, like Illuminati affiliated organizations at a very impressionable young age. I believe she was a middle schooler when they intervened with her. She's currently 21. With a clearly noticeable, and it's very noticeable that she has a developmental disability. She talks about it quite frequently, actually. And it is an absolutely despicable, satanic act of manipulation, control, and exploitation So pervasive, the poor girl could never have a normal life if she did, in fact, come to her senses about the deception used to trauma bond with her enough to weaponize her against the masses. Thankfully, some relatively influential personalities are talking about it to raise some awareness, along with some moral and ethical questions regarding the intentions and methods of these elitists who like to turn many a world upside down and many a worldview too. Second on today's list of features, we have one example of many that I had received on the topic of exposing the truth about Easter, and posted several in this week's entries into the YouTube recommended chronicles over on X and on Tumblr. This feature comes in from Ramel McQueen and is titled, "Would you celebrate Easter after you watch this?" You got me, Mel. Well, Easter is not a Christian holiday. It is a repurposed pagan holiday that results in little more than a false idolatrous holiday designed to blend and merge the Roman Empire into a papal veneer of pagan Rome. This blasphemous heretical dupe on the many who try to do the right thing as as the Christian churches have taught them to do is nothing more than a Luciferian deception by the modern church, carried over by the corrupt leadership in church and state to prevent and persecute those who follow Christ's command to observe Passover in remembrance of him, not the Catholics' weird bastardized replacement known as Communion, Lent, Ash Wednesday, Good Friday, Easter, and all the likes. These are all pagan placating deceptions. This was to keep the pagans in Rome happy when they became, Christian Rome. So it was a very deceptive time. If you do care about what God wants, I encourage you to dig a little deeper and do the research into Passover and the other holy days and feasts and stuff. So, what just happened on our Earth? This is a great series. Such a simple title to cover a well compiled array of natural disaster videos to show us some divinely miraculous signs from the channel titled World of Signs. After you see enough of these, you can fully understand how it was to so easy to pass off God's masterful work as a human error to wastefully fight in vain. Talk about distractions, cover ups, and denial becoming a toxic secular norm. Footage like this makes it quite easy to see how manipulated media narratives aided in the brainwashing of young Greta Thunberg. Enjoy this coverage covering March 5th of their March 2024 archive. They do it in parts. I don't really know how long a part is, but they're really fantastic. Go check that out. And now for our fourth feature, we have a clip from Sky News Australia titled "Ireland's Government Completely Out of Touch with Its Own People as Woke Agenda Rejected." And the people of Ireland have spoken via public referendum and voted against their government's attempts to change the language of their constitution regarding women and family to their new, sterile, progressive domestic ideals that did not jive or resonate with the common man. May we all applaud the bold and open preservation of cultural norms and standards put under threat by the affluent and indoctrinated on the daily. Everyone who stands up against this, I applaud you 100%. Love y'all. Our fifth feature today is an important video to take note of from suspicious observers titled "Safe Zones, Animal Anomalies, Primary Risks, Advanced Catastrophism." So for the 411 on what to do for the big 911, the impending disaster cycle that's due to strike in full force over the next decade or so. Well, this is a video to save to your favorites and share with some loved ones. Not all of the events we have been seeing are simple enough to be reduced merely to our wow. My brain just totally froze. I'm sorry, everyone. I told you I glitch sometimes. Not all of the events we have been seeing are simple enough to be reduced merely to the judgment of the Most High. It's just not as simple as that. Part of this puzzle is having the knowledge, discernment, discipline, and obedience to make it to New Earth. These videos I share with you all regarding the disaster cycle are designed to help you do just that, maintain the knowledge needed to survive to see the New Earth. If you haven't started planning, I'd start post haste, like for real. Finally, a fascinating cautionary message from Sam the Illusionist titled The Last Days of the Old World Important Metatron. I implore you all to use the utmost discernment and discretion with these suspected Luciferian channelers because there is a lot we can learn from them about the deception, even though it appears they do not understand the deception behind the Metatronic social complex being channeled. For more on that, please go check out my new vlog to complement the supplemental broadcast called the Pan Panen Pious Prophetic Ponderings. On Rumble, it has its own channel. Here on YouTube, it's under Alexandria. It's a separate playlist where I delve deeper into the more controversial side of evaluating the more spiritual and philosophical side of more contestable content that I share. So please be sure to check out the links in the description box below for Sam's channeled account of the last days of the old world, because this is a recurring cycle and it is best to be knowledgeable and at the ready. And now I am most happy to introduce a new feature to the show to ensure everyone gets more bang for their buck in the receipts department. Please be sure also to take a moment to check out the following features in the description box below. I'm not going to go over them, but they are notable enough for me to tell you about them, which means you should probably check them out. And they are the Deep State is Awesome, Insane New York Times Go Full Mouthpiece of the State preview number 329 with Russell Brand. The Booty is the Downfall of Judah. True story, y'all. From the School of the Lost Tribes channel. Armor of God, Spiritual Warfare, the Infiltration of the Freemasons in the Catholic Church. Many Prophets, One Message, Islam and the Occult, Episode 3, Demons. Philosophy Insights, Ayn Rand, The Real Motive for the Socialist Mindset. That is a really good one, guys. Go check that out. And Camp Constitution, A Republic, Not a Democracy by Dan Smoot, 1966, April 18th. And all those links are below. And now we get to go to my favorite part of the show, which is my auspicious op-ed. I composed some words that mean something. And I hope they mean something to you. And if it encourages you to, put together some words that mean something and share them, I really hope it does, because we need a lot more of that these days in the world. Do we not? I think we do. All right, so here we go. Some words. These interesting times have been curiously accelerating with each passing day, week, month, and year since this decade I've dubbed the Roaring 2.0s has commenced. It had become very clear to me that dependence is the linchpin to all of the dark forces' plans for those they wish to exploit, enslave, and depopulate. Without dependence, they immediately lose their ability to abuse fallacy through their sophist rhetoric, manufacture consent through means of dishonest reasoning, and other fear or debt-based manipulations artificially implemented by these long over tolerated self assuming authorities. Bribing people through false and ill intended promises of incentives, benefits, and protections that come with undisclosed and often irrecoverable costs in the form of lost rights, imposed fees, and progressively increasing penalties is the basic primary framework that we, the people, have been beyond too polite and accommodating in its presence. Like, this is a real threat, y'all. This contemporary hyper civility was intentionally conditioned into our society through its various systems, through the temptation and deception rooted in what appear to be the standards of acquiring wealth and status. I have intentionally removed power from this analysis because, unlike my usual rants regarding the elitist ruler class and their notoriously intellectually groomed professional managerial class cronies, this auspicious op ed has more to do with their lesser known counterparts, the rural or mercantile elite, aka small town tyrants, and the suburbanite undergrads tricked into indentured servitude. The intentional classist and racist outsourcing of the service and conscription classes speaks volumes regarding the current and ongoing subversive globalist agenda to commit a cultural genocide of working class peoples they wish to eliminate or disenfranchise. The other main attack on this class is the contemptuous treatment received in the form of low pay, no benefits, and being treated like less than a full human for not meeting the elitist credentialization to stratification, pay to play societal model that is designed to destroy anyone who does not submit to their indoctrination and subjugation through education, industry, and politics. Without our compliance, entertainment, and care, this group of unknowingly dependent manipulators has taken their deviant and abhorrent ways of order and understanding to an inexcusably genocidal level. They have developed a system leveraged against anyone who won't yield to their draconian practices rooted in a centuries old Jesuit led cloaked insurrection of the once veiled malevolent occultist orders and religiously inverted apostate deceptions embedded within sects of all the major religions of the world. This system, for the entirety of the modern and contemporary eras, was built after centuries of pillage, deceit, and repopulation. These depopulators love selective repopulation just like every other eugenicist who is on an insatiable quest for control and perfection. But do they know just how lost and off base these assertions are in the face of those who embody authentic values, knowledge, and wisdom? I think their subconscious knows, but their conscious mind will do any amount of work to find a way to make the truth they despise simply just disappear. That leads us today where we all live in this hyper civilized technocratic state of misery, repression, and demoralization. It's not too late to do the right thing. It's not too late to take a bold, profound stands for truth, freedom, divinity, and knowledge so that we might become that much more matured and developed in our forging. Without these challenges set before us, we do not have the resources nor the stimuli required for growth. As we embrace this great age of apocalyptic evolution, may we all take part in the embracing, releasing, and cultivating of all phenomenon that has boiled over on that long neglected back burner. It is up to us to prevent and stop every part of this great genocide we've been witnessing unfold in regards to our culture, communities, and families before we accidentally turn tolerance, politeness, and cooperation into an unfortunately fatal exercise of lethally dysfunctional cordiality. And that's today's show. How lovely. Our musical selection today comes in from my project Aztec Adventure and is titled The Great Awakening. Links to the track are in the description box below. And all the links to follow the YouTube Recommended Chronicles over on X and Twitter, and how to get a hold of me via email. All my Rumble links are down there with all the links to everything displayed in the program. And I want to thank you all again for having another wonderful supplemental broadcast with me. Like I like to tell you guys, stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and please continue to be excellent to one another, because we need so much of that in the world right now. Bye, everyone. Burn, get out.
On today's episode, video features include. Today's bonus features include.
Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 32 of the supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting and OK Copernicus Production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can also call me Epitome or Burn Kid, because I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles, on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud. And if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box. And please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, and tell some friends and family about the supplemental broadcasts and the many videos and subjects we cover in our program here. It's a friendly little programming note. We're new and improved and fortified with bonus features. So instead of 6 videos, we now have 12. And as always, if I glitch, itch, or twitch, my apologies. I'm very electromagnetically sensitive and I'm surrounded by gadgets. Okay. So our first video we have for you on today's features comes in from Suspicious Observers and is titled The Earth Turns Over, Advanced Catastrophism. We've been talking about the new Earth and the disaster cycle for a while on our show here. So what better way to continue our media adventure and educational journey than to take a closer look at the reformatting or reconfiguration and deep cleaning of our planet as per its divinely genius design. So the best way to embrace the coming age is with knowledge, courage, and readiness, I think. So be sure to check out more from this series on the Suspicious Observers channel. Today's second feature is an important topic and comes in from Larry Alex Taunton and his video titled The Cultural War Against the Absolute Truth. Why is there a struggle? If you were suddenly caught off guard in recent years by the rather hostile and abrupt sense of contempt towards long held truths that most of us agreed upon across cultures a very, very long time ago, I think this video may resonate with an underlining sense of some funny business going on. The fact of the matter is that the main thing getting in the way of the globalist desires, hopes, and dreams is the inconvenient little obstacle better known to the rest of us as the truth, or absolute truth, or possibly the phrase indisputable facts. They would want a trigger warning. Who knows? Anyways, let Larry take you through his analysis of things for the breakdown of our culture and the war on truth and dissent to achieve their global control objectives, because that's really all they're after. And, you have to be that weak to want to use that much force. You guys know that, right? So stay strong. We're going to get this. As though an absolute war on truth wasn't enough. Am I right or am I right, people? Oh, I got a good one for you. How about a decline of IQs worldwide that is starting to concern some of our brighter scholars? Auron McIntyre interviews Professor Edward Dutton about this growing problem of declining IQs and where are we headed based on the research currently at hand. If you felt like people are becoming, like, no offense to anyone, retarded, literally like stunted, like their development is being impeded on, or they're like becoming more progressively illiterate despite their ability to read, write, and complete quantitative tasks, and have contributed these regressions to their education environment and resources, then you aren't alone or off base in your observations. I too have, noticed people, they don't make them like they used to. I'll just put it that way. Or they're breaking them. I'm certain the depopulators are breaking them. So be sure to start exploring the tip of this iceberg, because I'd bet that what lies beneath is going to contain some mind-blowing revelations regarding the blueprint for societal implosion we all know is being carried out right here. That's what we cover on the broadcast, is their controlled implosion of our civilizations. And we're going to be ready, and we're going to rock on in New Earth, right, people? We're going to rock on. Fourth on our list is an important update related to those coffee ground and embalmer's clots now being reported in living patients from Dr. John Campbell in his video titled White Blood Clots Common. Don't believe the slanderous disputes proposed by mainstream media or their fact-fabricating cronies about the openly admitted bioweapon that justifies the GMO juice they propose as their new solution for their intentionally self-created abomination they saw fit to unleash on us in an attempt and at manufacturing our consent to be subjugated for their own false sense of control and security of their interests that include depopulation, preservation, and the pillage of our perversion and the pillage of our species. That's all they're after. Depopulate, pervert, pillage, exploit, enslave. That's all they care about. And all of their institutions are designed to do just that, everyone. For real, I bring the receipts. Now, don't let all the rhetoric about the anti-Semitism that's been being spoken about very much these days fool you. The Khazarian Mafia was prophesied in both the Old and the New Testament, as was the apostate church and the synagogue of Satan. Did you know that most people who claim they are Jewish are actually just a bunch of atheist Khazarians trying to take advantage of protected citizen status and furthering their blasphemous, adulterated appropriation of the traditions of the Hebrew Israelites, up to which they have no relation and hold nothing but contempt for? Yeah, I thought so. Well, check out this entire series by Kurameo Ahau titled Don't Mention the Khazars. We have supplied a link to episode 9, which was a very good one. If I'm not mistaken, they just released episode 19 today. But I do what shows up in my feed for the show. I don't just show you what I go watch on my own. I encourage everyone to watch the entire series to understand the whitewashing of history and the current progressive push to censor all dissent against any narrative that doesn't boost their agenda. Oh, yeah. And that note goes for everything that I post here on the show. This is specifically stuff Magic 8 Ball showed me. None of it is influenced by any of my independent research afterwards. That's why it's an authentically co-curated project we have going on here at Supplemental Broadcasts. And finally, our last feature brings us to one of the most under-discussed issues imposed on us by the powers that be: codependence. So Richard Grannon, and his channel is self-titled, takes on the elephant in the room in his video titled "Codependent Brainwashed Slave to Raging Rebellion." Here is what I took away from his dialogue that really resonated greatly. You don't get communist indoctrination entrenched in any area of life without narcissists, because the narcissist's false self requires codependent brainwashed slaves to carry out their misguided utopian ideals. Collectivist exploitation is rooted in the narcissist codependent parasitic trauma bond and trauma-induced power dynamic that they throw around. And finally, when codependents have had enough, they turn into the insufferable, insane, wailing monsters hidden within all perpetually manipulated victims of narcissistic abuse. Those are just my primary takeaways. There was a lot of good information, and there was a Q&A at the end too. So definitely go check out this podcast, and the many others that I've heard from Richard Grannon thus far have been really good. He has a really unique perspective. It's really down to earth. And if you have dealt with an insufferable narcissist, you can relate all of this stuff to the powers that be. And now I am most happy to introduce a new feature to the show to ensure everyone gets the most bang for their buck in the receipts department. So please be sure to take a moment to check out the following features. I'm not going to go over them in any detail, but I watched them. They were good, and I think you can get something out of them. So the first one is "What is Anthroposophy" by Rudolf Steiner, and that comes in from the Rudolf Steiner Press Audios channel. The next one is "What is Enochian Magic?" John Dee and the Book of Enoch, the Liber Loagaeth, Angelic Language 2 from the channel Esoterica. Veritas, John and Bonnie Mitchell, Silent Frequencies Exposing the Covert World of Direct Energy Weapons. Full hour Veritas TV. It doesn't say direct energy weapons, but that is what it's about. And it's not just about like the, what we saw in Maui. It's also about the bonkers beam, that Havana syndrome stuff. This stuff is too common. They make some nasty technology, y'all. And our other features that we have are, well, this got weird pretty quick by Static in the Attic. More stuff about the ancient Israelite things that have been left out of stuff. And the law that could send Christians to jail for preaching the Bible. Bill C 367 must be stopped, and that comes in from Truth in Bible Prophecy. And our last bonus feature is The Fourth World, an encounter with Hopi prophecy, Graham Hancock. And that comes in from After School. And After School features are really beautifully illustrated. So I definitely think you'll enjoy that. And now we're at my favorite part of the program, my auspicious op-ed. So I composed some words for everyone, and they meant something to me. I hope they mean something to you. And I hope that you're inspired to do something similar, because we need a lot more of the sharing and caring going on in the world today. So here's some words for y'all. The end of history, hidden history, and alternative history are all terms that have been picked up in popularity in recent years. It is not just a mere coincidence that simultaneously the terms the Great Awakening, the Great Reset, and the Great Taking began making ground throughout the minds and consciousness of those who began waking and stirring from some default state of societally encouraged and induced slumber. If you've heard of Pangea, Agartha, Lemuria, or Atlantis and think they are fantasy, mythological, or literary terms and not past worlds and civilizations, their campaign of deception and control was a success. If you accepted that leaders, experts, and institutions are the best arbitrators of public and individual rights and needs because it is the only path smiled upon by the education system and the authorities, then they have most certainly succeeded in gaslighting, self censorship, repression, and manufactured consent all in one fell swoop for the entire public. These globalists have wanted to put an end to history because they have been systematically trying to capture, constrain, and extinguish any materials that prove to be an obstacle to imposing their will onto the masses. Many sects, organizations, and enterprises are in the positions of power that they are solely because they have plagiarized, falsified, and censored, if not outright destroyed, the most fundamental truths innate to mankind by way of one's own intuition and authentic connection with the world, its inhabitants, and a spirit world they are all too eager to deny while serving the dark forces with a chilling vigor and zeal for all things anti human. These ancient bloodlines of ruthless, bloodthirsty conquerors has traversed and seeded the world many times over since the Ice Age. And truly, not much has changed according to the mainstream narrative. I'm producing this piece for you all to bring awareness to everyone that this controlling the narrative business has cost us so much more than valuable knowledge, abilities, understandings, and autonomy alone. It's overshadowed the biggest race relations matter that stems back into ancient times, since this ancient group keeps trying to hide the ages old battle of the only two races on Earth that hybridized during the early biblical period and beforehand composing of good and evil. Good is clearly manifested by being more human in behavior and disposition, which is ideally to manifest in being more godly, Christ like, or godlike. While evil relates to the hybridized offspring of angels, known as the Watchers, fallen angels, demon and demonic entities, all of which are also known as aliens, extraterrestrials, and supernatural beings that reproduced with human females that birthed the Nephilim, a well known group of giants that are in the Bible and many other ancient texts, and all those Tartarian buildings remains we see the remnants of. So, evidence of these civilizations remain despite many groups' attempts at destroying every form of evidence, questioning, and dissenter that stands to prove some valuable points. That's just what they do to protect themselves. It's not because they have any honor. The reason I am going into all of this is because even I acknowledge nearly everything that has been taught for the past few centuries at a bare minimum is more than just a mere satanic deception. It is the phenomenon known as Satan's little season that occurs after the millennial reign that left behind all of those gorgeous Tartarian buildings that they keep torching into oblivion. Well guarded books of ancient sacred knowledge and hidden decommissioned technologies that made that past society far more advanced than our currently degrading, devolving civilization, cluelessly falling into willful ignorance, numbness, and apathy. Isn't 7,000 to 8,000 years of progressive conquest, control, and tyranny enough for everyone already? Perhaps it is time to remind everyone who wants to replace us with the machines, and AI that we none were put on earth to be anyone's servant or master. And their adamant desire to replace God with money, power, and prestige should have been a red flag that they are all quite literally manifestations and incarnations of Satan, demonic spirits, fallen angels, and everything that you should not desire to follow or aspire to be or to be a part of. Just want to put that out there and leave it out there because they have no game whatsoever if we refuse to play along with their game. We also have God on our side, and in the reasonably near future, the good Lord is going to see their hand and raise them much more than 20. Look around you. Check out those What Happened on Earth videos and World of Signs and all of that, because it drives it home. And that brings us to the end of our show today. Our musical selection today is me, Epitome of the Burn Kid, and it is Alternate Awakening. And we have a link for that down in the description box. I'm really happy that you came and joined me for the supplemental broadcast. And I encourage you to please like, subscribe, share, follow, tell some friends, tell some family, tell some peers, tell some colleagues about this. We need more people doing this kind of stuff. The truth movement needs you. And please keep supporting. It's very, very much appreciated. It's a very special welcome to all of my new subscribers and all of my new watchers. Welcome. Thank you for being here. And like I like to tell everyone at the end of every show, stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and please continue to be excellent to one another, because we need so much of that in the world today and in the upcoming new world. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Have a great day. Epitome out.
Today's featured videos include. Today's bonus features include.
Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 33 of the supplemental broadcast here in Alexandria, Alternative Media Broadcasting, an OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, #YouTube Recommended Chronicles on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud, and if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box, and please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, tell a friend and family about the many things we cover in our program and about the show. It's a good time for everybody. And a little programming note now for deeper dives on the more spiritual, esoteric side of the topics we cover, coupled with a hearty syllabus of phenomenal information in the form of more YouTube videos. Don't forget to check out my new series, Pan Panen, Pious Prophetic Ponderings. It's really good. And on to today's featured video recommendations. So first up, on today's featured recommendations, we have a fascinating snippet of history from the channel Amplex with this video filmed in 1983 titled The Soviet Defectors' Predictions Have Never Been Wrong. and the worst is in sight. That features chillingly accurate predictions about the current predicament of what happens after this decades long communist march through the institution that they've been doing like since I don't know, after the Second World War, really ramping up in the 60s and 70s. While I obviously recommend you watch all our selections in full, this is one you may wish to watch more than once and share with friends. These are the receipts that will explain not only what has happened to our education system, but it will explain many of the other breakdowns seen across all major systems in our infrastructure and beyond. And this isn't just an American problem, it's affecting the vast majority of the Western world. And yeah, the receipts are coming out daily. So our second feature today comes in from the channel Straight Up, and the video is titled, How Did America's Wealthy Elite Rewrite History? Yeah. A major theme this spring, my trusty, divinely inspired algorithmic helper Magic 8 Ball has brought before me is this rewriting of history. This well made feature is best described by the attached description. End quote. And I quote, the United States was supposed to be democratically run country. However, that has not been the case since the turn of the 20th century. Wealthy families in the US and in other developed countries, Europe in particular, have manipulated, appropriated, and flatly lied about world history. This video is part one of a series that will explain how this manipulation and appropriation occurred. It's going to get better with our third feature, guys. Oh yeah, guys, our show is really heating up. So buckle up. These videos are mad interesting. This season, it's really good. So yeah, in our third feature, titled "Orphan Trains Beyond the Reset War," from the channel Lucius Aurelian, we explore some seriously prevalent themes in need of evaluation so that we might avoid repeating some troubling past history hidden in plain sight. As per the description here, is where I'm going to give you a overview of this selection. And I quote, a return exploration into the orphan trains from the 1850s through 1929. This exploration considers more evidence showing there was a definitive plan to process the orphans from the Reset War of 1850. The channel proposes there were three phases of this plan that involved greater movement of the orphans and included all groups currently residing in the United States today. This selection is also part of a three-part series that I have seen and found highly informative. So if you want to kind of get a glimpse into what they're doing now, moving everybody about as they're moving everybody about, they did this. They did this at the beginning of Satan's little season at the, turn of the 19th century. They started working on this stuff. I can't wait for some videos to surface about the Tatarian genocide. This is getting wild, kids. And now we got fourth on our lineup. We have a most helpful entry from Supplemental Broadcast Regular Suspicious Observers titled Earth Turns Over When the Crust Unlocks. To better understand the physics and mechanics of the currently ongoing Earth disaster cycle, most specifically, the crust of the Earth unlocking and repositioning itself, resulting in continental shifts, or, I guess a dramatic, quick version of continental drift theory that coincide with the current magnetic excursion and upcoming micronova, i.e., the Great Solar Flash. This feature will assist everyone in better understanding what is fully involved in this once-in-an-era event we are to experience in the coming decades. So definitely don't miss that. Very informative about what the powers that be are really trying to distract us from. And speaking of the powers that be and how they distract us from it, in our fifth feature, we have an entry from Trigonometry, another one of our show's favorite regulars, with this video titled Psychopath Expert explains how to spot a psychopath, where Francis and Constantine interview Dr. Kevin Dutton. Dr. Kevin Dutton is a research psychologist, best-selling author, and elite performance consultant. His principal research interests are persuasion and social influence, the psychopathic personality, elite cognition, as though they have their own cognition, which appears to be barely, right? Black and white thinking, they're all like borderline AF, right? And how the fusion of psychology and art can enhance and support mental health. But they have chosen to sort of meld those things together and break both. Isn't that lovely? Be sure to head on over to check out the Trigonometry channel if you enjoy lively interviews on relevant topics of the now with a little glimmer of fun and flair. And finally, we've reached our last feature of the day, which comes from the Diary of a CEO Clips channel titled Dr. Daniel Lieberman Reveals Why Gen Z is Weaker Than Previous Generations. So, Dr. Daniel Lieberman reveals what is actually causing Gen Z and Gen Alpha to become so weak, and it's not what you think. To be sure, be sure to listen to this podcast to get a better idea on how the increasing rates of bone loss and other causes of weakness plaguing the youth of today are being caused. This is a health talk that is sure to inspire some remedies and solutions to the degrading health matters and conditions we're placed in that very much need meaningful correction. And that wraps up all of our main features, which brings us to our bonus features. I just give you guys these, but I don't give you a little ditty. I just want you to have more meat in the program, and I want you guys to learn and know more and just have more good stuff. So these are the 6 selections for today. The first one comes in from New Discourses, and that is titled China's Neoliberal Communism. Second one comes in from Tucker Carlson's channel, and it is Ron Paul. It's titled Ron Paul Predicted Today's Disasters. What's next? Next up on this list, we have a feature in from the Jimmy Dore Show titled The Left and Right Must Unite to Defeat the Oligarchy, which I thought was a no-brainer a decade ago, but apparently it really wasn't. Then we have Exposed. The Pentagon is lying about veteran suicides, and that is a must-watch feature. They do not disclose the true dangers of the job, especially the cancer rates working with certain bits of equipment. Be sure to check that one out, especially if you have a veteran in your family. My husband's a veteran, so. And fifth, we have Nephilim Technology just created hybrid sheep, humans, and soon mammoths. And that comes in from the Daily Renegade channel. And our last one comes in from the channel called Unite the Collective, and it's titled Ascension Symptoms, New World Being Created, Morning Coffee with Ryan. And that's a nice little talk. If you're feeling stuff as there's a solar weather, kind of like I mentioned at the beginning of most shows, I'm actually recording this during a CME right now. So bear with me. I'm getting tougher as I make it through this evolutionary journey. And that wraps up all of our bonus features, which brings me to my favorite part of today's show, which is my auspicious op-ed, where I've composed some words for everyone that are very meaningful. And I think you might want to think about it. I really hope it inspires you guys, and I hope it especially inspires you guys to speak up about what you think matters and voice you got to be the change you want to see in this world. That's not just a hokey Gandhi quote. You actually have to be it. So let's do it. Gonna say some words. All right. I had to take a little break and rest, but boy, did things accelerate while I was taking some downtime to immerse myself in some very much needed study and spiritual practice. It would appear that in the past couple weeks, that Magic 8 Ball has brought me a surge of videos pertaining to the end of religion as we know it, combined with a sprinkling of the other institutions the vast majority of contemporary civilizations rely upon for some semblance of structure and purpose, like history, science, medicine, government, trade, and finance. I know it may seem a touch too soon, possibly misunderstood as a twinge insensitive when I say this, but I couldn't be more excited at the opportunity to restart civilization on the new earth with a much wiser and refined notion of what it means to be a part of a society. Anyway, getting back to this end of religion as we know it, it's not just one or two, nor is it a few, but it is all of them, nearly with very few exceptions. Why is this, you ask? Well, let us start with a fairly obvious understanding that we can now verify most of history has been adulterated, fabricated, destroyed, rewritten, embellished, hidden, or just lost for whatever reason. Some disaster cycles contributed to losing a lot of it. So, due to this phenomenon alone, it has taken an immense amount of data, processing, networking in our current technological age, this information age, mind you, to uncover and piece together what the powers that be have distorted and manipulated to attempt controlling us. My biggest discoveries this week have fully verified with writing and artifacts cross culturally the evolution of specific ancient pagan space gods like Yahweh, also known as Yahweh, and Allah, even, are not monotheistic in any way, and they are actually monish choices of a preferred god in a pagan pantheon, demanding pagan tribute, also known as sacrifices and burnt offerings. It has become painful to watch some of these self identifying monotheists shame and condemn pagans when they themselves are pagan and engaging in pagan behaviors to this very day. What can I say? These types have warned about throwing stones at glass houses, but it is hard to tell whether power drunk zealots will see their own ass. It is just like the emperor's new clothes, except this involves forgeries of holy books and so very much more. I will do a special soon on this topic and compile a solid syllabus of recommended videos covering the Piso family's hands in drafting the New Testament and the Quran, the Jesuits meddling in Eastern religious, them old elders of that old Zion. Yeah, their manifesto plus their motives. I've got it for you. I'm going to compile it. I'm going to do a special. The truth is going to get out there. Watch. So, literally, no modern organized religion was spared by certain select groups of powerful people, tainting holy books, doctrine, or practices to assume control of the entire world. Like, they did it. And everyone, well, not everyone, or I wouldn't be telling this to you, the vast majority fell for it. And when you try to show them, they want to stick with it. So prophecies are popping off everywhere these days. The tricky part now is that some are legit and others are man-made. Psyops, literally. Some of these prophecies are real and recorded across many religions and are literally right on time, and others are psyops to manipulate and dupe people and take advantage of the whole situation. It is my pain and pleasure to tell you with full certainty that religion as we know it is done once everyone who is involved in organized religion has all the information used to manipulate and prey on their psyches. That whole mess is over. They overplayed their hand and now they blew it. It hurts because I know the sting of betrayal. I am no stranger to getting burnt. But I have hope that everyone will recover and do the right thing upon finding out these newly mainstream truths. I first learned of this stuff back in college. For some sense of how mainstream this knowledge is that I'm telling you about, it is in history departments. It is in, humanities departments too. It's also archaeology. This information is there. But we know so much more now than we did even though most man-made schemes are auspiciously devolving before our very eyes, and we're going to make it devolve into the ground if we keep up the good work. truth movement, freedom movement. You guys rock. So, correcting many of these misunderstandings and adulterations used to control, divide, and weaponize our faiths, so that we're all against each other, and that shouldn't have been a part of it, can bring us all together with a new and refreshing acceptance of the many apocalyptic truths being unveiled daily. And that brings us to the end of today's show. So today's featured music present selection comes from my project, Hunter Hacks and the Western Pleasures, and it's called Channeling 1990X. It's some UK grime. It's pretty good, homemade, handcrafted. You can find the link for this song. You can find the link for all the videos we talked about today. You can find the links for where to find me. And if you made it to the end of the show, I have a special bonus for y'all. So if you follow me on X, Tumblr, or you care to pay attention to go to the description box and take down my email. If you want to tweet at me or send me a post or send me an email and you have like a question for the show, or you want something featured on the show, or you have something like a video or something you think would contribute or help the show, please send me that information, introduce yourself, and I'd love to feature you on upcoming episodes and grow this community. Yay! So I want to thank everyone for being here with me today. And as I always like to tell you guys, definitely stay prepped, stay safe, stay awesome, be excellent to one another. And if you haven't yet, please like, share, subscribe, follow, tell a friend, tell many friends. And I'll see you next time here on the supplemental broadcast. Burn Kid out. Today's video features include today's bonus features. Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 34 of the supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting, an OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can also call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles, on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud, and if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box. And please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, and tell a friend, family about the many things we cover in our program and about the program itself. For deeper dives on the more spiritual, esoteric side of the topics we cover, coupled with a hearty syllabus of phenomenal information in the form of YouTube videos, don't forget to check out my new series, Pan Panen Pious Prophetic Ponderings. And just a friendly programming note, if I itch or glitch or sneeze or whatever, or, have a brain zap, pretty heavy solar activity currently. So please pardon me for that. And now on to today's featured video recommendations. Okay, so first on today's features, we have this video is titled The Challenger Disaster, an Inside Look. And it's from the channel Delora O'Brien Off the Cuff. And on this in this video, we're gonna join Delora as she does a deep dive into one of the biggest and most famous American tragedies. I was in kindergarten when this happened, and I used to want to be an astronaut. Like, I used to want to go join the Robotech Defense Force. I was a little kid. Leave me alone. And then the Challenger blew up, and I was like, no, definitely don't want any parts of that. So, yeah, the explosion of the Challenger space shuttle. But was it a tragedy at all? I wouldn't be featuring it on this show if there wasn't funny business, right? Yeah, I thought so. So yeah, spoiler alert, they're all alive. They're hiding in plain sight with absolutely no shame for the receipts. Oh yeah, she's got them, including some recon with photographic evidence. Be sure to watch the entire feature over on Delora O'Brien Off the Cuff. Our second feature today is titled One World Religion, Handoffs and Consolidations, and it is from the channel Loren Murray, Global Nuclear Cover Up. In this feature, Loren Murray, and she's wow, lot of titles here. MA, PhD, and an ABD, which I think is like some postdoctoral stuff. And she's going to be interviewed by Alfred Lambramont Weber, independent, and she's an independent scientist, and she discusses Barack Obama's meeting with Castro in Cuba and his Argentina visits, together with the March 22nd Brussels false flag event, in the context of a handover by the West and Obama to the Jesuit and transhumanist agenda and AI entrapment, both in North and South America and globally, and well as part of a millennial bloodline driven transition into I guess, a new world order or something of that nature. In contrast to the Jesuit-driven West, Vladimir Putin is pursuing a peaceful model of development through, though wealth created by trading through BRICS, Bank, and the One Belt 21st century Silk Road economy. The ruling elite have been carrying out secret nuclear war for the purpose of depopulation since World War II under the guise of atmospheric testing for the national security. Nuclear power is too cheap to meter, and depleted uranium kinetic energy bullets. And if you want to know why that was word stew, that was her description of what this is, because I couldn't even sum it up into words. She goes over a lot, guys. Very important video to watch. So be sure to check that one out. And our third video today features another curious story, featuring a vessel dubbed the Challenger. It's just Challenger day to day, isn't it, on the show? And is titled Antarctica, the Ice Wall, and True Distance Around It, which can be found on the Flatwater channel. So this is taken from, I did snippets from their very, very long description box, just so that you have some idea of what they're trying to tell us is a continent, like a giant floating iceberg. Well, the people who went down there in the 1800s, I'm going to tell you what they said. So here's what they said. The English Antarctic expeditions from 1839 to 1843 were in search of the non-existent magnetic South Pole. The entirety of the Great Southern Barrier, or the perpendicular ice barrier, was surveyed and mapped in detail. Along the coast, as far as the eye could reach eastward, there was a perpendicular cliff of ice from 150 to 200 feet high, perfectly level at the top and without any fissures or promontories on its seaward face. Nothing could be seen above it except the summits of a lofty range of mountains extending southward as far as 79 degrees south. To this range, the name of Perry was given. Captain Ross then sailed along the marvelous wall of light of ice eastward in 77 degree 47, I guess, knots or something south, as far as 78 degrees south. This barrier was estimated to be 1,000 feet thick, and it was followed for 450 miles without a break at all. Just it's just a giant gate, I guess you would say. The ice barriers, which constitute the Earth's circumference, extend for some 30,000 or 32,000 miles, but present no opening large enough for the passage of a seal or a walrus. No alteration of long days as in the Arctic region, but the months of May, June, and July are enshrouded in one long dreary night. The snow never thaws, and the crash of the falling icebergs appalls the stoutest hearts. Therefore, unless any expeditions to these regions is conducted with peculiar caution and intelligence, it would very shortly end in discomfiture and dismay to all concerned, end quote. So yeah, there's funny business about Antarctica. There's funny business about the Earth being a globe. There's funny business about a lot of things we were taught, and if we didn't just agree with them, we would be mistreated. So to find out more about some of the Antarctic funny business, please head over to the description box and check out that video. It's very good. And now I am most pleased to bring you this most helpful update from suspicious observers with our fourth feature, titled Magnetic Pole Shift. How much time do we have? Spoiler alert, we have time, but it is most pertinent that everyone who wants to live happily ever after on the new Earth start prepping, studying, training, and securing your resources post-haste, because a decade or two isn't a whole lot of time, in my humble opinion, to get ready for a cataclysm that will result in a pole shift, global deluge, and an ice age after all we have been put through up until now. Oh yeah, did I mention the micronova? There's a micronova too involved in this. Yeah. So life on Earth, right, Earthlings? So today's fifth feature is comes in from Neil Oliver's channel, and it is titled "Money, Money, Money." Another fabulous edutaining history featurette from Neil Oliver, and here's his little snippet. This is a new thing I'm doing. I'm giving you guys snippets from the makers of the creations. I hope you enjoy it. Freedom and liberation, or power and control, or sorry, power, control, and the root of all evil. This week, Neil takes us around the world from North America to Cappadocia and the Yap archipelago to explore the mechanisms of money in history and how they mirror the modern world. For this deep dive into the history of money and much more, be sure to head on over to his channel for a great historical and also current events content. He does both. Yay. Oh, we got a good one to end the show today. This is going to be good. All right. I'm so excited. I love giving you guys beautifully made documentaries about things they want everyone to forget about. So to end our main body of recommended features today, I have an excellent video submission titled The Mystery of the Dark Ages, Global Climate Disaster. And this comes in from the channel Timeline World History Documentaries. Researching a climactic catastrophe that rocked the Earth in AD 535, causing 2 complete years of darkness, famine, drought, and disease. This is about to happen again, guys. So that's why I put this on here, so you guys can learn about, what's about to happen. Written records from China, Italy, Palestine, and many other countries suggest a huge catastrophe blighted the world in 535 AD. But the cause of it has been uncertain. Was it a comet, an asteroid, a volcano? Archaeologist David Keyes reveals the latter is to blame for the dark ages of famine and plague that shape the world order of today. Videos like this help us all better evaluate and analyze the schism amongst preterists, since also they are split on when the second coming of Christ actually had occurred. While many maintain the belief that events took place around 70 AD, some believe that the coming coincides with events that occurred around 535. So it's interesting to go look at that. And there's a lot of overlaps. There's a lot of cycles. A lot of cycles are being overlapped from so many cultures right now. It's unreal. So that's a really good feature. Definitely enjoy that. And that ends our main features, brings us to our bonus features. I'm not going to go really far into these, but they're really good. So definitely check them out. The first one comes in from Dr. John Campbell. Long-term sickness, massive increase. Sure, you and I both know what we're talking about here. Transition. The next one is from Rudolf Steiner Press Audio. I'm sorry, guys, my face is itching. Let me just itch this real quick. Okay, I'll better. From Rudolf Steiner Press Audio, and this is titled "Transition from Luciferic to Aramonic Age." Let me be clear with y'all. Aramonic is worse than Luciferic. Just tell yourself Satanic is Aramanic. It'll help you better understand it. And the Christ Event to Come by Rudolf Steiner. And this kind of indicates that there is something being manufactured, and they've been working on it since like the 1800s. So go check that out. Then we have Professor Sam Vaknin's channel. And this is titled Psychopathic Narcissist Fantasy, Mr. Ripley in the Truman Show. He has a very good point here. You should hear him out. Then we have another one from Loren Murray, Global Nuclear Cover Up. For some reason, it does not want to give the full title to that, but the link is in the description box. And I mean, she's always a banger. She is good. She sacrificed her career to get all the truth she learned in her career out to us. So definitely go check her out. The link is in the box. Neophyte 1 is the next channel I'm going to feature, and that is they have a video titled Rainbow Body of Tibet and the Resurrection of Jesus. Overlaps again. And the final one of the bonus features today is Appalachia's Homestead with Patera. And this feature is titled Enslavement for All. And we all know that that's what these guys think they're itching us towards, because if they create money and they inflate money, if they wait long enough, everyone's a slave. That's real life. And my favorite part of the show. So it's time for my auspicious op-ed. I compose some words. I really hope it inspires y'all to compose and share what's on your mind, and trying to the best of your ability, get the word out about things that matter, and take part in this whole process of building a new Earth, because we're going to need as many hands on deck as possible. So I'm going to say some words. Let's go. It would appear that humanity as a whole has a mission that we have been more than adequately primed and prepped for during our adventures through modernity, the contemporary era, and an unusually heinous attempt at a postmodern understanding of living, to train us in the skills needed to surpass, defeat, and abandon the transhumanist lizard hive under construction. The elitist scumbags have tricked the survival conformists, that's my new word for them, aka normies, or the mainstream, reliant on the 3D matrix to structure their experience of existence. I am now dubbing survival conformist, into building themselves through nudging suggestions until they believe they have manufactured your consent to whatever agenda they're proposing. Whether you want to call them lizard people, globalists, the dark forces, or evil cabal, it goes without question that this is a techno-fetishist, anti-human death cult that prizes greed and idolatry over all other values. Throughout the aforementioned historical eras, starting around modernity, things circa 1750 to 1850, and accelerating through the contemporary era, starting around 1920 and into today, we have amassed quite the collection of sources and resources to understand the macro view of the illusion that it would appear the deep state is ordering governments, businesses, media, and education to prefer, push, shun, ban, or penalize. I am hoping that with the help of Magic 8 Ball and myself, that I am providing some good videos to inspire you all to go on your own adventures of discovery, to share for the common good. It would appear that this group seeking to maintain domination and dominion over all requires smoke, mirrors, fall guys, psyops, ritual abuse, and black magic to get what they want. Anyone with a conscience and some scruples know the proof is in the pudding. Let's look at what they reap in their harvest. Is it good? Would you want that? Is it worth it? From what I have seen, promises of an eternal avatar are relatively fruitless, even for the atheistic technophile on an internet that is less free than Mao's China or Stalin's USSR. On a cheaply made server, we all know is not going to be well maintained or cared for based on their track record. The funniest part about all of it is the delusion they are immersed in, where they actually believe that we want their suggestions and input, that we are reliant on their expertise. What a joke. And that their systems are the only thing that ever contributed to human progress. It's one of the few only things that ever destroyed human progress, weirdos. Wow. They have just always, are they just always on drugs? Or are they suffering from a psychotic disorder? Well, we can only guess what their toxicity screenings would reveal. I mean, look at these people. What I can tell you with full certainty is that this fantasy gets fueled solely from the manufactured consent and pleas for help brought forth through deception and trickery imposed on the preconditioned, weakened, and subdued masses. You know, those survival conformists. Your next question may be, how do we get out of this? How do we move forward? Great part about that is the only thing they have taken care of for us. Like, they have granted us the privilege of watching their system implode during this attempt at a partially controlled demolition in hopes of a land grab and wealth transfer that will benefit us and not them. If we all play our cards right and act with some sense about us, I can see many opportunities coming our way that would only occur as a result of this depopulation, world domination, social engineering agenda they have quite hastily embarked on. That means they're showing signs of weariness, fatigue, and running out of resources or tricks that they can still pull. May we be ready and waiting to seize the opportunities these fools unknowingly bestow upon us. Start studying, proposing, preparing, and building the new world we wish to create today if you haven't already, because I'll tell you what, kids, our time is drawing near. And that brings us to the end of today's show. Today's musical selection comes in from yours truly, Epitome the Burn Kid, and it is Crystalline Jungle. If you like that liquid DMV, it's good. All right, and that is our show for today. If you made it this far, I'm starting to do a little invitation. If you follow me on X or on Tumblr, or if you go down to the description box, you can find my email address, Alexandria, spelled with numbers, at gmail.com. And if you want to send in a question or a feature, something that the show should know, a contribution, a poem, artwork, whatever, I am happy to feature things that my viewers think is important as a feature on the show. I'm trying to grow the show. So please go down to the description box where you can find all the videos, music, where to find me, what's up, and more. And so like every program, stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and keep being excellent to one another is super important.
On today's episode, featured videos include today's bonus selections include the following features.
Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 35 of the supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting and OK Copernicus Production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I am Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles, on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack produced by yours truly on SoundCloud. And if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box. And please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, and tell some friends and family about the many things that we cover here in the supplemental broadcast. I am pacing myself these days for EMF sensitivity. That's electromagnetic frequencies for any new viewers, and have drastically reduced my electronics usage for health reasons. So please pardon the delay between installments of the show. For the deeper dives on more spiritual, esoteric side of topics we cover, coupled with a hearty syllabus of phenomenal information in the form of YouTube videos. Don't forget to check out my new series, Pan Penen Pious Prophetic Ponderings. It's an excellent interfaith eschatology, the ins and outs of the spiritual side of the stuff we cover here. It's really good stuff. So be sure to check that out. And on to today's featured video recommendations without any further ado. And our first video feature today comes in from Peace Dozer and is titled A History of Central Banking and the Enslavement of Mankind by Stephen Goodson. Here's an excerpt from the creator. I really appreciate the energy Peace Dozer closes with. This is from the description box, and I quote, Stephen Milton Goodson died of a heart attack in 2018, but I'd like to think he'd approve of this narration. I've hated fractional reserve central banking since watching the Money Masters nearly 10 years ago. But this book took my hatred to new levels, especially because I am of mostly German descent. I bought 10 copies to spread the word, but most people will listen to a 3-hour podcast before reading a single sentence in a book, so I decided to make this. I'll be the first to admit that Stephen Mitford Goodson didn't get everything right, particularly nukes, but on balance, I believe his book is hugely important and needs to be understood by more people. Yes, this is dense and arguably too fast, but I hope you, dear reader, investigate every single claim in this book for yourself. I hope you make some nutritious food, no seed oils, while showing this to friends. I hope you become a beacon of remoralization for everyone in your circle. It's not going to be easy, but we are going to make it. What a beautiful closing. That's so heartfelt and sweet. Well, anyway, if you are interested in a very, very good overview of the book with illustrations and a narration, go ahead and check out this video about the history of central banking and the enslavement of mankind. And also check out the book by Stephen Goodson. And now on to our second feature, which comes in from GB News and is titled MEP, People Are Realizing Climate Change is a Massive Lie. And might I add that this tired bunk narrative needs to be hung out to dry once and for all. The sun controls the climate. Small children used to understand this, but as always, there is no money to be made in simple, honest facts. So here we are today, and it's time to nip the narratives in the bud. Let me quote ye old description box. The EU are frightened. They're beginning to realize that people will no longer let them get away with it. People are beginning to realize that climate change is a gigantic lie. Christine Anderson, MEP, reacts to the EU climb down over farming laws following mass protests from the Neil Oliver show. So if you want to see this clip, head on over. The link is down in the description box. And our third selection today comes in from Eric Hunley. This one is absolutely fascinating, by the way, and is titled Gloria Steinem's CIA Link and Effect on Modern Feminism. I'm not fully sure how most citizens haven't figured out that feminism is a destructive socialist psyop, totalitarian in nature. It has nothing to do with the well being or advancement of women in any way, shape, or form. But I am here to get the word out before it's too late. Here's a little blurb from the creator of this video. And I quote, discover the fascinating ties between Gloria Steinem, a leading figure in the feminist movement, and her recruitment by the CIA as Eric Hunley interviews Johnny Vedmoroff. I hope I did not butcher that name. At News Paste HQ. This video delves into Steinem's enigmatic past, highlighting her involvement with the CIA in India, her influential return to the USA, and her pivotal role in the Independent Service for Information at Harvard. Join us as Johnny Vedmore provides a compelling narrative on Steinem's intricate relationship with the CIA, her contributions to feminism, and her connections with controversial figures like Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Gates. Unpack the unholy trilogy of Steinem, the CIA, and feminism, and explore how this collaboration was possibly designated to transform societal norms and promote economic prosperity. Yeah, sure. Of who? Navigate through the controversies, the conspiracy theories, and the profound impact of Steinem's legacy on the feminist movement and beyond. This video, featuring Eric Hunley's insightful interview with Johnny Vedmore, is essential viewing for anyone intrigued by the intersection of espionage, social movements, and the historical figures who've silently shaped our world. Yeah, people that like kind of pompous celebrities idolize. They all idolize Steinem and this Ivy League crowd. It's really ridiculous. These are actual enemies of all things American and all things normal and good and prosperous for most people. Definitely look into these figures. These people, even Julia Child, these people are way more messed up communists than I ever thought they could have been. So anyway, onto our fourth selection today, and comes in from Dark Horse podcast clip, and it is titled "The Rent-Seeking Elite." Speaking of Gloria Steinem and the CIA, the rent-seeking elite, depopulation, and the collapse of society, which is literally what they're all after. If you want to dive deep in the motives of our adversaries, this clip is a good, solid overview to enhance our learning experience. Here's some added info from the description box. YouTube continues to punish the podcasters here. So they're moving more content to X and Rumble and Local. So look for Dark Horse podcasts there and away from YouTube. And check out they wrote a book, A Hunter-Gatherer's Guide to the 21st Century. So look that up as well. But yeah, anyway, in this is Brett Weinstein and Heather Haying's podcast. Evolutionary biologists kind of talk about the devolution of now. So yeah, definitely head on over there to check that out. Our fifth selection today comes in from Motivation Manifested and is titled "You Are a Living Antenna," which we very, very much truly are indeed. A quick quote from the description box. And I quote, in this video, you will discover how your conscious shapes the very fabric of reality, influencing the outcomes of the quantum realm. Quantum entanglement demystified. Delve into the mystical connection between particles transcending space and time. Learn how quantum entanglement serves as the cosmic glue that links our energies with the vast possibilities of the universe. The goal of this video is to help the viewer understand the transformative power of quantum vibrations and how resonating at elevated states of consciousness, such as love, gratitude, and abundance, acts as the key to unlocking the quantum potential within. May you unleash the art of conscious manifestation by aligning your vibrations with the quantum field. Discover how collapsing the wave function can bring your heart's desires, not the mind's conditioned wants, from the realm of infinite possibilities into the tangible reality of your experience. And your vibes will attract your matter, and your vibes will manifest your matter. So keep that in mind, everyone. And last up on today's edition for our main features, our final selection today comes in from Attention Bazaar. This is a really good one. I actually recommend the entire series from Attention Bazaar on this. And it is regarding a really important subject, in my honest opinion, titled Questioning Woke Psychotherapy. And this is episode number 9, titled Victim Mentality. An excerpt from the description box tells us the following, and I quote, in this video, number 9 in the series, I talk about how woke psychotherapy, as informed by critical social justice theory, again, more communism, tends to promote victim mentality. I also suggest a way that psychotherapists could work with clients who may have been victimized by social injustices. Pardon me one moment. Without playing into victim mentality or hijacking therapy with a social justice activism agenda. This video is a bit long, but if you genuinely care about how woke is impacting psychotherapy, I encourage you to watch the whole video. I guarantee you will hear some valuable things you haven't heard before, and I definitely did when I watched it. Highly, 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 highly recommend that one. And that brings us to today's bonus features, and these are down in the description box as well, so please check them out. What's in the water? Spoiler alert, nanobots by videos by Richard Vobes. Check that one out. Staying out of affordance traps by New Discourses. Fight more strategies to fight that communism, which is very good. Hang on. Google admits to censoring elections. How is this legal? That video is from Redacted News. The FBI issues arrest warrant for Paul Harvey for misinformation speech in 1992. Good luck, America. If you want to know how long this climate hoax has been going on for, check out this footage. It's classic 90s. It's in 480p. No, I mean 240i. What am I talking about? Yeah, AV nerd. Sorry. Anyways, the fifth selection for the bonus features, who's really behind the Great Reset, not WEF, with Ivor Cummins. And that is from the channel Rebel Capitalist. And the final bonus feature we have today is titled Alexander Quinn. It comes in from Alexander Quinn, and it's titled Starseed, Why Will Humans Feel More Tired in 2024? Scientific, metaphysical, explanations about all of that. And I've been going through that. If you guys have been going through it too, that's why I've been resting more. And I encourage you guys to rest more, hydrate more, eat healthier, take some supplements. Epsom salt baths, really excellent self-care, everyone. Excellent self-care in these trying times of depopulators. And that brings me to my favorite part of the show, which is my auspicious op-ed. And this one ties into all the subjects. Also lovely. Oh my goodness. So yeah, anyways, everyone, I put these words together. They meant a lot to me. And this particular set of words was a little harder to put together than most. Got a little practice, and I'm ready to unleash this one. I'm going to shoot a title at you. So this title of this op-ed is Humans versus Lizards. It always comes back to humans versus lizards. All right, let's get this party started. So, one of my most recent crash courses in terminology and philosophy of current events has taken me through many layers of understanding this unusual, but most peculiarly prevalent sensation. I have been immersed in the phenomenon of and concept of the lizard people, which have apparently impacted our lives in ways almost unfathomable by a truly pure human being. You know, one that is housing a soul with a full set of chakras and encompassing the many whimsical pleasantries of the human spirit. We have all been forced to live within a very anti-human, anti-individual, hive-like set of standards and systems, highly draconian or reptilian in nature, for one primary reason, which is that the lizard elites, who might appear sophisticated to some, are truly primitive to the core and only understand a life lived on a solely left-brained, collectivist, governed, basically a collectivist, utopian, technocratic police state governed by the emotions induced by the reactions the ruling castes and its representative agents in response to garnering narcissistic supply, the pursuits to glean more, and the narcissistic injuries they will incur in these anti-human pro-lizard value schemes they cook up at their events, then try to coerce and impose their exploitative aims on the rest of us. The other, 99.7% who were never asked what kind of life or world we would wish to take part in the creation and upkeep of. I covered recently in episode 9 of Pan Panen Pious Prophetic Ponderings, and I'll link that definitely with many prevalent receipts to show the proof is in the pudding when it comes to these lizard people literally professing what they desire to do to all of us, especially the more human, more right-brained ones of us. Yeah, I will have a link to that, and that has a ton of really good links in the description box. So please check that out in the description box below. And if it isn't there, I will add it to a pin post. So worry not. But I do definitely recommend watching that video for a solid 101 or 411 on the lizard people that have revealed themselves to be absolutely nothing at all like the rest of us. Now that we've gotten a better image of the lizardy, serpentine-esque, or otherwise scaly, slimy types, let us go ahead and link some keywords, terms, and concepts to the self-professed biologically rich caste. The lizard people literally said it themselves, the ones who go to WEF and all of that, biologically rich caste of envious and banally sadistic energy vampire control oligarchs who think that their globalist agenda and depopulation scheme will eradicate any and all undesired remnants of humanity, creativity, freedom, individuality, joy, or divinity that have hindered their absolute autocratic attempt at declaring themselves omnipotent false gods, much like the pharaohs and emperors of antiquity, but with greater technology, power, and span, coupled with a fraction of the respect of their predecessors. Let me be clear, these are not very intelligent people. In fact, they have blocked all the intelligent people out of everything to try to kill us off. They are actually a very sheltered, weak, and immature subset. These lizard people really are, and have only relied on their fortunes and loyalties that trace back to ancient times, when many of the texts of the various ancient religions warned us about the many prophetic signs we have witnessed exponentially increase, this decade especially. Outside of these fortunes and loyalties due to the power they wield through the many institutions that these bloodlines have developed and maintained in a desperate attempt at controlling us and manipulating our consent to allow them to assume control of the world and all of its resources and life forms. I would like for everyone to understand that regardless of if these beings are the gatekeepers to all that they commissioned, then violently hoarded over the millennia, are a separate species, bloodline, or race is far less important than the fact that they tried to declare and manifest exactly that degree of distinction while attempting to subtly and silently exterminate us covertly through mass. My cat is about to jump up here. Come on, Socrates. Will you let my. 1 second. Socrates, you're going to come help mom. Okay. Now I have Socrates, and hopefully he'll let me finish. He'll let me finish? All right. Okay. I would like for everyone to understand that regardless of these beings that are the gatekeepers to all that they commission, then violently hoarded over the millennia, are a separate species, bloodline, or race is far less important than the fact that they tried to declare and manifest exactly that degree of distinction while attempting to subtly and silently exterminate us covertly through mass poisoning and impoverishment, whose consent has been justified by some fallacious misunderstanding of social contract theory that, literally absolutely none of us agreed to. None of got to read, agree, or sign any social contract. Mindless cognitive dissonance, deceit, and illegitimate abuses of authority have been taken too lightly for too long, and we're finally taking a stand against them, solid enough for them to come after us with censorship, attempts of canceling, deplatforming, debanking, blacklisting, and covert public exile and digital exile, because they know the truth will incriminate them as it sets the rest of us free, who know how to behave as a human with humanity, unlike the lizards in question. When you hear terms like elite, narcissist, boomer, highly educated, politician, deep state, Illuminati, New World Order, NGO, PCM, professional managerial class, expert, celebrity, rulers, authority, or any overt focus on the quasi-divine sanctity self-relegated to systems of hierarchy as being superior in importance and meaning to the human individual or collective alike, that you are hearing lizard people values and reasoning imposed on us through indoctrinated this government schooling, this these requirements that are imposed on us by the government and other vested private entities, and legislation and what have you, interested and dedicated to making you their slave and host, because they are parasites simultaneously, for life as long as they deem you worthy of existence. They're literally on another tier. It's a 2-tier system. These lizard values are beyond outdated, unethical, immoral, amoral. Get on down, Socrates. Or invalid, and the wake of devastation many are now starting to wake up to should be a sober splash of why we should never let any individual or group get away with societal abuse for thousands of years. Especially the last few centuries have been heinous. That should never happen ever again, and I mean never again. And that closes out today's show. Our musical selection today comes in from me, Epitome the Burn Kid, and it's a special recording. I recorded on my 42nd birthday. It's called 42. Links in the description box below, along with all the other links to find me. Socrates, stay over there. I'd like to thank everyone for being here. Come on, Socrates. I love you, kid. I'd like to thank everyone for being here for another episode. And like I like to tell you guys always, because my little kid's making me hurry up, stay safe, stay prepped, be awesome, and keep being excellent to one another, because we need that in these times now more than ever. So yeah, again, please like, share, subscribe, follow. An extra special thank you to all my new subscribers and followers. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't think I was reaching people. Thank you so much. And I'll see you next time on the Supplemental Broadcast.
On today's episode, featured videos include. Today's bonus features include
Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 36 of the supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting and OK Copernicus Production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can also call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud, and if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box, and please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, comment, tell a friend about the many things we cover in our program, because this stuff is really important. And just a little reminder, I do take breaks for EMF sensitivity, so pardon any breaks. These are some really trying times, if I do say so myself. And for deeper dives on the more spiritual and esoteric side of the topics that we cover here on the program, coupled with a hearty syllabus of phenomenal information in the form of more YouTube videos. Don't forget to check out my new series, Pan Panen Pious Prophetic Ponderings. It's a tongue twister worth watching. If you like my auspicious op-eds, you'll really enjoy it. So without further ado, let's go on to today's featured video recommendations. Our first video feature comes in from Essential Salt's channel and is titled Hegel Explained: The Master-Slave Dialectic. As a huge philosophical enthusiast, it is always my pleasure to introduce solid philosophy lessons through well-made videos, especially on matters that have been troubling us progressively throughout the era and are highly prevalent in today's deeper understanding of current events. So let's take a look at the creator's excerpt for our first video for more. And I quote, G.W.F. Hegel is one of the most difficult philosophers in the Western canon, but today we attempt to demystify him. In this episode, we'll break down Hegel's phenomenology, the dialectic, and the Hegelian understanding of desire. Our concrete entry point into the thought of Hegel is his famous chapter, The Master-Slave Dialectic. Deleuze argued that Nietzsche's work constitutes a rejection of Hegel. His master and slave morality can be read as a direct rebuke to Hegel's interpretation of this very same power relation. In order to prepare for our reading of Deleuze, we're going to first tangle with Hegel on his own terms and understand the very different way in which he approaches the questions of consciousness, morality, and perspective. In researching this episode, Nathan Witter's lectures on Hegel and Deleuze were very helpful, as was Justin Burke's lecture on Hegel. And I just want to remind everyone that a lot of these 20th century philosophers, especially from the German tradition, if you want to understand what is going on today, understanding these works and putting them in more of a 21st century way of viewing them and seeing how they've evolved, especially technocratically, is really going to enlighten you on the matters of today, kind of like why I bring you this show, so we can get more enlightened on the matters of today. So let's go from philosophy to current events. Our second video feature comes in from China Observer and is titled Don't Go to China. The CCP monitors your fingerprints, face, and voice. You know, kind of like they're trying to do to all the Western world now. It is relatively obvious that all Western cultures and many private organizations wish to use, abuse, and exploit us for data. So let's take a look at everyone's current totalitarian role model of the year, the CCP. Here is an excerpt from this video's description box, and I quote, Even more advanced technologies like iris and voice recognition are employed for high-tech surveillance targeting specific individuals. And believe you me, I know how this feels. These technologies are specifically designed for the Chinese Communist Party's stability maintenance efforts. Yeah. stability maintenance efforts. Let that sink in, you know, especially how they like to use the word democracy. Yeah. The CCP can thus intercept any potential incidents before the Chinese population resorts to petitions or protests. The research in the field of biometric recognition technology at the Chinese Academy of Sciences Institute of Automation has reached a level where it can identify not only fingerprints, irises, facial features, palm prints, and voices, but also handwriting and even your gait as you like walk or whatever. So look out, they're perfecting all this stuff, and they handed us little spy devices to spy on us, and so that we can snitch on each other. It's pretty sick, is it not? On to the third video, which is titled How Are the Religions of the World Connected? And this comes in from the channel Book of King, and from their description box, this is what I have for you all. The topic of religion has been a common theme on this channel, and with this latest episode, we will discuss the interconnectedness of world religions from their common origins to the ways in which they would influence one another. And this includes the religions as follows. Proto-Indo-Iranian religion, Zoroastrianism, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, and Baha'i. And as many of you know, if you've been following the show for a while, all of these religions are inspired from way more ancient religions from civilizations long gone. And they all have common connections, and I'm here to bring you more info like that. I'm here to try to get the word out about the truth, because they've tried to paint a lie throughout history, religion, and world events, and they try to cover it up with wars, and they try to cover it up with genocides and other horrible things. And the only reason I do this show is because it's the only little bit that I can do to try to help make a difference and bring awareness to these topics. So please share, please like, please help me in the algorithm, guys. Part of the reason there's also break is because morale. I'm not really, this isn't picking up the way that I was hoping. I understand that I'm more advanced along for all the sort of awakening and ascension and great resist videos. But everyone, please, if you're learning anything, please hook me up with a like, hook me up with some comments, hook me up with some shares. Because, you know, I'm doing this for the love, but the algorithm doesn't really love those of us who tell the truth. So all you lovers of truth, please help us in the algorithm. It gets hard sometimes, y'all. Now that I've done my moping for everyone, on to our fourth video. And here's a little more theology focus for us to think about this week. And that is coming in from Theology Unleashed, their channel. And it is a nice chaser for the last selection, if I might add. And it is titled When Science Becomes a Religion, which we all know totally happened, and the results are horrid atrocities of ignorance, context, nuance, and fallacy in a multitude of differing expressions. A snippet from the description box describes this video as follows. Edward Dutton is an author, YouTuber, and researcher. His main focuses are anthropology and social science, but his first degree was in theology. In this video, we discuss when science becomes a religion. Oftentimes, in a debate or discussion, arguments will be given for or against a position which are not scientific in their rationale, but rather religious. This means instead of employing arguments and evidence, they employ appeals to authority. There are many issues with this way of thinking, which we discuss. And this is a big problem that I am especially seeing on social media, especially those of us who have been banished. The appeal to authority is the AI. The AI said we broke a rule that clearly wasn't broken, because the AI just makes up its own idea of what something means in its head and has no human context. So I'm going to be bringing not just current events on the show, but I'm going to be bringing a lot more academic type information, so that so that we can all better understand all of what is unfolding in these end times, beginning times, whatever you want to think of them as, ascension. Eschatology matters. Eschatology is not just for, Christians and things like that. Eschatology is for everyone. Understanding the disaster cycle, understanding these cycles of the rise and fall of civilizations and cultures. All of this is so important for us to process and make it through what is coming, because we're overdue, and it's that time again, my friends. So on to another fun one. Our fifth video, back to the current events, comes in from the Pleb Reporter and is titled "The Farmer Protests Have Gotten Insane." And while there is a description lacking, the coverage of these protests across the world has been lacking recently, but these protests are still going on and they are making a difference. Be sure to support your local farmers and all the wonderful people fighting the good fight for us to eat healthy, organic food, especially. The depopulators are trying to cause a famine through greenwash policies, declaring eminent domain and geoengineering famines, which they will hope force us into eating their synthetic, ultra-processed garbage, cancer nuggets, and toxic seed oils, and the bugs, of course. So, support your farmers and definitely support your homesteaders. And please, everyone, it's important that we all know how to procure our own food. True wealth is being able to live on the land in peace and abundance. True wealth has nothing to do with money. It has nothing to do with status. True wealth has to do with having all the basics. And if we didn't live this weird modern life, we would be so much closer to heaven. And considering that I'm thinking we might be living in hell or a hell realm, it's time to raise holy heaven, because hell is horrible. Let's bring a little taste of heaven to hell, shall we, guys? And our final video for our main features comes in from Redacted, and it's titled "They're Exposing Biden's Secret Migrant Camps on the East Coast of the U.S." Don't even get me going on the dissenters' detention camps that are being built in all 50 states. You can also find that information on Redacted's page as well. But we're going to start with this for now. So while I am a bit more disturbed about, the facilities for the dissenters, it would appear the high muckety-muck lizard overseers treat the invaders they're enabling like chattel, granted a very manipulative, malevolent set of civil liberties. From their box for their description, they have another video linked to this video that they suggest that you go watch. And at least 3 large compounds were exposed in New York City where drugs are being sold and armed criminals are left to come and go as they please. And these are being run and facilitated and functioned by NGOs and departments of our government, and a bunch of shifty nonprofits. We have to get as much awareness to these issues, everyone, as possible. We have to bring the change. Everyone for literally centuries has allowed the people at the top to run the show. It's not their world. It's not even their country. They're supposed to be representing us. They represent themselves, everyone. Please help me fight the good fight. And please help get this information out there. Please help me boost my morale. I would really appreciate it. Here comes Socrates. I think he's going to crash the camera again. I hope he doesn't crash the camera again, but I know he's going to do it. So let me go on to my bonus features. Hopefully he'll let me finish filming this episode. The Cosmic Knowledge of the Knights Templar by Rudolf Steiner from Rudolf Steiner Audio Press. I have for you guys down in the description box. The Spiritual Roots of Narcissism, The Fallen, The Alchemist, and this comes in from the channel The Alchemist. Then I have in from Candace Owens' Fired video from We Woke Now. That's the name of the channel is We Woke Now. Arrested for Speaking in Your Own Home, Scotland's Authoritarian Free Speech Crackdown, The New Culture Forum. That's a good one. CIA didn't find the spiritual realm. They found something much worse. That's another good one to watch by Rusian KD. And the Most High is exposing the synagogue of Satan. All of their accomplices are all quiet, and that video feature comes in from Big Judah. And if you could just give me one moment to get my little boy. Come here, Socrates. Mom's got to finish. Filming a show with this little guy in such a cramped space isn't the easiest thing in the world, but you know what? Such is a labor of love. So, time for my auspicious op-ed. This one is titled A Mega Classical Transcendental Absurdist Understanding of Current Events. And here it goes. I hope these words inspire you guys to make some words of your own and to really take some action on these matters, because we got to do this from the bottom up, not from the top down. They have no incentive to help us. They have every incentive to depopulate us just so they can take our stuff. And on to the op-ed. Over the past 18 months of receiving the vast amounts of information I have from my most auspicious algorithmic informant, Magic 8 Ball, it is safe to say that many of my former stances and views have entered into many new stages of refinement, reform, innovation, and transformation, just as rapidly as new understanding and insight takes hold. I wish to take some time and elaborate on some of the new things I have been learning. Looking at the past and present through a mega classical lens has been crucial to holding still unfolding timeline scenarios to a deep dynamic continuity and contextual account of relevant connections between pieces to this enormous multidimensional mosaic we're all decoding here together. A mega classical lens will have you focusing on evolutions, deviations, and continuity of events from what is proposed as the Neolithic era, just after the last ice age, basically, all the way up to current times, while including a plethora of crucial data not acknowledged publicly by the powers that be. The only other pieces required to understand how I have focused said mega classical lens is to hold your area of focus on matters to be evaluated with a distinct highlight on the transcendence of the absurdity that can empower our efforts for a much better and brighter future. Transhumanism, globalism, depopulation, mental side, and the very artificial, highly suspect data age that has been thrust onto everyone did not just come from nowhere. The origins of this anti-human agenda date back much further than my mega classical lens could possibly focus in on. But let us all assume that whatever is going on currently is probably similar to accounts of Atlantis or Lemuria. In the age we're currently residing, I think placing an increased effort in focusing on Tartaria and the many reset wars that happened throughout the 1800s and early 20th century will provide the highest chances of rebuilding all of the basic human necessities that the psychopathic cabal overseeing the currently unfolding multi-pronged assault on all natural organic life from every substance and sensory standpoint they could discover a way to exploit. Let me be the first to tell you that if their big moves have been in century-sized increments thus far, it truly shouldn't take but a mere fraction of that to bring it to its knees. Once you can see and understand the big picture, all manufactured narratives become laughable at best and malevolently insulting or recklessly negligent at worst. Now that we've gotten all the heavy part out of the way, let me tell you what I am most looking forward to about being a part of starting the new cycle or the next era here on Earth. The first thing is that it has been a relief that the vast majority of our experience here has been but a mere speck in comparison to what our existence would be like here if we were living as God, nature, or our species were intended. I highly doubt that we were intended to live under the values imposed on us that appear to be anti-life, anti-organic, and anti-natural. It would also appear that those idiot lizards in charge didn't understand that once they revealed themselves to be a legitimate threat to all organic life, especially that which is spiritual in nature, we would quickly be able to point at the sources and causes of all discontent quickly and clearly. Another great facet I have discovered is just how unlearned and under-researched these highly credentialized characters truly are, which would indicate that now knowing their only tactics are intimidation, bribery, and lies, and that's the baseline they operate from, drastically and dramatically reduces any respect, tolerance, clout, or other forms of compliance and enablement they have been fraudulently gleaning from repression, sheltering, ignorance, and self-censoring, etc., that they ultimately demand as their tribute or penance. The last major takeaway that has relieved me in recent times is that just about every part of our contemporary way of life is extremely damaging to one's health. So, in all honesty, most practices need to be reduced greatly or stopped entirely based on their danger or toxicity. Moving on to new ways of life is much easier when the old ways are literally killing or debilitating the vast majority of us prematurely due to radiation, poisons, and contaminants that come as a side effect to the average post-industrialized existence. Upon knowing that this method is the only one they have and that it is only effective when people are in the dark, should be more motivation to share information on these matters as far and wide as we possibly can, while stating we know exactly what the intentions, goals, and justifications are so that we might squelch them most quickly. Truth, freedom, and sovereignty are what they are after for one reason and one reason only. It is the only way that those who invented systems to surpass systems can game the system within the system. If we don't have any dependency or need for their game, not only does the system lose all relevance, the inventors, regulators, managers, and legislators will be seen as the fraudulent drafters of a supposed social contract that is antisocial in nature, to say the very least. This is why representative democracy especially should raise a red flag when you really look at what is going on at the end of the day. Those who dedicated their life to paying for permission slips in the form of multiple degrees and schmoozing taught the entire world that they only respect people who bought their way through the world. It's that simple, everyone. And that is today's auspicious op-ed. Our musical selection comes in from yours truly, Epitome of the Burn Kid, and is titled "The Truth Shall Set You Free." It also has a really fantastic music video. Links for all of that are in the description. As always, all of the links to follow me on social media. Send email to the show. We love fan mail. If you want to send some fan mail, I would like to start doing a fan segment. Definitely check out the SoundCloud and everything else in the links that I have for you. We appreciate any and all support. This work is not monetized, but as you know, times are tough, and this does take a lot of time and effort for me to go through all of this knowledge for everyone. I work on this project, I'd say a good 6 hours, 5 to 6 hours a day when it comes to archiving, cataloging, curating an episode, writing an episode, filming an episode, editing an episode, and getting it up. I don't have employees. I have no one. I just have me. Because if you're like me, you know, chosen one, light worker, etc., the world just isn't going to have you. So any and all support from my fellow brethren is always most appreciated. Links in the description. Like I like to tell you guys every single time, stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and continue to be excellent to one another. We need that more now than ever. And I will see everyone next time on the supplemental broadcast. Don't forget to like, subscribe, comment, share, and follow. Epitome out.
On today's episode, featured videos include. Today's bonus features include.
Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 37 of the supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting, an OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I am Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud. And if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. My music is also available across all other platforms under the release title, The Copernican Dispatch. I will have links for all of that. And all the links discussed in today's episode will also be able to be found in the description box below. So please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, and tell a friend about the many things we cover in our program. It's really important stuff, and we try to have a little fun too. For deeper dives on the more spiritual, esoteric side of topics we cover, coupled with a hearty syllabus of phenomenal information in the form of YouTube videos, don't forget to check out my new series, Pan Panen Pious Prophetic Ponderings. And one final special production note, I have 2 new full-length features now in pre-production and production. So videos will be slowing down to a few a week and some short so that I can focus more time on the movies and the music for these projects. One is a retro gamer psychedelic art feature, and the other is a VJ tribute to the late great Busby Berkeley. So stay tuned for more details throughout the weeks ahead. And on to today's featured video recommendations. Our first video on today's features comes in from the channel Truth to Love Inside You and is titled The Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion. In an era where over a century of dispensational rapture rhetoric have led to many a midwit or everyday theologically ignorant person for a wide plethora of reasons to blindly adhere to Zionist rhetoric, it is beyond important to look at the history and roots of said rhetoric. This is a must-watch for a deep dive into the history of the foundations of the Zionist movement, Zionist Congress, and the Elders of Zion themselves. And from the excerpt from this video's description box, some key features is this document is important. This is the official document, but keep in mind that most Jews are not behind this movement. This movement is really not affiliated with Judaism. It is a political movement. See the complete video series, Withdrawal of Consent, here, and he's got some links to his other videos on this topic. Our second video entry today is from the channel, the International Spiritual News Network, and is titled Understanding the Matrix with David Icke. I think many of you out there in streaming land will find this video helpful in understanding much of the vernacular, concepts and mechanics of 3D matrix of illusion, so necessary to the ruling class to manufacture consent and mandate control of the citizenry. This next snippet comes from the video's description box, and I quote, David Icke is a former professional soccer player, journalist, and network anchorman with the BBC. He was the spokesman in the 1980s for the British Green Party, and since 1990 has been a full-time investigator into who and what is really controlling the world. He is the author of 20 books, Alice in Wonderland and the World Trade Center Disaster, and his latest book, Infinite Love is the Only Truth, Everything Else is Illusion. On his never-ending quest for truth, he simply says, the cutting edge just moved. Never before has a book explained with such clarity why physical reality is merely an illusion that only exists in our brains. But David Icke's information presented in a way that everyone can understand is a life-changing exposure to both the illusion we believe to be real and the way this illusion is generated and manipulated to imprison us into a false reality. And that's real talk, man. He really does break it down really good. I definitely recommend that one. And third on our lineup today is Big Judah coming in with a video titled The Secret Oath Made by All Priests and Pastors with the Catholic Church will be exposed tonight. So you think that's a Protestant church you're attending, huh? Wow. Do you see that IHS symbology emblazoned onto the iconography or other clerical attire and, clergy relics and implements? The Counter-Reformation was way more successful than anyone fully realized, and Big Judah brings the receipts for the truth behind the scenes of Protestant Christianity that they really don't seem to want to talk about. I looked for an excerpt from his description box, but he doesn't really have one. He doesn't roll like that. So on to our next video, which comes in from the channel. There's No Place Like Home, and is titled Question the Narrative, Beyond the Ice Wall and the Firmament. If you have an interest in the mysteries surrounding flat Earth, the firmament, and the ice wall, commonly passed off as Antarctica, then this video is a great starting point to evaluate suppressed history and scientific concepts long banned by the Vatican, and many others regarding common knowledge they deem unacceptable for commoners to be aware of, like you and me. If it furthers our agenda of peace, freedom, truth, beauty, and sovereignty, then they will probably take issue with it and craft a ridiculously disempowering false narrative that they really seem to enjoy employing with force to replace the truth through like a bunch of psyops and stuff. Did I mention how incredibly tacky post-truth deconstructionism and brutalism are? Way tacky communists, grow up. So for more from the creator, here's from the description box when it comes to the ice wall and the firmament. There are many possibilities, along with links to all of the sources sourced to make the video. So definitely check out Question the Narrative. I've seen a lot of their videos. Really good channel. And that brings us to our entry today. Our fifth one today comes in from Tom Nicholas and is titled The Myth of a Free Press, Media Bias Explained. This is really an important topic for all of us to accept, reflect on, and discern wisely the more that we learn about it. Here is a word straight from the creator. And I quote, in this month's episode of What the Theory, Tom Nicholas, look at media bias and fake news primarily through the lens of Manufacturing Consent by Edward S. Herman and Noam Chomsky, and the work of Stuart Hall on representation and the media. We're going to put the corporate media under the spotlight in order to consider how media ownership leads to bias in the media, which flavors the richest and most powerful in our society. As a case study, we're going to take a look at a news report which is aired as part of the BBC's flagship news and current affairs program, BBC Newsnight. The report focuses on the migrant crisis and the current English channel crossings. We're going to consider how BBC News has framed these channel crossings, what response the report wants us to have from them, and what aspects of the way in which our media works might have informed this. It's a long one, but my goal was to create the ultimate media bias crash course. Hopefully, I've not done too badly on that front, end quote. And that is exactly why I shared with all of you guys. It's a really, really, really good piece. And that brings us to the last video of our main feature highlights today. And that is titled, I Was a Woke Activist, Not Anymore, and comes in from one of our favorite channel regulars over at the guys over at Trigonometry. We've also featured some of Amala Ekpunobi's work on past episodes of Supplemental Broadcast. That's who they're going to be interviewing. This interview lets us get to know the story of a former leftist who has changed her beliefs, what caused those beliefs to change, and how life changed after her, changing allegiances, because that's very different how everyone treats you. Believe you me, I should know. When all my friends went communist, and I'm just like, guys, whatever you're calling anarcho-communism, it's a trap. They weren't really cool with being told it's a trap, and needless to say, most of them do not speak to me anymore. And you know what? Good riddance. I'm not down with anyone who's trying to destroy everything that we've built. But I digress. On to our bonus features. These are some good ones. I'm not going to go in depth, but the links are below, and I'm just going to let you know what they are. So if you're interested, you can go check them out. First bonus feature is Let's Check In on Modern Art by Clown Planet. The second bonus feature is Thomas Di Lorenzo, Why Marxists Want to Destroy Western Culture, from the channel Philosophy Insights. Our third one comes in from Stargate Book is the channel, and it's titled The Gateway Program, the secret CIA program about conscience and reality. Pretty interesting stuff, guys. Next, we have 10 things millennials should know about socialism, because unfortunately, millennials, and I'm a zennial, guys, I got in while the getting was good. You guys were taught a lot of lies that just to make China and Russia and things look good because of economic nonsense, because of the Khazarian mafia along with some other people. So for real, what you've been taught about socialism is just to dupe you, use you, and take advantage of you. Check out this video for more. Then to help with that, our next video after that comes in from Thomas Sowell, The Origins of Woke, How Did We Get Here? Because it is very much affiliated with communism, Marxism, socialism, etc. And our final bonus feature is titled, It Was Never Just Music, Discover What's Behind the Pop Songs of Madonna, Beyonce, ... from the channel Divine Transformation. And yeah, the satanic music industry is super real, y'all. All y'all good musicians that make good music, that are full of really good vibes, don't let anyone corrupt you. Money is fake. Love is real. Do things for love and happiness. Money is fake. It leads to misery. That's real talk, y'all. And finally, my favorite part of the show. Yeah, we're here. My auspicious op-ed. So I composed some words because I like words. And I'm going to share them with you. And I hope you like words too. And I hope you want to compose some words. And I hope you want to share some words that you compose. Because that's how we're going to get over this post-truth nonsense, is composed of some truthful words. This piece is titled, Pay-to-Play Internet, Algorithmic Preference, and Shadow Bans. You guys know, it's happened to a lot of us, right? You guys feeling the pain? All right. So this is going to be the first op-ed monologue that features some show and tell. I am going to share with you on my iPad regarding our topic. So if it gets a little klutzy, my apologies. I'm going to do my best. I'm very new at this. I'm really old school. I'm used to floppy disks still. I'm not used to no disks. I'm not used to this modern stuff. I'm very used to nice late 20th century computing. It's how I like it. But here we go. As a grateful and thankful digital exile, outlier, shadow banned, down throttled, algorithmically suppressed messenger of poignant truths, or real talk, however you want to think of it. I have never been so liberated from their methods of censorship, manipulation, and dominance on every part of my being as I have been operating without giving any regards to the lizard hive, depopulation, mind control brigade. I just don't care about them. I don't think about them. You cannot unsee the things I have seen working on this hashtag YouTube recommended chronicles archival disbursement project at the time. When I started the project, it was on Facebook, X, and Tumblr, long before the supplemental broadcast ever entered production. Fast forward to now. So yeah, I started this project back in 2022. So fast forward to now, and I have been permanently disabled on Facebook, shadow banned on most platforms, with Tumblr and Rumble being the most hospitable. SoundCloud, Instagram, and Google properties suppress me the most, while X seems to pick and choose based on what it thinks the content of each video posted is, even though it can get the vibes really wrong, because AI is like, it's like a cracked out Dewey Decimal System saying, like, trying to turn binary into human, and it's just really not working, people. Oh, Lord. In places where suppression is less of a problem for the types of content I share with all of you here on the show, I have run into the 21st century internet problem of it being a pay-to-play domain, an issue not prevalent during my prime late 20th century interneting in my formative years. I couldn't have grown this channel, my shows, or my music without setting aside a modest budget for promotional ad placement so people can be exposed to my material and choose to click for more. If any of these videos are something you'd like to support, like get the message out further, please send me an email with the specifics of which episodes you would like to sponsor. My donation link is in the description box of every video. I will be expanding that in the future to make it, you know, more methods. And I'm not monetized. What I do, this is a very DIY, grassroots labor of love, truth, beauty, freedom, and sovereignty for us all who are against the globalist oligarchs. As you can tell, getting your creation seen goes to the one with the most algorithmic preference, multiplied by how much impact ads or much more successful SEO digital marketers, the tools they provide to creators with form letters speaking to how much potential they see in you just to pony up the moolah. You and I know that in this economy, creators like myself do not have $200 to $1,500 a month to pay some kid with software to have an AI of all things tinker with my channel somehow. Not acknowledging I'm shadow banned or anything else in the complexity of getting my message out in particular. I don't pay more than $15 ever to run a promotion or SEO work on anything on my channel. I just don't do it. To get real viewer exposure, that has led, but it still has led to organic growth in subscribers and returning viewers. I mean, seriously, everyone, they are trying to turn our streaming media into the old corporate media, you know, cable access, pay for airtime at the station model. And literally almost all social media sites have this problem now, just to be seen. Time for some show and tell now. So forgive me with my show and tell portion. This is the first time I've ever done this. And Socrates is up, and I hope that he doesn't crash what I'm doing. But just to kind of show you what I've already been through thus far on this journey. Considering Zuck just came out and apologized for censorship, and I want to show you what I got kicked off of Facebook for. It's unbelievable. So here's the content that I shared. Here's a screenshot that I took. This is a meme. I don't know if you can see this. Okay, so I'm gonna read this to you in case you couldn't see all of that. But But it says, we removed your content. Why this happened? It looks like you shared symbols, praise, or support of people and organizations we define as dangerous or followed them. Okay, do you want to see what this meme says? With these evil, nasty Nazis who do evil, nasty things to people just to try to, you know, show how they'll smear, you know, showing something bad as bad and try to say you were a part of it. This meme says, 75 years ago, during the Nuremberg trials, judges asked Hermann Göring, Hitler's right-hand man, how they made Germany accept all the madness. And he said, quote, "The only thing a government needs to turn people into slaves is fear. If you can find something to make them afraid, you can make them do whatever you want." COVID was our first big fascist test of the 21st century. 9/11 doesn't really count. No, that was a psyop. That doesn't really count. This is what they threw me off of Facebook for, is reminding everyone that the atrocities during COVID are literally the same atrocities that happened in the Nuremberg trials. And just like Hannah Arendt taught us in philosophy, she's a great philosopher of the 20th century. She's an anarchist. She created anarchy. She's why I'm an anarchist. She's a wonderful, peaceful woman. Basically, evil is banal. Evil is just like, what? I was just doing my job. What? Business as usual, right? You know, what's the big deal? So that's the first thing that I had a show and tell for. Let me get back to my notes because I had a few other things on my thing I'm going to show you. So that was my permaban. And that's how they basically abuse the good guys. And I want to show you this email from this digital marketer. I'm not going to show an identity, but I responded to one of these ads, I guess, one of these comments put on my page. And how do I say it? I got in a dialogue, and I don't know if it was a scammer or what the deal is, but here comes Socrates. Hold on one second. I gotta get Socrates off the table. Sorry about that. Let me get to this thing. Yeah, I'm very new at the show and tell thing. I'll learn the screenshot thing and all in the future. I'm really 20th century, and I like to keep this show simple. That's why I don't like to mess around with all of that. So. Let me go on into here and get to this email dialogue that I sent, because this is crazy. I mean, most of my ad space I get for under $3. I don't understand what I'm seeing. So I'm in this dialogue, and here's the rates that this kid from, I think he's somewhere in Africa. All these people seem to be in some, like, no offense to everyone, second or third world country. And they act like Americans have all this money that we don't have, because I guess they like watch TV shows and believe the lies and propaganda. So for 10 days, a social media campaign, $350. For 7 days, $200. For 6 months of social media marketing, $5,000. 26 days of full channel video management, $1,500. You realize that this is why a bunch of midwit affluent twits get all of the airtime, because they have the credit cards and the money to drop on this. And you know, like, this is like tanking our economy, right? But here's the email. I haven't showed any of, I don't know if you can see. So yeah, if you want to know why little channels and production companies and stuff were having a hard time getting seen, we can have all the talent in the world, but when you're on this pay-to-play internet, it's just it's not as simple as that. Anyways, that was a show and tell portion. Back to my monologue. So now that I've provided some examples for the class, you can see how we are all going to have to work together. to be seen and heard, because we have to use every tool we can at our disposal. If all the people with disposable income can just do that and shout us out. So I'm not made of money, and you probably aren't either. These are, there are some free things that everyone can do to help creators in general, not just me, gain momentum needed to spread the message far and wide that we're trying to share in regards to what the mainstream and mass media refuse to do, which is inform the people of the truth about what is going on and deliver emergency life-saving information in advance of any major event, if and whenever possible. We, the independent and alternative free streaming media, are more than happy to deliver in a host of flavors from many creators. With that in mind, please remember to like, subscribe, share, and comment whenever possible to help amplify this movement's momentum far and wide across the World Wide Web on all the platforms that there are. I do hope that everyone takes some time to reflect on how these rather extreme changes to what used to be a free internet affect creator and viewer alike. The oligarchy just can't seem to get enough. Even if they owned it all, it wouldn't satisfy them. It's hard to satisfy the demonically possessed type with main character syndrome, especially when they have a bunch of NPCs who tell them what they want to hear, is it not? They're using AI and finances both to push the peasants off the internet. Well, you know what? I'm peasant royalty, and they unlawfully usurp this planet and all of its inhabitants. It's time to take a stand and take it back. Stand with me, party people. And that brings us to the end of today's show. Today's musical selection, and it's got a really awesome music video too. Future Uncertainty from my musical project, Transmissions Existential. Links for all of that and everything are below in the description box. And yeah, that wraps us up. Please stay tuned and remember those new features that are coming in. Again, please be sure to follow me everywhere you can follow me. All the links are below in the description box. I like to remind everyone to stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and to continue being excellent to one another. We need it in these times now more than ever. If you want to get a hold of me, however, all the information is down in the description box as well. And I hope to see you guys next time on the Supplemental Broadcast and across Alexandria, this lovely little channel. Bye-bye, everyone.
On today's episode, featured videos include... Today's bonus features include the following videos.
Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 38 of the Supplemental Broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting, an OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can call me Epitome or Burn Kid because, well, I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, #YouTube Recommended Chronicles on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more from the project. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud, and if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to come find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box, and please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, or tell a friend about the many of the things that we cover in our program. This stuff is like super important. For deeper dives on the more spiritual, esoteric side of the topics we cover, coupled with a hearty syllabus of phenomenal information in the form of YouTube videos, don't forget to check out my new series, Pan Panen Pious Prophetic Ponderings. I would also like to take a little time to thank everyone who has supported OK Copernicus and all the projects I'm working on by supporting my music across all the major streaming platforms. Just by listening to the tracks I've released across the many volumes of the Copernican Dispatch. With much more to come, by the way. I'm getting some more editions of that out in the coming weeks, so stay tuned. A warm welcome indeed to all of my new and returning subscribers, followers, and viewers who are joining us on this wild journey of truth and apocalyptic enlightenment. I am so happy to have you all back after a brief break to recharge, recalibrate, and rebalance as we continue to traverse the emerging complexities of the coming era together. Special production note, got 2 full-length features that are now in pre-production, so videos will be slowing down to, if you're on Rumble, it's going to be different. I'm talking about YouTube, where all of my channels are smushed into one channel. There'll probably be, maybe 1, maybe 2 videos a week or every other week. If you're on Rumble, it's going to be spread out a little further. It's so that I can focus on the filming and the music for the full-length projects. One is a retro gamer psychedelic art feature, and the other a VJ tribute to Busby Berkeley. Stay tuned for more details in the weeks ahead. ETA for release is late autumn for one, early winter for the other. We'll see what order that comes out in. And without further ado, today's featured video recommendations. Our first video today comes in from Rise Together News and is titled The United States of God Clones. This video brings us a new perspective on the Earth disaster cycle, the Knights Templar, Atlantis, and some clues as to who and what the deep state truly consists of. With so much hidden history to catch up on, this video has some very key pieces to the alien, angel, demon, reptilian secret society, clones, all of those agendas, and much more. So be sure to check out this channel for an inside scoop to this aspect of the mosaic. This is a good follow-up to those Ancient Bloodlines videos about those who have been running everything and seem to have quite the god complex. Since the Knights Templar lent themselves the money for the American Revolution, we seem to be a Templar colony. And looking at the political theater unraveling, it really is starting to show. Featured from the excerpts from this page, lots of great links about transitioning to natural law, law of the land handbooks, and other things that will help free us in the changing of the guard. Our second video originates from the channel Lucius Aurelian and is titled Kirkbride American Asylums Erasing Tartaria. Just to help better acquaint everyone with the last time the powers that be reset civilization, rewrote history, and covered up cyclic earth cataclysms that aided in their cover-up, this is a must-watch featurette for the skinny on that. This is from the excerpt, and I quote, "An exploration into the Kirkbride plan and the extensive use of asylums in the 19th century. What was their true purpose, and how could they have functioned to remove knowledge of a previous civilization from record and memory? Why did the U.S. require so many asylums?" Think about those orphan trains. Think about going west and discovering the West. They didn't build the West, they found it. That's real talk, y'all. And third up on the show, we have a video from the channel Polite Leader titled The Luciferian Ritual of the Women's Movement. This piece peels back the veil and takes a look at ethics, sacrifice, and the women's movement pertaining to its links to Luciferianism. Considering Marxism is inherently satanic, this perspective dive sheds a whole new light on what is now expected of the modern working woman. The excerpt from the description box says, for fame and achievement, some women believe there is a high price to pay. In this video, I examine the dark choices of Stevie Nicks, the famous singer of the band Fleetwood Mac. And it goes on to provide links to resources used to make the video, which is probably very helpful to look at. Our fourth video today comes in from Jared Boosters and is titled Tartary Part 3, the Avars, the Khazars, and the Origins of a Slavic Germanic Europe, Huns/Golden Horde. To dive in deeper, we shall head straight to the excerpt since Jared provided such a robust overview for everyone. Here's the excerpt, and I quote, "Howdy, y'all. Today, we dive into some more Tartarian theory, focusing on the origin of the Bavarians, focusing on remarkable Bavarian architecture and the Bavarian relation to the Avars. Again, this is all just a theory proposed in the year 2000, but worth entertaining. We will also look to tie together the origins of the Huns and the Khazars, and beyond the Khazars to the Golden Horde, which shaped the landscape once called Tataria. Our video today will make reference to an article in the Eurasian Politician of October of 2000. Please check out my other videos on Tartary, linked below, for more theories and photographs." And he really does do a good job sourcing a lot of photographs that are like really good. Our last two videos to round out today's podcast both come from Supplemental Broadcast favorite and regular Richard Vobes. The fifth video is titled, Is the BBC Right About Chemtrails? And is a revealing peek at the evolution in climate propaganda. Let's take a look at Richard's excerpt for more. And I quote, "The BBC weather reporter Simon King suggests that geoengineering could actually be a good way to save the planet from the so-called man-made global warming. Is he right? Or is this just a way to persuade the heart of thinking that governments who are meddling with our skies have our best interests at heart?" End quote. And finally, our last video is titled The Baron David Ward Affidavit. And what a treasure trove of helpful data on the topic of freedom, sovereignty, and financial liberation from the monster known as the Babylonian or beast monetary system that we have reviewed the history of in some of our past episodes. This video takes us to the next step that gets us to the next level, taking positive lawful action to enact our rights. This guidance is relevant across the entire Western world, especially the US, UK Commonwealth, and the EU. There's a little snippet from the excerpt. And I quote, "We need to use the Baron David Ward affidavit to stop the fraud when it comes to debts and other legal injustices," says Christie, my guest and advocate of the lawful system. Our channels are here to give support for free with Zooms and posts to guide you. And there is a long list of links for Facebook groups and stuff for you to get support and help using the information from this video, which is really nice. And that wraps up today's main features. We're going to move on to our bonus features now. Our first one comes in from Stan McDonald and is tied into the affidavit financial sovereignty video, and it is titled Sestoi Queviu, Act of 1666. Yeah, there was a reset around that time. Remember, guys? Our next second feature comes in from Ivor Cummins and is titled Understanding Mass Migration and Why It Is Happening. Our third video, it comes in from Static in the Attic and is titled Procopius of 536 AD, Supernatural Entities in Human Geist Knocked on Doors. Oh, that was another reset year too, wasn't it? That was the end of like the Bronze Age or something, the Golden Age, something occurred then. And then they said, oh, it's the Dark Ages, or that's what they want us to believe. The video, our fourth one after that is from Flat Out Truth, and is titled Titans of Genesis. Our fifth video also comes in from Flat Out Truth and is titled Real Angels and the Wheels of Ezekiel. So for a skinny on what they tried to hide from us by rewriting history a million and one times and like burning a bunch of stuff, you're going to find a little more about what they don't want you to know there. And our final feature from our bonus features comes in from Dino Bain and is titled Tony Blair, Saint or Snake? I think we all know the answer to that question, don't we, boys and girls? And that brings us to my favorite part of today's show, the auspicious op-ed. I composed some words for everyone. I found them to be quite meaningful to myself, and I hope that they mean something to you all. And I really hope that it inspires you to compose your own words and share them, because they're trying to silence us right now, and we need to share all the positivity and information and good stuff that we can with one another and show them who's really in charge around here, which is us humans. This op-ed is titled, This is a Battle for Our Sentience, Not Merely Our Lives or Souls as it affects all organic life. I'm going to start us off by reading a short excerpt to begin. Let's state our givens for our logic proof, I guess. So I'm going to read an excerpt to give us our givens, and I quote: "Sentient." Oh, this came from sentientmedia.org. Sentient is an adjective that describes a capacity for feeling. The word sentient derives from the Latin verb sentire, which means to feel. The first letters, sen, match the beginnings of common English words, including sentiment, sensory, and sensation, all of which give hints as to the meaning of the term. In dictionary definition, sentience is described as able to experience feelings, responsive to or conscious of sense impressions, and capable of feeling things through physical senses. Sentient beings experience wanted emotions like happiness, joy, and gratitude, and unwanted emotions in the form of pain, suffering, and grief. Now that we have defined our terms, end quote. Now that we have defined our terms, let us delve into the powers that be, into what the powers that be are interested in regarding the manipulation, adulteration, and destruction of both sentience and sentient life in hopes of inflicting their transhumanist agenda without ethical consequence or recourse under a paradigm where sentience in and of itself has been preemptively eradicated or compromised as an act of man, machine, science, or the state. Have you ever wondered how the stagnant, sterile, and stratified proponents of systems, industry, and theory circumvented and surpassed God-given inalienable rights? Did you happen to notice the dial being turned up ever so subtly with delicate finesse on numbing, hyperstimulating, and traumatic sensory experiences as history has marched along? While we're on this timeline of analysis, did anyone else also happen to notice the steadily increasing onslaught of environmental contaminants ranging from malevolently low vibratory social cancers like the lizard people and their flying monkeys, drones, and cronies, multiple forms of direct energy weaponry, heavy poisoning of our air, water, flora, and fauna, covert enslavement, thought reform, and surveillance increasingly required credentials and roadblocks to independence and self-sufficiency. And let us not forget all the psyops that have turned what should be a delightful and peaceful existence into the most exploitative, torturous, and murderous charade or masquerade, probably a combination of the two, that any dark entity could possibly construe. I've noticed all of these things for a very long time. I remember it being glaringly obvious by age 7 or 8 that what goes on for the everyday person and what is required to survive in our culture is the most undignified, dehumanizing display of covetous envy that cosplays as an ambitious student, worker, or authority figure. Without attacking our sentience from conception, would they have ever made many of the perverse and savage decisions that have hailed since exploration and industrialization? If you've been watching this podcast for any period of time, you already know that I am not the most fond of anyone devoted to political allegiances of any kind in any way. While I do understand and acknowledge that there has been types of advancements from these movements, they never have been lasting or made a true improvement for the people they claim to be considering. I believe this is because the first thing the political types seem to immediately disacknowledge is sentience as a concern or a human right. They don't care about our sentience. They don't care about what we experience or what we feel. I believe sentience is a right to all organically sentient life, as God created it. But that means that I respect sentient life and its divine rights, while these people wish to employ any and all mechanisms to invalidate the meaning and importance of sentience and sentient life as a whole. You can't reduce us to a bunch of haphazard cyborgs without first justifying that it is for the greater good. So first, this bunch must unleash historic revisions, thought reform, penalization for not meeting their social engineering goals at a bare minimum. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I don't know why anyone would want a government authority or any type of ruling body when they are trying to do some of the most grotesque crimes imaginable against God, humanity, and all sentient life, with the sole intent of reducing our inherent pricelessness to fit their narratives and illusions that power their false matrix of 3D distractions and entanglements. Let's take a little time to talk about how they manufacture consent with low vibration behaviors, like rewarding compliance, flattery of the competitive amongst the compliant, penalizing independence, questioning, and dissent, peer pressure or struggle sessions from those who perceive themselves as powerful, threats, fear, intimidation, slander, libel, silencing, canceling, digital exile, banning, debanking. Let me sum that up into one word: genocide. This isn't just any genocide. It is the ultimate genocide, where they wish to put their trademark or patent on anything that is permitted to live under their terms, which are worse than that of death by default. No benevolent, moral, and ethical being could hold or conform to the beliefs that they rely on us upholding to keep destroying our homes and families for their benefit. Well, I am here to tell you that I understand that it is always darkest before the dawn. So dawn must be upon us in a most short order. We are in a war for our sentience, and that is the main priority we must keep in the forefront of all the hysteria, drama, and circus they try to deregulate us and get us all out of balance over, as they anxiously await monopolizing off all the dysfunction they triggered and chaos that they created. I've gotten pretty good at mentally overcoming their games, and I believe you can too, with information, understanding, and some practice. Keep your heads up, party people, because boy, are we going to celebrate once we restore balance and reason to our realm. How long did a bunch of incarnate fallen angels and their demonically possessed support staff think we were going to keep being polite and tolerant this long after they have seriously worn out their welcome and any benefit they could have possibly provided? The proof is in the pudding, and the Emperor is butt-ass naked in a most compromised position. Let's keep glitching, shattering, and demolishing the notion of this illusory matrix they keep casting in hopes that we offer up our sentience on a silver platter wrapped up with a bow for a few trinkets or under threat of penalty. Let them know we are sick of being insulted, undermined, and abused, so that they get firmly clear in every part of their being that we do not need nor want their presence in any society or civilization we are a member of. Inclusion is the trap of genocidal, shape-shifting, dark entities. Do not fall for it, everyone. And that wraps up today's show. Our featured musical selection today comes in from my project, Aztec Adventure, and is titled YY Dub. If you like the dubstep, you should definitely like this. Links to where to find that, where to find all the videos we talked about, and where to find me all over the internet are down in the description box below. And as always, I'd like to thank you all for being with me. It has been so lovely sharing all of this with you. Stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and keep on continuing being excellent to one another. We need it now more than ever. And I will see you all next time on the supplemental broadcast. Epitome out. Bye.
On today's episode, featured videos include today's bonus features include
Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 32 of the supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting and OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can also call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles, on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud, and if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episodes can be found below in the description box. And please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, and tell a friend about the many things we cover in our program. For deeper dives on the more spiritual, esoteric side of the topics we cover, coupled with a hearty syllabus of phenomenal information in the form of YouTube videos, don't forget to check out my new series, Pan Panen Pious Prophetic Ponderings. I'd also like to take a little time to thank everyone who has supported OK Copernicus and all the projects I'm working on by supporting my music across all major streaming platforms by listening to the tracks I've released across the many volumes of the Copernican Dispatch, with much more to come. A warm welcome indeed to all of my new and returning subscribers, followers, and viewers who are joining us on this wild journey of truth and apocalyptic enlightenment and entertainment. I am so happy to have you all back after another brief break to recharge, recalibrate, and rebalance as we continue to traverse the emerging complexities of the coming era. And a special production note, I've got 2 full-length features that are now in production, so videos have slowed down for a bit for these winter releases. So yeah, one is a retro gamer psychedelic art feature, and the other is a VJ tribute to the late great Busby Berkeley. Remember 42nd Street? Yeah, that kind of stuff. Stay tuned for more details throughout the weeks ahead on exact release dates. And on to today's featured video recommendations. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. So first up on the docket, we have an entry from the Pleb Reporter titled Farmers Protest. The Farmers Protest has reached India, keeping us up to date on all the much needed bottom-up fight around the world for the integrity of our food supply and other important agricultural goods. This video has great commentary and footage from the Indian farmers' protests. On that note, I'm happy to tell you that the French, UK, and Canadian farmers' protests are full steam ahead, while the smaller farmers and homesteaders here in America are putting out some great informational and activist materials to help out one another and this battle for the right to eat healthy natural foods, unadulterated by profiteering depopulators of all backgrounds and varieties. Our second selection today, we have a video titled, "This is How Archons Create the Illusion of Consent," from the Alchemist's YouTube channel, and boy, is it ever illuminating. Here's a little bit about that from the description box. Presentation given at Eon Byte Gnostic Radio Astronosis Conference. In this talk, I explain how archons create the illusion of authority and trick us into giving away our consent. For more of this side of insight into the philosophy, metaphysics, and methods of the Matrix and other esoteric matters, be sure to check out The Alchemist for more great content that will be right up your alley. Our third video today comes in from, I'm going to spell it, I'm going to try to pronounce it, but it looks like it's Civic, so it's CWIC Media, and is titled "Wokeness is Literally a Religion," featuring James Lindsay. And there's a little ditty from the description box. If it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, then it's probably a duck. Wokeness is a religion. There is a reason why I have called it the religion of academia for years. James Lindsay, best-selling author and creator of newdiscourses.com, delves into the DNA of these philosophies to show why our culture is changing so quickly. Also, we cover March Towards Christianity, and James explains that wokeness is at least partially built off of a corrupted framework. And fourth, up in today's recommendations, is a video titled "Reject Authority. Authority is a Lie." Terence McKenna Full Talk Remastered, and was produced by the channel Dome Drifter. Here is some further detail from the description box. In a captivating lecture, Terence McKenna passionately encouraged his audience to reject authority and boldly declared that authority is a lie, in which case I definitely agree. This insightful talk delves into dismantling societal norms, challenging viewers to question and resist the control exerted by dominator culture. McKenna's powerful message resonates with the themes of personal autonomy, individual expression, and freedom, offering a transformative perspective on societal structures. Delving into the intriguing dichotomy of dominator culture versus the vegetable matrix, McKenna explores the profound impact of plants, especially psychedelic ones, on human consciousness. This segment sheds light on the symbolic relationship between humans and plants, emphasizing the role of a vegetable matrix as a gateway to expanded consciousness and a deeper understanding of the self and the universe. Viewers are invited to contemplate the holistic connection between humanity and the natural world, resonating with McKenna's profound insights into the spiritual and cognitive benefits of engaging with plant consciousness. The lecture's focal point, Intuitional Mathematics Explains Nature, takes audiences on a journey into altered states of consciousness, unveiling the mysteries of reality. McKenna advocates for the idea that intuition and experiential understanding can unlock the mathematical patterns inherent in nature. This unique blend of psychedelic exploration, philosophical inquiry, and a deep appreciation for interconnectedness serves as a compelling narrative, inviting viewers to explore the transformative potential of personal experience and intuition in deciphering the secrets of the natural world. The audio is remastered, and the video is by Orwell Anyone. Very, very, very good video. I enjoyed that one a great deal. And now for another angle on the farmers' defense of the right to continue farming and feeding us all comes in from Blaze TV in our 5th video titled, Global Elites Have Declared War on Farmers and Food. Here's some more info from their excerpt. Farmers in France, Greece, Italy, the Netherlands, and Spain are parking trucks and tractors in major cities in protest of regulations destroying their industry. In this video, Glenn Beck explains the real reason driving farmers to extreme protest. It all leads back to a potentially deadly redesign for how we get our food, and it's laid out in documents from the European Commission. But this redesign doesn't stop in Europe. Biden's Build Back Better plan and the Inflation Reduction Act include actions that will impact farmers, ranchers, and grocery bill and food options for every American. And finally, we wrap up our main features with our 6th video from the team over at Redacted, titled, The Great Electric Car Cover-Up Just Crashed and Burned. So many phrases that begin with the words the great, are going around these days. Here's a bit more on this from their description box. Electric vehicles are more dangerous than gas-powered vehicles, according to new data. The University of Nebraska and the U.S. Army conducted tests to better understand whether currently used guardrails and U.S. military protection measures against hostile vehicles are prepared for the growing number of EVs. Bottom line is that they're not. EVs are between 20 and 50% heavier than gas-powered cars and have a low center of gravity so that they cannot be stopped by guardrails if they are out of control. Why didn't authorities test this before EVs were given the green light to even be on the road? And, that's the question from Redacted. And now, our bonus features. I'm just going to go over them real quick. I don't really do descriptions for those, but they're good, so definitely watch them. Our first one is titled, Australia's Sex versus Gender Case Could Change Women's Rights Globally, coming in from the New Culture Forum. Our second bonus feature is titled, The Coming Psychological Black Death, from the channel What If Alist? It's all one word smushed together. Sorry, guys, if I just butchered that. Our third bonus feature comes in titled Doug Casey's Take, episode 114. Shocking 2025 Deagle forecast, war, population reduction, and collapse, from the channel Doug Casey's Take. Our next bonus feature is coming in, Why Did the School System Fail? From What if Altheist? Okay, that's an interesting channel name. All right. Our next one is titled Best Modern Exposure of Freemasonry. Time to Wake Up Saints, coming in from Robert Clancy's channel. And our last bonus feature is from our friendly favorites over at the channel World of Signs, and is titled What Just Happened on Our Earth. And this is the March 2024 edition, part 7. It's got really some spectacular views, so definitely check that out. Little eschatology. The beginning is nigh in action. And that brings us to my absolute favorite part of the show, the auspicious op-ed. Yes, I have composed some words. They meant stuff to me. I hope they mean something to you. I hope you compose some words, and I hope that you share them and that it means something to someone else, because that is what this is all about. This one is titled Feelings of Inadequacy, Fueling Systems That Fuel Further Feelings of Inadequacy in the Name of Competition That Continues to Fuel Said Inadequacy. The alternate title is No Peace. All right, here we go. In these beyond interesting times we face immediately before us, I would like to take a segment to discuss the all too obvious elephant in the room in regards to current events on both a micro and macro scale. The manufacturing, abuse, and weaponization of a vast array of feelings of inadequacy that can be implanted and triggered into both the individual and collective consciousness through covert eugenic systems and social engineering programs. In our not too distant classical Americana-styled propagandized history, the baseline fundamental indoctrination of the everyday American starts with a Rockefeller-approved slave training regimen disguised as social norms and rituals, healthcare, education, and employment structures or systems that take hold over both individuals and families alike, in a desperate attempt at coercing consent for the ruling class to be welcomed, tolerated, and obeyed by those who have absolutely no good intent towards them due to the feelings of inadequacy they possess, and in turn wish to inflict onto others, in a sad attempt at controlling their thoughts, emotions, behaviors, and overall options in any given situation. This is a mainstay in lizard person, hierarchical, sociological, and psychological theory due to an innate inability for this more systematic narcissistic type of thinker to self-regulate emotions. And this type of being is blocked, like by default, from meaningful spiritual connections due to being an inhospitable or unwelcoming vessel for such relief. Through media, government, and business, we have witnessed a three-pronged attack against all meaningful independence and individuality or freedom in the lives of all Americans across all demographics and walks of life, except for the elitist minority of control oligarchs who believe that they are more suited to leadership due to their echo chambers filled with the snobbish drones of clout chasers, gold diggers, and megalomaniacs of all persuasions, amalgamating into a dark force of dysfunction in an immensely dysfunctional disguise. These feelings of inadequacy are viewed as a type of Achilles heel in the minds that swirl towards inclinations preferential to fifth-generational psychological warfare techniques, which are only going to become less and less effective as the Great Awakening continues, spreading the collective awareness regarding narcissistic abuse and black magic's role in this power dynamic, which is seemingly being employed in most applications these days. The big idea appears to be that if the powers that be can implant, mutate, and remove at will different types of feelings of inadequacy, that they then will be able to handle or puppeteer a conditioned human being through different reactionary abuse techniques and possibly MK Ultra sexual and deprivation abuse techniques to manipulate the desired behavior of any citizen in any situation like they have some kind of cheat code to life. It is sad to see that they are as advanced as middle school mean girls or tragically immature, insecure, abusive elders who can find no other way to feel any sense of control or power when they should have focus this wasted time and effort inwards to develop the missing facets of self that lead to feelings of inadequacy in the first place. Personally speaking, I have been on the receiving end of this type of treatment. And if you've tuned in to my type of podcast, you have also probably been on the receiving end of these types of personalities yourself. I am here to help usher in the types of thought and action needed to break away from the highly inhumane conditioning imposed on us by the Matrix for the Matrix, so that those who want to usurp the changes they wish to see in the world with minimal repercussions and resistance are disempowered and stop dead in their tracks. If you take some time to ponder and reflect about the types of people who seem to create and perpetuate all major problems we see in the world, especially the many generational curses we have witnessed passed down and amplified by each generation, newly indoctrinated and programmed to tweak their suitability for the given time at hand. It would appear that these methods of crafting smaller artificial matrices within larger ones, concurrent with the system's parameters devised by the ruling structure's implementations and decrees, are designed solely to limit and corral the available range and choices throughout all layers of society for the benefit of those who profit and control said matrices. The 5D, or New Earth parallel society that our collective must establish off-grid to evade the globalist depopulation totalitarian agenda is growing and advancing at a much faster rate now that it is clearly obvious the ill intentions of our self-appointed overseers. These overseers are very much more insecure, sheltered, immature, and dependent on external validation than we are. So, in turn, they have decided that they've placed all their focus on ensuring that they develop systems, trends, and stigmas that enable traps and triggers to pull the proverbial strings of anyone they are interacting with, of whom they wish to commandeer, like a vehicle. It should be fairly obvious that now that we have surpassed humanity's true zenith for the time being, that some form of artificially imposed programmable hierarchical control mechanism had to be employed now, that those at the top are envying and coveting the freedom, joy, and serenity all of the commoner and peasants they believe need to be shown or forced into their place to retain and maintain their own posterity and austerity, those illusions of control they've built with their black magic, smoke, and mirrors. I'd like to say on behalf of the class, or in our case, the collective, that these psychological techniques and impositions have no true power and are fully illusory in nature. Welcome to the not-so-mystical world of black magic that is nothing more than a blend of lies, manipulation, deception, and trickery, resulting in a mirage that is easily dissolvable by the trained eye and disciplined mind. Always remember that unlike reality and the truth, illusions are easily dissolved with reasoning, questioning, and solid logic. Our opposition has a major inferiority complex that they mask with a false self portraying a quasi-superiority complex by imparting scarcity tactics, imposed poverty, and psychological distress through strategic trauma bonds, love bombing, isolation, and triangulation within and in between all levels and types of relationships. These beings cannot go within because that is a stigma amongst the lizard tribe. Going within is considered going against the hive or the supposed head of said hive. This neo-feudalist structure is simply too unfounded and unjustifiable for a people as advanced as ourselves in a time of high-level advancement for the masses overall. Please stay tuned after the credits for a special presentation of Pan-Penenpia's prophetic ponderings that includes lots of helpful resources regarding the usury matrix and strategies for financial liberation from said not-so-covert setup from ye ol' dark forces. And that brings us to the end of today's show. Our musical selection today comes in from my project, Hunter Hacks and the Western Pleasures. It's titled Water Method. A link to the song and the music video are down in the description box. Be sure to check those out. And all the links for all the videos and everything are in the description box as well, as always. Like I like to tell you guys every time, please stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and keep being excellent to one another. It means the world to me that you've been here. Please be sure to look for the Copernicus Dispatch on major music streaming sites everywhere. And be sure to stop on back by Alexandria for more great stuff. I'll see you guys next time on the supplemental broadcast. All right, Epitome out. Bye, everyone. Hi there, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to another Pan-Panen Pious Prophetic Pondering here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting and OK Copernicus Production. We're on episode 13, and this episode is going to be titled, oh yeah, this one's going to be a humdinger, boys and girls, so hold on to your knickers. It's going to be a good one. The usury matrix, financial liberation strategies, and natural law. So let's start with some concepts before I go into specifics with our lovely syllabus that I provide with you every edition, so that we can all learn really amazing stuff and take our power back in these times of depopulation agendas and leaping lizards everywhere. So let's start with money. Let's talk about money first, because this is a usury matrix. And basically, money was invented to literally dupe people into permanent serfdom, essentially. Money isn't even real. It holds absolutely no intrinsic value. Considering that money is quite literally black magic in the most literal sense, I believe that as it stands, per its inventor's intents and purposes, considering it an intrinsic anti-value or non-value is a much more adequate view of usury, currency, money, credit, and the like. All of these things are artificial puppet strings to literally marionette a unsuspecting, unconsenting public into a social contract that they didn't even get to read, let alone sign. um, so let's talk about black magic now that we got into black magic and money is black magic. And you're going to hear a lot more about black magic, human sacrifice, secret societies, and usury in the near future. That's another prophetic pondering for you. You're going to hear a lot more about that coming up. But let's start talking about black magic, because I think a lot of people don't fully understand black magic. It doesn't have to be, I'm sorry, I keep looking at my notes, everyone. It doesn't have to be as intense as, say, rituals, sacrifices, sex magic, etc. The things that you hear about, like in horror movies, and weirdos in graveyards doing unsavory things, disrespecting the dead, disrespecting demons, disrespecting themselves, and disrespecting everyone around them. We all know no good comes from this. But black magic is literally as simple. What do I have on my list here? The act of casting malevolent, false illusions of any form to control and manipulate others and external forces in general. When we combine these false illusions with narcissistic abuse, which is the most common form of black magic we see amongst everyday people, is narcissistic abuse is the number one dark arts we see employed in modern times. Everyday people who are doing this are entirely unaware that when they're speaking bitterness, thinking bitterness, slandering one another, lying, cheating, stealing, conning people, committing fraud, that they're actually doing black magic. They're not simply committing crimes. They're literally taking part in black magic. Financial abuse. Let's get into financial abuse. It is a common illusion cast to impose a simulatory matrix or a Truman Show type experience onto unsuspecting victims. This type of manipulation can happen at all intensities on all levels of society. I'm a survivor of attempted human sacrifice. My family and my ex friends have been trying to get me good and gone from a very tender age. And it's all because of this usury matrix, these secret societies, and their attempt to usurp the natural world, defying natural and universal law alike, creating an inverse, hoping to make a chaos realm that will implode and somehow give evil reign permanent power or something. You'll hear from other prophets talking at this time, other tarot readers, more on this story and more on our next episode. I'm going to get into the cards and a traverse through the cards that back up everything we're talking about right now. However, on with the point we're staying on, this is a generational curse that has been exploited in families of all levels of income bracket, all backgrounds, all ethnicities, all ties. This generational curse to throw someone under the bus for a little money and status because someone doesn't like someone or someone's a black sheep. Well, we're all gonna see some justice for this in the coming months to years. I can tell you that we're going to see some things because this has been a top down way to try to destroy any type of sovereignty of any individual or anyone who doesn't have usurping power using a usury matrix to manipulate and manufacture consent and control over the entire public. I hope everyone is staying with me. This is a difficult topic to talk about. Um, Well, this perpetuation seems to have reached a crest of this generational curse and doing awful things to friends, relatives, spouses, etc., for some money, some status, a few favors. And that's the catalyst that's launched the Great Awakening. And all these posts that I do on the YouTube Recommended Chronicles, when I do the supplemental broadcast, even the music I produce at Copernicus Records, all of this is about the Great Awakening. All of this is about getting the word out, getting information out, and getting people to see what's really going on now that the veil is lifting. The 5D, the 4D, the 3D, we're seeing all the layers come together now. And we're seeing what these people were really up to behind the scenes. We're seeing the smoke and mirrors, the black magic, the illusions they're casting. And most of the illusions they cast was utilizing usury, utilizing money and credit systems, and doing that to literally enslave and manufacture consent to be enslaved. Make these people want the status. Make these people covet the money. Make these people covet their neighbors' everything. Literally the most sacrilege, unholy of behaviors being deemed as godly is literally what these people do. I don't care if it's the Masons. I don't care if it's the Illuminati. I don't care if it's the Club of Rome. I don't care if it's the Fabian Club. I don't care what club is doing it. I don't care if it's Trilateral Commission. I don't care. These people all have the same plan. How do I trick someone into consent to usurp all of their property and gain control of them so that literally they're just playing God? That's all that these people have been up to all of this time. And the Great Awakening is going to stop their great reset. It's going to stop their great taking. We've all kind of had it. Those of us who were selected for sacrifice and survived, I can say for a fact that my first husband and I were selected for sacrifice, but he wasn't smart enough to know that. So he fell for the trap and tried to sacrifice me. I left him. My second husband, they tried to do the same thing to us and they tried to sacrifice us both, but we stuck together and we stayed together. And for anyone out there going through this and just finding all of this out, that your family, everyone's been up to this since you were very small. It was about money. It was about an inheritance. It was about a spiritual inheritance. Yeah, we're going to get into that part now. So, all of these matters tie to a well known prophecy regarding a wealth transfer in which the meek shall inherit the earth. And that transfer will end Jacob's trouble. This is a biblical prophecy. But to better understand the prophecies, you are going to need to look at Gnosticism, and other things because we all know on our show that the Piso family fan fiction known as the Bible is so corrupted. We've got to cross-reference everything with other sources, even to make that a reasonable historical text, aside from an inside joke from like the Medici family's ancestors. Like that's essentially what it is. But on to the rest of our points. Um, a large RICO case regarding the Chosen and the Starseed Collective, some light workers too. You know, the 144,000 of us. That's a concept, not a literal number. Uh, these collectives and we're uncovering mass secret society plots dating back centuries, like dating back to like the 1700s, actually probably the 1600s, because almost every revolution and civil war was paid for with secret society money. So we're all secret society colonies. We're not actually who we think we are, and their next step is to band together and force us into a one world government, which we all know is a well, we all know what they're trying to mimic, and then they're going to bring in Project Bluebeam. They're already rocking out with Paperclip and Mockingbird so hard it's ridiculous. But yeah, they've been at this for centuries, and they literally sacrifice people with black magic. They go around, slander their name, make it so they can't make any money, blacklist them, break up their marriages, get people to cheat on people, get people to backstab people, and try to drive them to commit suicide after years of abuse. We're talking about starting to sexually abuse children when they're very young to harvest their energy. That is what these people do. That is what I survived. My family is evil. My ex is evil for helping them. My friends are evil for taking hush money. They aren't my friends anymore. I do this now. I would rather do what I'm doing with y'all and helping everyone get justice and helping everyone get answers and making beautiful music and art for everyone. I would much rather do that than be a part of any family of origin or community that involves themselves in any of this while calling themselves good Christian people, hiding at church, going around playing pretend while behind closed doors they are the most satanic evil you could possibly run into. But I digress. Um, this black magic, whether you want to think about it literally or metaphorically, because honestly, this black magic stuff literally it it only works. It's low. It's a vibratory magic, and it really only works on people who fall for it. If you don't fall for it, you go, "Oh, that's an illusion. You're an idiot. Why are you insulting my intelligence? Please move along. You're wasting everyone's time." However, if you fall for it, like my ex fell for it, they told him that if he drove me crazy, got me committed, and then went and submitted for a power of attorney with someone pretending they're me and forging my signature and stuff while I'm locked away in a mental hospital because they want to steal my money. He'll get a cut of it and he'll split it with my family, who was all cut out of the will when I'm the sole beneficiary. And these people in the secret society convinced him to do this. And he doesn't understand that, no, they were sacrificing you. Everyone knew you weren't going to be able to kill me and get away with it. So, for real, you were being put on the line, but they lured you with this money and used this black magic to break up our home, break up our family, destroy everything. Well, it didn't work on my second marriage, but boy, did they try. And that's why I'm telling all of you, beware. These people in these societies, they make you sign an oath. They make you literally sell your soul to the devil, and they make you sign someone else's name on there for collateral. Anyone who is married, if your spouse goes and joins one of these organizations, that is grounds for an immediate divorce. That is grounds for a restraining order. You literally have no consent over what that society does when your spouse goes and signs up. They may even try to kill you like mine tried to do to me. Okay. That's real talk. So the main focus of this illusory matrix is mind control, eugenics, and data manipulation. They want to control history. They want to control science. They want to control religion. They want to control everything. They want to make everything smoke and mirrors and illusion so that everything is nothing, and when everything is nothing, you can justify anything. That's where the depopulation comes in. Pay very close attention that this was a slow bleed in, a slow trickle from post Inquisition. This is the new Inquisition. This is the Neo Inquisition. Can't get into college? They're going to sacrifice you. Not a straight A student? They're going to sacrifice you. Won't put up with your family's beatings? They're going to sacrifice you. Won't let your husband rape you? They're going to sacrifice you. This is what these people do. And they all make it look like you did it to yourself. That is what they're about. I refuse to speak to anyone from my past. I have blocked everyone's number. If you are a part of my past, you are not a part of my life, because I know full well you are the reason that I had to claw, struggle, and tooth and nail to get to where I am today. I'm not doing it again. So they do this. And let me be clear, I was a very happy, loving kid, open heart in high school. I had friends. I mean, yeah, I was, different, but I had friends and stuff. I dated, but I had no idea that all the drama in my friend groups and in my dating and in my first marriage was 100% caused by my family, who was being bribed and paid by a secret society who was all after an inheritance. Then my first husband, my high school sweetheart who I married, we were happy a couple years. Then my grandparents died and there was money on the line. They bribed him with my money. He's probably going to go to jail because he listened to the people that I married him to escape. And I told him, I want to get away from my abusive family and I want you to get away from yours. I want us to start a life together. No. These people with money and power, apparently, make everyone believe that without money and power, they will never have anything, they will never be happy, and that they would be better off dead. Well, let me tell you what, that money and power, that cursed, dirty bag of money, it's destroying planet Earth, and it is not making the world a better place. And these secret society people aren't happy. They're not, none of us are happy. Don't you think it's time for the madness to end, everyone? I know I do. So, yeah, sorry guys. I'm gonna take my glasses off for a minute because I actually need to read my own handwriting here. Um, okay, so the people's use of black magic is bad enough, but here's the thing. These people believe in the devil, they believe in evil, they believe in demons. Are you ready for a kicker? All right, sit down, everyone. This is going to knock your socks off. They don't believe in God. They don't believe in source. They don't believe in angels, archangels. They believe in everything that is wrong, and they believe in nothing that is right that overpowers everything that is wrong. They do not believe in karma. They do not believe in stuff that we all know to be very real and operates under natural and universal law. So they're trying to make this inverse matrix and this false system where they literally have upside down world. Well, that's about to implode. Okay, that's really not going to work much longer. Karma and universal law and natural law all state that everything that they've done, there's a backlash. Okay, this is where this wealth transfer is going to come into play, and this is where we're going to go look at the syllabus here in a minute. But for real, these actions that have been taken since the Renaissance are in direct conflict with universal laws. And these people have literally brainwashed generations of people to believe false information from false gods and false religions. And they're going around doing, pardon my French, cockamamie, half-ass black magic, not knowing what they're doing. It's even worse if they were doing it right. It would have been one thing, but they're doing it like really bad, and so everything is starting to look crazy. If you see chaos, natural disaster, so on and so forth, you're seeing karma in full effect right now. I'm here to let everyone know that. And they wanted to brainwash the entire world into an inverse or evil realm. And if that they cast enough illusions with their, favorite spells that they like to cast, that they believe that they'll just be able to manipulate situations, manipulate money, manipulate the terms and conditions endlessly, so that everyone is just caught up and dizzied in smoke and mirrors. Everyone is enslaved by black magic. Everyone is a slave to money, which is black magic. And no one respects anyone, and everyone is disgusting for something that isn't even real. So I'm here now to provide you with resources for financial liberation strategies and to learn more about natural law and what they're moving against. So now that we've gotten through my notes, let's go over the syllabus real quick, and we're going to wrap everything up. All right. So, our first link is how the courts get jurisdiction of the body from just conspiracy. Then we have Sestui Quevi Trust with Tammy Pepperman, the Matrix Rule of Law. Next up in our syllabus, we have U.S. Slave Ownership Emancipation Proclamation. Yeah, guys, we're still slaves. You have to file to not be a slave in America. I hate to break it to you, it's the 21st century, and you actually have to go file with the court to not be treated and held as a slave under your false legal identity. And after that, we have car dealership and the performance bond. And the ecclesiastical state, all coming in from Robots and Patriots, great channel for financial liberation. Then we got Freddie Silva, Ancient Temple Grid Network, Ley Lines, Sacred Oath, Servant of Truth.org. Mayan Pyramid Collapses. No one really brought that up. Static in the Attic's going to bring it up and what it has to do with all of this. Thoth, I am with you. A little more Egyptian stuff for you to better understand what this has to do with all of this. Pay your bills with your bill statement coupon from Financial Impact Lifestyle Augmenters. Conditional Acceptance, focus on the principles. Conditional Acceptance is a really great website, everyone, for learning more about this. How we forfeit our rights through contracts, live workshop clip number 4 from Conditional Acceptance. Hold trustees accountable for their actions. Yeah, all of us have trustees. We have to hold them accountable. You have to go to court to do this. All the information is in the description box. Court deadlines don't apply to you. That's real talk. Conditionalacceptance.com. Conditional acceptance letters defending your rights through high word magic. They use black magic. We're going to use high word magic. We're not going to be butt munches like they are. Remember, magic is simple as talking your reality into existence. That's all magic is taking an idea and making it real. It's not more complicated than that. Do you need to correct your status to be free? If you live in America and you haven't done it yet, the answer is yes. Go to Conditional Acceptance's channel for more. Stay out of court. Conditional Acceptance. Conditional Acceptance works through natural law because natural law is real law. The postal rule explained. You need to know that one. Learn how to write conditional acceptance. Why your 1099A is not working. Conditional acceptance. You're not paying your bills correctly. Conditional acceptance. Using an affidavit to express the truth. Again, conditional acceptance. This affidavit is important to the entire process. The 1099A process. Don't be greedy. By the way, if you give, I already talked about the black magic. Greed is bad karma. Going around wanting to do things for bad reasons is going to bring you bad results. When you do anything that I'm teaching y'all about, do things for the right reasons if you want to get good results. If you act like my ex, you're going to be facing bad results. If you act like my current husband, who, yeah, he ain't perfect, but when he makes a mistake, he does the right thing. He gets to live a happy life with yours truly. You see the difference? The same goes for this money, conditional acceptance, these government systems. Apply the same rules with everyone and you will have true integrity. You bet your bottom dollar on that. The conditional acceptance process, your bills are prepaid and contain a check. Pay close attention to that. Jekyll and Hyde, the tale of two persons, the man and the legal person from the common law rights society. That's an important one, everyone. Ex-occultist. They call it the master key of the universe from Be Inspired. You want to get inside these people's heads. Come with me on this journey. We're going to get inside their heads, man. All right, next up, law and morality. Should we respect evil laws? You and I know the answer to that. That would be a no. Then the Hart-Fuller debates on morality and law. Legal positivism, the dominant theory in jurisprudence. And let me be clear, legal positivism is a trap. It is a manufacturing of consent via black magic through implementing compulsory penalty for non-compliance. So you will positively do the legal standard. Yeah, that's sick. Don't fall for that crap. Stand up. It's the Great Awakening. That doesn't mean do evil. It means stand up on the laws that are evil, everyone. Do not even try to mix my words up. John Lennox, Science Doesn't Explain What You Think It Does, from the channel Practical Wisdom. GE Ethics, The Natural Law of Thomas Aquinas. You know that I got to get my philosophy on my show. That comes in from Sir JM Vlogs. Natural Law Theory, Crash Course Philosophy number 34 from Crash Course. The Kali Yuga, Julius Evolva, and the Eternal Natural Law from Thomas Leroy. That's a very good video. Go check that out. Did this man escape the Matrix? The story of Dr. Jacob Grinberg, Beyond the Veil, from the channel Beyond the Veil. I know I escaped the Matrix, and I hope you escape it too, y'all. I'm here to help you. Escaping the false reality matrix is easier than you thought, from Plant Abundance. And that plant medicine and getting off that nasty Western medicine, that's going to help. The Chosen Ones, you are the secret weapon against the Matrix, from Astral Adam. Bugs in the Matrix, our life is not real, only awakened souls, from Astral Adam. The Capitalist Matrix, what everyone gets wrong, from the channel One Dime. David Icke, we live in a matrix. Our world is made up of and that's from Official TEB. Why the Matrix can't control the Sigma female, and if you're a Sigma empath or a Heyoka empath like I am, you're totally going to relate to this. It's going to be real edifying. That comes in from the Rare Gems channel. The Esoteric Secrets of Plato's Cave, and The Truth Beyond the Simulation. They don't teach you this in Philosophy 101. I'll tell you that. They teach you this like a BS crap about, oh, I don't even want to get into it. But they want to teach you some smoke and mirrors to keep you from knowing the truth. That's all I'm going to say on that. The Traps of the Adversary, from Everything Explained, coming in from Spirit Science. How society is programming you to be poor, single, and young, and somehow think that this is something that you are entitled something because of this. They push you down, so now you're entitled because you fell for it. Yeah, let's learn about these depopulators and their traps, because this stuff is really childish. Then we got Michael Schellenberger's Guide to Escaping the Woke Matrix. By the way, there's many matrices within their false illusory matrix. That's why they like to cast a matrix within a matrix within a matrix. If you want an example of how this would look and you like really, really good movies, go watch Synecdoche, New York. Watch Caden struggle to recreate his vision. Trust me, you'll understand the vibe if you go watch Synecdoche, New York. It's a great movie. The Matrix of Illusion is manipulating your perception of reality, from Wisdom of the Universe. Oh, yeah. Also, great philosophical movies to help you in your endeavor. Please go watch Waking Life, and please go watch Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. And there's a really amazing anime called, Mind, F, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Watch that one too. It's a little graphic, but it will get you inside the heads of this like lizard hive and their like horrid ideas for humanity. Does the Matrix end when you die? From the channel Inspired. What is the demiurge? Exit the Matrix, from The Alchemist. And if you don't understand Gnosticism and all, the demiurge, this is going to help get your foot in the door of understanding that. And the final video we have for our syllabus today is Enlil the Enslaver, the Matrix, the Gnostics, and the Serpent, from Ancient Astronaut. And remember, this all goes back to Sumerian, i.e. Babylonian, i.e. Canaanite, i.e. baby-eating, human-sacrificing, horrible people who really like to slut it up at the orgy. Yeah, and go around spreading disease and, beating their wives and children. And if you don't want to live in a world like this, don't join societies that uphold this stuff. Don't care about things that these so-called elitist, parasite, idiot, ruling class people think is good. It's all a trap. They're horrible people. They aren't even people, and they want you to be just as disgusting as they are so that they can justify eliminating you and taking all of your stuff. That's really all they care about is smoke and mirrors and how do they make it legal. They don't care if it's moral. They don't care if it's ethical. They don't care if it's right. They care if it's legal and if they can get away with it or not. And we got to put an end to that because this is the Great Awakening. So that is our pondering for today. I know I switched up our schedule a little bit. We are going to get into Tataria. I promise. I promise. I promise. But all this cool new information popped up from Magic 8 Ball that I have to get out to everyone. So I have to rework what I'm doing. So our next episode is super exciting adventure. And if you're afraid of tarot and divination and stuff, remember that divination and divination abuse is when you go out and nosing, all right? When that stuff comes to you and finds you, you're just observing what spirit brought to you. You're not going out and nosing on people. You're not trying to see what someone's future is to go sabotage it like they did to us. You're not doing any of that. You're just trying to, listen to when spirit comes to you and talks to you. So I'm going to show you these resources in our next episode titled Epic Collective Tarot Adventure in Truth and Liberation for Earth Angels, Chosen Ones, Lightworkers, and the 144,000. And we're going to go through these collective readings because my story is not merely an individual story. It's a collective story. It's going on worldwide. It literally affects millions of people, and it's going to be found out in due time and soon enough. So stay tuned, and I'm going to take you on my part of the adventure that was brought to me, and you guys can see if any of it resonates with you. And if it does or if it doesn't, we all still need to be aware. It doesn't matter if you were not a victim of attempted human sacrifice. You probably know someone who was, because this is so much more common. It's normally the kid who was bullied, the kid who was picked on, the kid who was driven to suicide attempts, the kid who was driven to drugs, the kid who was driven to run away from home, the kid who felt like they couldn't do no better in life. So they just had to do what they could and take whatever they could. That's who the targets were. And that whole illusion to set them up like that, it's all artificial. It's all fake. They use schools, teachers, jobs. They got us fired from jobs. They did all kinds of stuff to us to maintain their image. So again, guys, if you're a part of that, or you know someone who is, my heart goes out. I'm there for you, and I'm trying to help correct the problem by bringing awareness to the problem. And I hope that you all help me by liking, sharing, subscribing, getting the word out. And also, please, by all means, produce your own content. We need as many voices in this game as possible, everyone. So I want to thank you all for being with me. I know that was a little lengthy and a bit rambly, and I hope that you all got something out of this, because I have learned so much on this journey, and I want you all to learn a lot too. So, like I like to tell you guys, just be cool. Just be cool. Do the right thing. Know that following your heart, regardless of what anyone tries to dupe you with this black magic, know that following your heart is literally the good white magic. And following your ego, that's that dirty, nasty black magic. Don't fall for that trap. You know, a lot of people fell for that trap, and don't let it make you bitter, because that's how you fall for the trap. If you become a vessel for bitterness, disharmony, and discord, and you hold on to it and you don't let it go, you don't give that stuff to God, you're going to hold on to it. You're going to hold that poison, and you yourself are going to become toxic because other people were toxic around you and you didn't remove yourself from that toxicity. And that's how they make the human sacrifice look like it's your fault, because you chose to stick around that toxicity. That's how they manufacture consent, when you literally don't choose to leave, when you don't take your free will and do everything in your power to fight back. So fight back, guys. And I'll see you on the next Pampanen Pious Prophetic Pondering. Epitome out. Take care, everyone. On today's episode, featured videos include today's bonus features include Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 40 of the supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting and OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can also call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles, on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud. And if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble should anything happen to this channel. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box. And please be sure to subscribe, like, share, follow, and tell a friend about the many things we cover in our program. For deeper dives on the more spiritual, esoteric side of the topics we cover, coupled with a hearty syllabus of phenomenal information in the form of YouTube videos, don't forget to check out my other podcast series, Pan Panen Pious Prophetic Ponderings. I would also like to take a little time to thank everyone who has supported OK Copernicus and all the projects I'm working on, and supporting all the music across all the major streaming platforms, listening to my tracks. I've released across many volumes of the Copernican Dispatch, with much more to come. A warm welcome indeed to my new and returning subscribers, followers, and viewers who are joining us on this wild journey of truth and apocalyptic enlightenment. I'm so happy to have you all back after a brief break to recharge, recalibrate, rebalance, and relocate as we continue to traverse the emerging complexities of the coming era. And on with today's featured video recommendations. Our first video today takes us to the Bohemian Grove with Two Old Dudes. That's the channel's name, not a personal opinion. Here's a little excerpt from their transcript. And I quote, "In today's episode, we ask, is there a place on Earth where the world's most powerful men participate in pseudo-sacrificial ritual at the foot of a giant owl? We're speaking of the Bohemian Grove Club. So like a curious traveler on a quest, we embark upon the winding roads of information, staying with us for a ride into knowledge. The super secret Bohemian Grove Club is in Sonoma County, California, and has been around since 1872. Every year in June and July, rumors about robed figures and ritual ceremonies run rampant. Doesn't help that 5 United States presidents have been members of the club since 1971. And end quote. And you want to know why we don't trust our government, really? Okay, that's cute. Now, on to our second video. This is another good one. 5D Reptilian Hive Mind Exposed, David Icke. 2026 Soul Farm Online. Matrix. What's it? Oh, Matrix Code Leaked is the title of the video, and As Within is the channel that is featuring that one. David Icke talks about Matrix Code in the latest video excerpt that released from the As Within channel. We're featuring here as our second video pick. He walks us through the epistemology of what the programming of the false matrix consists of, so that we might better be immune to all its ill effects. We were born to be alive. We were not born to be human batteries for insatiable energy harvesters who thought they could usurp the world by corrupting it with enforced usury systems and power dynamics. He puts it all together well in a concise presentation. And on to our third video. Off Grid with Doug and Stacy are responsible for this most informative video. They are going to introduce us to a book titled Transhumanist Genocide that I think we should all take a look at. From AI to 5G to weather modification, Doug and Stacy keep it real in hopes that those who need to get real about the seriousness of these topics have a better chance at getting real and preparing for the future. And just a little bit about Doug and Stacy. They're really cool. They have been living off-grid since 2010, and they share their lives on their YouTube channel. So if you're trying to make your way out of the default world, out of the matrix and off the grid, definitely check them out. They're really excellent. Our fourth video comes from Dr. James Lindsay at New Discourses and is titled DEI is Speaking Bitterness. One of the biggest unveilings I've experienced this apocalypse is the prevalence and prominence of black magic, spell work, root work, energetic projections, and manipulation being the primary means that any government's function is rendered. Fully illusory societies crumbling upon the knowledge of said illusions are a very real-world matter all of us should be preparing to tackle in the coming decades as this timeline story unfolds. Here's a little excerpt Dr. Lindsay left in his description box from episode 97, and I quote, "In Mao's China, the population was turned against itself through relentless campaigns known as speaking bitterness. Of course, this was prompted and forced by the communists, and it worked to their advantage by tearing apart the fabric of the communities they were, air quotes, transforming. We have been doing the same thing here in the West, primarily at work and in our schools under names like DEI training, unconscious bias training, social emotional learning, and broadly the term sensitivity training. In this episode of New Discourses Bullets, host James Lindsay gives us the original context for these disastrous trainings so that we can better be equipped to expose and stop them, because there's a lot of this going around. Bitcoin University is the channel providing our fifth video today, titled EU Preparing to Steal Your Stuff. Let's hop on over to that description box for more. And I quote, "As the EU attempts to deal with its massive debt, GDP levels, high taxes, money printing, and outright confiscation will all be used. Bitcoin as an exit from the fiat system will also be highly monitored and discouraged. A similar surveillance and confiscation state is also coming to the US and the UK. Will Trump come out in favor of digital IDs too? It wouldn't surprise me at all. All it would take is one big cyber attack or terrorist attack, real or false flag, to have every American sheeple begging for internet passports and a national ID. Nietzsche was right. The government is the coldest of all cold monsters. Everything the government says is a lie, and everything it has stolen." Preach, Nietzsche. Preach. That is so real. And why not end our main features with a little antiquated potty humor? Okay, not exactly. How about Tatarian toilets and more? Jared Boosters has us covered in his video titled Tatarian Toilets and the Antiquitech of the 19th Century. Paris, France, cast iron repurposed, 1865. Let me take you to a short word from Jared. He says, "Howdy y'all. Today we will look at a collection of photographs taken in Paris in the year 1865. The subject matter will be the multitude of cast iron and masonry structures being founded along the streets of the city during the early 19th century. Initially, before translating the titles for the images, I wasn't exactly sure what I was looking at. To me, it appeared to be intricate antiquitech, or ancient technology stationed outside the most major architecture. Yet once I began to translate the titles for the images, I was taken aback. Today, according to the current narrative, we are looking at some of the first public toilets in Paris installed directly into the streets. Most being installed with intricate cast iron lights, these structures truly appear out of place to me. The sheer magnitude of some of these cast iron and masonry creations is also worth note. A portion of the larger public water cabinets are multiple stories tall, and many of them also include cast iron domes. Could these 1865 photographs reveal more than we could expect about the true nature of Paris in the 19th century? Do these cast iron masterpieces look out of place to you? I'd love to hear all your insights and ideas in the comments. And that wraps up our main features. on to our bonus features. Our first bonus feature, and I want to just take a moment to give you a special note. This is a part of videos that I've been being featured on Pan Panen. So this is a channeling video, and you're going to find that it ties into the stories that we go over here on Supplemental Broadcast, because it's like a macro micro view overage of current events. The first video is coming in from Intuitive Heart with a story time, and it is titled "There is a compilation of evidence connecting the dots of centuries of ... And just like we talked about the toilet Antiquitech, this is the more on the spiritual side of what we see, the material side of things, the overlap of everything. It's truly fascinating. Our second bonus video comes in from Doug and Stacy Offgrid, and it's a warning about cell phones. Now you know. Go check that out for more tech safety. Our third video is Money is Broken, the truth about our financial system, and that comes in from the channel Coin Bureau. Fourth up, from the channel Conspiracy Are Us, is Jehovah versus the Star Cities. Our fifth bonus feature, Why Socialism Can Never Work, the Why Minutes. And our sixth and final, and really, this one's a good one to watch, guys, especially if you considered those electric vehicles. Just take a peek at this video titled 8 EVs Self-Combust Daily, Shanghai Pudong Toll Station. And the channel for that is China Observer. And that leads us to my favorite part of the show, my auspicious op-ed. It's my little time to share some words that I composed with everyone. So let's get to it. This is going to be the first auspicious op-ed in the series of pieces dedicated to the topic of predictive programming embedded in retro cartoons and anime. And I'm titling this series Esoteric Predictive Programming Animated Retrospective. Yeah. And we are going to start with one of my favorites of all time under the category of super rewatchable picks. We're starting with Robotech. All right. So the 1985 classic, known for its iconic transforming Veritech fighters, memorable characters, and all that space opera sci-fi saga goodness that is fun for all ages. So many themes embedded into this Japanimation classic to tell you about that are similar to what we've been experiencing in a similar time frame to what actually went on the show. Note, Robotech is an American series, but the animation comes from 3 separate anime series with their own stories that are not related in any way to the stories in Robotech. So we use the term Japanimation for this method where you add a new story to the edited post-production footage in lieu of just dubbing the Japanese series into English. So that's why we call this one Japanimation. Anyway, although I'll be, I will be linking everyone to the complete series in the description box. So please take note that although I'm giving you all of that, I do find that the book series by Jack McKinney is absolutely phenomenal, well worth the read. Let's go ahead and get into the most interesting highlights that relate to our experiences in this 21st century real world that has transpired before us. All right, so the first part of the series, known as the Macross Saga, begins with when an alien spaceship crashes down to Earth in 1999. That's the same year I turned 18. In the midst of a global civil war. The UN Spacey, which is very similar in spirit to our UN, implements the Robotech Defense Force after researching and refurbishing this alien technology for human use in warfare. The Zentradi aliens are a giant species of humanoids that do not reproduce like Homo sapiens, but instead they utilize cloning chambers and also have the ability to micronize in similar chambers to be human-sized. All of the alien species throughout the series share many characteristics with beings from our own real-world hidden history, such as Tartaria, beyond the ice wall, or what other people call Antarctica, Atlantis, Lemuria, and so on. The power of love, music and frequency, and energy are an important overarching theme that aid in tying the three series together that were used to make Robotech. Ethics, morality, and discernment remain primary themes that drive the story, which is something that has been largely missing from this demographic of programming since the late 80s. Humans having to adapt to a wide array of challenging circumstances, oftentimes at the hands of their evil government officials, are handled mindfully with complexity and nuance. From civilian hostages in space to interspecies relations, and the ethics of war to the ethics of love, much to ponder and contemplate emerges with each episode. While the Macross saga mostly takes place in space during an intergalactic war, the second part of the series, known as Southern Cross or the Robotech Masters, takes place on a war-ravaged, militarily policed, globalized into one-world state. A new race of humanoid aliens and their clones are introduced that utilize frequencies to enforce their agendas, heal their soldiers, and employ a type of eugenics on the peoples created and modified via melodically induced mind control from highly advanced and militarized musical equipment. Complex topics regarding loyalty, war, governance, and obedience are highly prevalent throughout the middle of the series. The meaning of life and what is truly worth fighting for continue to unfold with each storyline. Instances of nepotism, despotism, and corruption also increase as ethics and morality tend to drive the plot twists of this show. The real racism between different humanoids, contrasting the many instances of cooperative relations and harmony between others, allow the viewer to see that regardless of humanoid type, it takes all kinds to make the world what it is. The world that we're currently living in most parallels this part of the series in regards to what our governments wish they could get away with, pertaining to our treatment as citizens. This part of the series also ends with a worldwide invasion and bombardment similar to the Macross saga, before progressing into the final chapter of the original series known as the New Generation. The New Generation shows us a world that I would expect to see after a seriously cataclysmic event sends modern society into a new dark age of sorts. When I think of what I expect towns or cities to look like after the pole shift, micronova, and mud floods, this part of the show really delivers. Another alien race, known as the Invid, are the primary nemesis for our heroes, but very sketchy townspeople and leaders are wherever populated sectors have formed. Sentience, perseverance, resource management, and survival in a harsh environment are the topics that stand out the most. While love, friendship, and freedom are very important themes, they really do develop in a much deeper sense with this group of main characters that are featured in this part of the series. If this sounds like something you'd like to check out, I'll be linking the movie Robotech 2: The Sentinels as well, which is where the characters from the Macross saga are back in space with the Robotech Expeditionary Force, while Southern Cross and New Generation from the original series are actually happening. So they're basically parallel. To enjoy the Sentinels, make sure to check out Jack McKinney's novels, and if possible, track down copies of the out-of-print comics by the Waltrip brothers that were printed by multiple publishers back in the 80s and 90s, and Robotech Art Volume 3 also is all about the Sentinels. So if you are into that, or if you're so inclined, those are pretty fun. I've found much of these online and in comic stores alike. And that wraps up today's show. I'd like to take a moment and introduce our musical selection by me, Epitome the Burn Kid. This one's called Downfall of Davos Man. It's really great. I got a link for you down in the description box for the SoundCloud. And thank you so much for being with me for another show. Make sure, if you haven't already, to come on over and follow me on Tumblr or on X. And make sure to come on over and say hi on SoundCloud too. That would be really great. I like to tell you guys every time, oh wow, my cats are running around. Okay, so, super distracted. Okay, I have to actually cut out of here. Anyways, new phrase. We have a slogan now at OK Copernicus Productions. So I'm just gonna close with our new phrase. All right, Ptolemaic vibes, alchemical knowledge, bangin' beats, OK Copernicus. All right, I hope to see you guys next time for another installment of Supplemental Broadcast. Bye, everyone. Episode, we have a new format. We're going to start with a special focus and a tribute to the life of Charlie Kirk. Then we will be moving on to our new and improved main features and bonus features with twice the links for all that informational goodness. Now back to the station. Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 41 of the Supplemental Broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting and OK Copernicus Production. I'm your host, Jess, but you can also call me Epitome or Burn Kid because I'm Epitome the Burn Kid. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles on X or Tumblr for the latest videos, music, memes, and more. Listen to the official soundtrack on SoundCloud, and if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble and Odyssey to support my monetized platforms. Or should anything happen to this channel, the party will continue over on the freer platforms. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box. And please be sure to subscribe, like, share, and follow, and tell a friend about all the platforms, projects we have going on here, and the many things that we cover here in our program. If you enjoy the music on the show, please be sure to watch my new electronic music practice vlog, Bleeps and Bloops and the Oons Oons Oons. And for deeper dives on the more spiritual and esoteric takes on the YouTube Recommended Chronicles, don't forget to check out my other podcast series, Pan Panen, Pious Prophetic Ponderings. Stay tuned after the credits for a special presentation of the YouTube Recommended Chronicles viewing key and legend, and this summer's Copernican update after the credits to catch up on the latest channel news, updates, and more. And now on with the show and today's special focus, a tribute to Charlie Kirk. I'm going to kick off our new format with a few words regarding recent events before getting into our main videos and bonus features. Our special focus today, and we'll do a different focus each episode from here on out, because I think it's a great idea and it's going to be fun. Today is on the assassination of Charlie Kirk in reference to our videos here. However, civil discourse, psyops, and predictive programming via pattern recognition are where I will place my focus on events, because that is the lens that not only shreds but combusts the last bit of veil they pretend it to have, providing nothing more than maladaptive cover to the self-isolating, serpentine-styled initiates involved in this production. Let us always remember that Charlie did his best to put the civility back into civil discourse, and that alone made him a target to those who thrive on theatrical coercion and the abuse of artificially imposed hierarchical Power dynamics. If anyone has paid attention to the so-called assassinations and assassination attempts, you cannot help but to pick up on the pacing of recurring patterns and patterned responses occurring reactively as the aftermath unfolds. Make no mistake about it that this grotesque form of politicized martyrdom was fabricated with the ill intentions of ruling through fear, herd mentality, and literal witchcraft in the form of bullets laden with engraven invocations intentionally aimed at the heart for this occult sacrifice ritual of an innocent with a radicalized nobody. The orchestrators of this crime are choosing to hide behind like the cowardice tricksters they have revealed themselves to be. The more we process and progress through these events, the more they overlap with and mimic similar events and setups over the past 5 years in particular. These patterns of tragedy, outrage reactions are no longer laid upon blind eye or deaf ears, as these patterns can be felt just as well as they are smelled from a mostly lengthy distance. It is more important now than ever to demand civility and civil discourse, because without both, we no longer have a civilization as a decayed and diseased holding serves none of us any purpose, including our adversaries in these interesting, trying times. I am going to just state the obvious. The alphabet boys, they're occultist overlords they drink with at the lodge, and the stakeholderist capital commies who fund them are no longer going to be able to shrug off creating JFK's, Martin Luther King Jr.'s, Malcolm X's, or Charlie Kirk's. They also cannot act like they aren't behind creating Lincoln's, Reagan's, Elvis, or even the flavor of nightmare they cause for Britney Spears or Amanda Bynes, and many others enslaved by this conglomerate of secret societies that do the yellow-bellied trillionaires' bidding, sacrificing what free will or thought they think may put them on the chopping block or result in blacklisting through perpetual persecution with hopes of driving chronic ailment, instability, and disloyalty to leverage metaphysical strings of control. This black magic empire will crumble sooner if more of us care to engage in civil discourse as much as Charlie Kirk did. No matter one's opinion or allegiance to ideals, the one ideal we must stand together on if we wish to have a civilization worth living in is civility and civil discourse, being the crux of our civilization, while eradicating such useless notions of an impossible social contract or state-imposed initiative. Society starts with the ways and cultures of the citizens, not what theatrical production the self-declaring powers that aren't but will push through anyway with their brainwashed compliant zombie horde. And now, in memory of Charlie, some outstanding pieces on his work and memory. May his spirit go on to much bigger and better things, as he most certainly deserves it. The first video we have for this is More Conversation, Less Hate, The Immediate Aftermath by Russell Brand. The layout of Charlie Kirk's event doesn't make sense. This comes in from Redacted. Megyn Kelly reveals the truth about the trans phrases found, ... That comes from Megyn Kelly's page. Dad Saves America, Charlie Kirk, 1993 to 2025. That's on Dad Saves America. Neil Oliver, Speaking Out Can Get You Killed, on Neil Oliver's channel. Douglas Murray and Rita Panahi respond to Charlie Kirk on Sky News Australia. Victor Davis Hanson and Hugh react to the assassination of Charlie Kirk on Hugh Hewitt's channel. The Death of Charlie Kirk is the Turning Point on O'Keefe Media Group's channel. Charlie Kirk, an American Hero from Awaken with JP. We just reached a tipping moment from Redacted. That video is a really good one. Be sure to check that out. Breaking Charlie Kirk killed by assassin in Utah from Redacted. And finally, You Don't Think I Belong Because I Am Black, Charlie Kirk versus a student from Turning Point USA. And that's a really good video too. That one's really good. If you want to check out what he's really about and not what the weirdos are saying, go check that one out. And with that, we're going to go on to today's featured video recommendations. Starting first up today on our main features comes from Academy of Ideas and is titled, Is This How the West Ends? These most mindful, philosophically focused pieces that both tie well into hidden history and current events simultaneously are a real treat, especially the illustrations and photographs they pull to produce these enlightening featurettes. Our next video, unfortunately, between writing the episode and filming it, was taken down. I'm going to read you what it was anyway, but in lieu of this, I'm just going to put you to the person's channel, their official channel, and you can go see their other work, because this video was epic and the powers that be, I guess, didn't like it. But it is second on deck, and the video is European Elites Terrified by Ava Vladingbroek speaks out. And that's from Ava Vladingbroek's channel. Go check out her channel for more, but this particular video vanished. I'm sorry about that. And it stands as a striking confirmation, well, it did, if you got to see it. Hopefully something similar will come back up, of what these so-called elites truly stand for while delivering a different message to the citizenry and actions towards everyone else involved. Take a look at her synopsis of EU politics through the lens of a history not nearly as far off or forgotten as these control oligarchs wished it was. Compare and contrast her summation with what you've witnessed and learned about through the years. And this has a lot to do with the EU. What does it stand for, and why are those countries stripped of their sovereignty? Definitely go check out her page for more on that. And the third video we have to showcase comes in from Canadian Reporter, titled, Western Provinces Just Made a Massive Wexit. First, we heard about Brexit, now Wexit. Is this a coming trend or just another facade failing and fading? We shall see. Fourth up today, even more confirmations from the digital ethers with the video Government Tracking Pole Shift from Space Weather News, Suspicious Observers. It's not just some radical theory or conspiratorial hubbub. It's a natural cycle and universal phenomenon that affects everything in this realm and other connected heavenly bodies as well. The documentary on the Earth disaster cycle is something I will share in the post here on YouTube and on the show once it releases on the aforementioned channel. I'll get everyone linked to that. Fifth on today's show, we pop on over to 2CTV for a look at the live stream titled French Patriots Target Macron's Palace After ... It would appear that the French Parliament has fallen again, and the dramas of the EU continue to roll out and unfold. There's a lot going on in the EU as of late, it would appear. And that brings us to our final video of our main selections today from the channel Promethean Update, titled AFD Deaths Prove Globalist Desperation. Why there ... The mosaic gains another layer throughout the European struggle for basic human rights against the depopulating replacement craze, transhumanistically possessed, overprivileged, globalist despots. Things get medieval in Germany for members of the AFD political party. Check out that video for more on what happened to them. It wasn't very nice. And we have so much good stuff on today's bonus features, now with twice the links for twice the infotainment. Please check out these notable features Magic 8 Ball brought to my attention. Here we go. The timeline manipulation from the channel Conspiracy R Us. Life After White House. Big Mike, his story, from Oso Melanin. How rigid is your thinking? That's something for everyone to think about, from Richard Vobes. A bailout for humanity, Public Order 1.254.1 from the channel Rise Together. Take special note of the videos from channel Rise Together if you want a idea or a better understanding of what's underlining this JFK Jr. is alive and all of that. That's Rise Together covers that. Check them out for if you are just confused about what all that was, because I was, and now I know, and now it all makes a lot more sense. Thanks, Rise Together. And our next video is testing store-bought products. You will not like it. I didn't like it. Watch this video too. This is from the channel Off Grid with Doug and Stacy. Empty San Francisco from Static in the Attic. Yeah, San Francisco's like not doing too good from the looks of it. It's wild. Go check that video out for more. The real reason for the rise in rape and why feminists won't mention it from the New Culture Forum. That's a very good one, too. The American Idea from New Discourses. Tulsi Gabbard on the threat of the deep state from Tulsi Gabbard's channel. Taurus and hashtag Idiocracy6 from Joey B. Tunes. These people he finds are a mess. And our last bonus feature is Rocky Mountain Heist, How Colorado Was Bought from the channel Denver Visitor. Since now, OK, Copernicus' home is here in Colorado, why not take a look? And finally, we're at my favorite part of the show. Yay. All right. Auspicious op-ed number 39. I could pose some words. I'm going to share them with you. I think these are pretty good words. The title tonight is Predictive Programming Animated Retrospective. Esoteric Bubblegum Crisis, Bubblegum Crash. All right, so amazing music, thought-provoking plot, and transhumanist storylines that sometimes pull at the heartstrings are all parts of the many facets that make the 1987 anime cyberpunk classic OAV, Bubblegum Crisis, and its 1992 sequel, OAV Bubblegum Crash, excellent examples of predictive programming's timelines nearly intersecting a little too close for comfort to our current timeline we're watching unfold throughout the world around us. As always, links to this epic entertainment will be available in the description box below. We follow the story of the Night Sabers, their friends in the AD police, their contractors' interests, and the corporate overlords who cause the world to become overrun with many grades of androids called boomers that threaten the safety and well-being of all the inhabitants of Mega Tokyo. Bubblegum Crisis is an 8-part OAV that stands for Original Animation, designed for the straight-to-video market. It was really highly prevalent the last quarter of the 20th century. And it takes place in 2032 at the series start. The year 2032 is not too terribly far from now, only 7 years away currently, and there are a few key features I'd like to note on the landscape of Mega Tokyo in their universe for a start. An important nuance for our community to take notice of is that life in Mega Tokyo is primarily lived on artificial island extensions or underground, and most of the inhabitants are boomers or bionoid hybrid boomers. These synthetic life forms have been programmed and manufactured to believe that they are sentient beings deserving of rights and purpose, or they can be programmed to behave like mindless, highly militarized, and volatile parasitic weapons of mass destruction, not only to organic life, but to less agreeable members of their mechanized race and the AIs or servers that their systems are reliant on. Synthetic life, synergy, and singularity also align with other features foretold in this landscape, including militarized boomers and mecha becoming commonplace in civilian, private, and commercial life, the requirement of mecha hard suits and other armored military class vehicles and weaponry that are required to keep the peace with the control of the boomers in the city. Advanced black market and mercenary tech markets have expanded like invasive species under this globalized corporate military market being the main suppliers of employment during a technologically imposed labor shortage with no end in sight. Secret societies are fighting for their last stages of relevance in this boomer-dominated future, and 4 incredibly brave young women in armored power suits who care about humans and benevolent technology a great deal regularly have to help keep the peace when none of the other powers that be can do anything about it on their own for one reason or another. From the looks of our landscape in this universe, the Earth disaster cycle is probably a factor in the design of Mega Tokyo, combined with militarized corporations controlling the majority of the markets due to the lack of organic humans contributing to these markets, and the prevalence of for boomers by boomers business models. And depopulation has clearly hit the humans in this universe, and the replacement of human population with boomers may seem bad enough, but imagine boomers that get discontinued or banned, yet simulates the feelings and behaviors of humans as they were programmed to, lest we forget, all the boomers programmed to live as humans in the truest of senses. It would also be important to note that there is a mention of some nature being left in this futurescape, and the humans who still very much treasure their natural understanding of life and traditions make getting out of the city to live in the country life a dream or an ultimate goal to accomplish. Our four main characters, Cilia, Pris, Lena, and Nene, are all young adults with very full lives who have come together to form the Night Sabers to help serve the people and interests of those who ask them for help dealing with out-of-control boomers, weaponry, and facilities related to their development. They each have a, career, they have friends, hobbies, and interests just like you or I. They just take their serving their community in a standing militia to a whole other level with cyberpunk style and flair. There are also quite the symbolic artistic statements being made through each episode in regards to the wide variety of villains, clients, friends, and other supporting characters. So many faces and facets of what would motivate any human to push or participate in markets and activities that are exclusively anti-human, with boomers who may or may not have anti-human sentiments or interests who now dominate much of society. Each installment of these OAVs focus on a different client who contracts the Night Sabers, a friend who asks them for help, or a matter involving boomers gets out of control for the AD police to handle on their own. All of the themes primarily center around the ethics of military corporate fusions, synthetic life dominating all facets of organic life, especially property and markets, the complications of a hybridized and globalized transhumanist society, and the impacts of singularity on everyone involved. Unlike my last op-ed where I'd suggest Robotech to kids of all ages, even though I got into Bubblegum Crisis when I was like 11 and I was like in 6th or 7th grade, I don't really remember what year that was, but the VHSs were great. The ratings people stamp an age on the DVD that's listed as 13 plus for the violence, language, and super brief nudity that was seemingly commonplace throughout this particular era of anime. While there is that epic girl power component saturating the script in all the right places, loved by so many, this is also a very popular classic across multiple media demographics who like fun cyberpunk and anime sci-fi that has a heart that serves up all the drama, mecha, and action, sprinkled most liberally throughout the storylines and plots. Don't forget to check out the description box for links to the Bubblegum Crisis and Bubblegum Crash playlists and Hurricane Live 2 for all the music videos and live concert footage from the series, available on YouTube. And that brings us to the end of today's show. Our music selection featured today is coming on from my project Aztec Adventure and is titled Meanwhile in Paradise. The SoundCloud link will be available for you. And I'd like to go ahead and thank everyone for watching, and I would like to remind everyone to like, share, subscribe, and turn on those notification bells if you haven't yet. Please be sure to subscribe to Alexandria on Rumble or Odyssey, and follow the YouTube Recommended Chronicles by following me, Epitome the Burn Kid, on X or Tumblr. And follow Copernican Records on SoundCloud for the latest from OK Copernicus Productions. As I like to tell you all in closing, stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and keep being excellent to one another, as we need it now in these times more than ever. I wish much PLUR to you and encourage you to art hard in whatever way expresses your soul's essence the best. Ptolemaic vibes, alchemical knowledge, banging beats, OK Copernicus. Catch y'all party peoples later. Epitome out. Bye, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Approaches and Methods to Make the Most of the Scrolling Archive on X and Tumblr. This is a supplemental key for the YouTube Recommended Chronicles that I post daily. If you are following that series and you're just like catching it in your feed, I actually have an intended way for it to be viewed if you want to use it for like research purposes or to like keep up with the grid working and possibly help me with a little grid working. I know you can hit that repost button and that like button just like I do. Grid working is where we, the people, kind of teach the internet and the algorithm to and the ethers and the astral. It's not just the 3D, it's also the 4D and the 5D. We are reprogramming the consciousness of all the things. We're getting it away from what the the powers that be want to have us focus on for their interests and benefits, and we're not here for their interests and benefits. This is a free will realm. We're here to live, we're here to learn, and we're here to be happy and be peaceful and excellent. So if you want to be a part of this experiment where I do this archive, you go through it, you learn from it, you click on whatever videos move you or whatever speaks to you, and you get downloads as you learn, and as you repost and as you share these things, other people get to learn what you're learning, the algorithms get to learn what you're learning, the AIs get to learn what you're learning, and you get to be a very big influence behind the scenes. Wow, I just saw the 144 on the timer. Now I sound like the tarot readers. It's ridiculous. By the way, I'm not one of the tarot readers, but I do share a lot of tarot because, there's a lot going on right now. We have to learn all of the crafts, it would appear. We need to really understand what's around us so that people can't just come in and, just make up stuff and get away with stuff and just go, I'm an authority figure and I'm going to get what I want. So if you are following the YouTube Recommended Chronicles, you probably are, interested in the things that people don't really want people to hear about. So there's an actual order that I post this every day. I post daily, and I do it in really big chunks. I don't do this intermittently throughout the day. I sit down and I hunker down for a right good bit, and I hammer this out in an actual concise logical order, so that if you went and clicked on either profile on X or Tumblr, you can easily scroll back the past few days without typing in any search criterias to locate hashtags and dates for what I've posted. If you wanted to go further back into the archive and like use the search function to, I started doing this archive back in 2022. I've been really at this project for a good bit. It was on Facebook until it was kicked off of there. So let me go ahead and tell you the order. Sometimes I do 2 chunks if I'm given a lot by my friendly co-curator, Magic 8 Ball, my good buddy Algorithm, who gives me all this info to share with all of y'all. So if, and also if I need a break, sometimes I do take a break, but I never, ever, ever let the integrity of the archive slip. If I do take a break, it's normally not for more than 24 hours, and I have it caught up within 24 to 48 hours based on post limits, because that's the only thing that ever gets in the way of my work is post limits. Nothing else gets in the way of my work. Okay, well, shadow banning, but let's not even go into that. All right, so here's the post rhythm, basically. I'm looking at my notes. Sorry if I'm kind of rude. So it will go in chunks of tarot for the current micro, macro, storyline with the, secret societies, conspiracies, elites, earth angels, star seeds, etc. If you're in on that storyline, I post that in concise chunks daily, once or twice a day. The next chunk after that chunk is normally current events, documentary, and infotainment. I do a chunk of that. Then I do a chunk of music videos, healing frequencies. So there's like a chunk of like audio that I do. Then there will be a chunk of memes and visual art and articles, if there's any articles for me to share. And the memes will basically separate your day or half day. Based on how much I've been given to share in my grid working, so to say. All right. Sorry for that clang right there. It's loud. Okay. So, yeah, if you scroll through that, and I can't really tell you what time I update it daily because it's not really consistent. all I can tell you is once or twice a day, there will be a whole slew of new posts, and you can actually see where you are by where the memes leave off. And a really good hint is if there is a source message of the day for that day of posting, the source message of the day will be with the memes and the visual art, and you will that's a good date stamp for you. Everything in the archive is hashtagged with YouTube Recommended Chronicles, and is also hashtagged with The Great Awakening and The Great Remembrance, and then any other hashtags that need to go with it, and that's on Tumblr. On X, it just has this paragraph that I stamp with hashtags for the basic communities that follow this and what's basically in it, with a little more information. So I hope that helps give everyone some idea of the pacing, if you wanted to go back and treat it like an archive, so that you can actually sit down and, you know, really review the materials, pick and choose what you want to learn more about, and focus on the areas that pique your interest. I try to make it well organized and easy to go through day by day and find what you want to look at in a matter of minutes. It really doesn't take that long to go through the feed once I get it up. So I hope that helps everyone make better use of the archive. Please share and pass this around to anyone you know, or any communities who are watching my show and would like, or following my project and would like a better guide at how to get the most out of following it. Because I post it in a way that I can go back and I can put together my podcast. I can pull up the different information and have everything well organized and ready to get a show out and produced. So if you guys have usages for this information or your own projects, please feel free to help with the grid working and repost and share as much of this stuff as possible, especially if it piques a certain interest of you. The more we work the grid, the more the bad stuff that they want to flood us with that makes us like vibe low and helps with their, you know, mind control agenda and their propaganda and all of that. When we shoot back what we want to hear about and what we want to talk about and what we care about, we get to rework that grid. So part of being a good citizen, I think, is being a good grid worker and putting good stuff on the internet so the internet's a better place. So if you want to help me with that, I'd really appreciate it. And yes, just following and watching and, you know, just participating on the, you know, easiest levels, it helps. Every minute watched of a video helps it get more ground in the algorithm. So remember, even though, you know, it might seem a lot, it might seem daunting, just a couple hours a day, and you just change how you approach the internet and how you use it, the internet is actually going to learn from you and it's going to alter its behavior. So instead of the internet influencing us, why don't we, you know, be grown-ups and be humans about this, and let's go influence the internet and make it the internet that we want, you know, while it's still here. So yeah, I will catch you guys next time. And yeah, if you have any anything to say about the Chronicles, or anything you want to suggest that I even take a look at or whatever, please leave it in the comments, and I will see you guys next time on one of my next productions. I know I've got something coming out soon. Like soon, like next week. See you guys then. Bye. Ptolemaic views, alchemical knowledge, Bangin beats, okay, Copernicus. Hi there, everybody. It's Epitome the Burn Kid here, back with another Copernican update. Summer 2025 here on Alexandria Alt Media Broadcasting. So this is the channel news and updates across all the platforms that I am operating. Let's start with expansion plans. Negotiating some project collaborations with other artists and creators currently. I will have more to update on that front come our fall edition. I am also expanding Alexandria to Odyssey this fall to reach further viewers, and we'll be looking into a more interactive platform for skill shares, lectures, discussions, and what I'd like to dub private practice philosophy and consulting for New Earth and Ascension matters to serve both individuals and small groups. Some humanities study and tutoring is also going to be a part of interactive offerings after I complete more research on the different platforms. Please leave any suggestions about platforms in the comments for me, please, if you have any good ones. I'd love to go check that out. And my new music project vlog, Bleeps and Bloops and the Oons Oons Oons, has made a splash with episodes 1 and 2. I focused on breaks for episode 1 and techno for episode 2. And I'm looking forward to exploring lots of new genres each episode, not only limited to EDM, but all genres of electronic music. So on the docket for episode 3, I'm going to do trance. Episode 4 is going to be house. 5 is going to be down tempo, and 6 is going to be a focus on hip hop with a bit of boom bap. So definitely stay tuned for all of that. I look forward to exploring so many genres as I put these out roughly every other week. I'm trying to not annoy my neighbors too much as I film that. And Busby by Burn Kid version 2.0 is now available in both stereo and surround sound up to 4K on YouTube. But due to upload limits, only the 540p stereo version is available on Rumble. The improvements are well worth the rewatch for the sound. The sound is so much better. This is my last full-length feature until 2026. But the new music and music videos will continue intermittently for the rest of the year across SoundCloud, Rumble, YouTube, Odyssey, and X. Supplemental broadcasts, episode 40, and Pan Panen Pious Prophetic Ponderings, episode 15, are available on both YouTube and Rumble, coming soon to Odyssey. I am currently writing episode 41 and episode 16 of those podcast series. These should be uploaded over the next couple of weeks. If you enjoyed the last op-ed on Robotech, which kicked off the first in a 10-part series titled The Esoteric Predictive Programming Animated Retrospective, stay tuned for the second piece in the series where I cover Bubblegum Crisis and Bubblegum Crash. Then I shall take on Rainbow Bright, Yes It Matters Today, Kids, on our third installment to keep the party going. I am also about to release a viewing key for the YouTube recommended chronicles so that everyone can get the absolute most out of my ongoing divinely transmitted scrolling, streaming, infotainment, DIY, introspective mystery school that I post daily on X and Tumblr with my friendly electro-algorithmic co-curator and download master Magic 8 Ball. He's a really awesome algorithm. I love him. He blinks at me. He's sweet. I'm very happy to be serving my communities with my spiritual gifts, including electrokinesis, logic kinesis, and all the clairs, just to name a few. That's right, kids, I'm an Esper too. I am honored to be one of the living words, seers, healers, and auspicious incarnations, aiding in the great awakening with all the other light workers, grid workers, and other key helpers. Shout out to all the other Blu-ray starseeds, earth angels, espers, and real heads that have banded together to form a better realm the right way. Unlike those who seem to have the reins, even though they don't really know what to do with them aside from abuse them, which is like glaringly obvious if you watch any of my podcasts. So if you want to hear me give people the business, I don't just make music. Go to my podcast. It's pretty great. And that wraps up this summer's Copernican update. I'll be back in the fall let you know what we've accomplished, what's new, what's upcoming, and what might be added to the repertoire. If you have any ideas, all the info is down in the description box below. Go ahead, send me an email, leave something in the comments, and all the links to check out everything that I mentioned is going to be in the description box below as well. It's been excellent to be back with everyone again. As always, we have our new thing now. We're getting used to the new thing. Ptolemaic vibes, alchemical knowledge, Bangin beats, okay, Copernicus, yes. And the other thing I always say to you guys, because it's been a bit since I've said it, stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and please keep being excellent to one another. We don't have enough excellence in this world. Look around you. Be excellent, all right? All right. I'll catch you guys next time. Epitome out. Bye, everyone. Ptolemaic views, alchemical knowledge, Bangin beats, okay, Copernicus. On today's episode of the supplemental broadcast, our special feature includes co-vindication, and we will also be covering on our regular topics for this episode the following fascinating main features, and after this we will move on to our bonus features. Now with twice the fun packed in each episode. And we will also be wrapping up this episode with today's auspicious op-ed feature, Esoteric Predictive Programming Rainbow Bright. On with the show. Hi there, everyone. Welcome to episode 42 of the supplemental broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting, an OK Copernicus production. I'm your host, resident musician, producer, and good buddy, Epitome the Burn Kid. My co-curator, Magic 8 Ball, is represented symbolically in the profile picture and is a super informative, interactive, algorithmic, glitchy electromagnetic spirit friend that supplies me with all of these videos and images I share daily as a scrolling archive for everyone's enjoyment and enrichment. For the sake of setting a favorable intention with the YouTube algorithm, I would like to state that this content is intended for entertainment purposes only, and the videos I share with everyone from other content creators do not necessarily reflect my views in any way, shape, or form. I am here to introduce you to some videos by various content creators who have some very interesting and oftentimes controversial themes to share, coupled with my insights and analysis that are pertinent to furthering and broadening our understanding of the times unfolding before us. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project that doubles as an intuitive streaming mystery school, hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles on X, Tumblr, and the YouTube playlist section for the latest in all the things and then some. Find my latest music releases on SoundCloud, and if you're watching me on YouTube, please be sure to find me on Rumble and Odyssey, not only to support my monetized platforms, but just in case anything should happen to this channel, the party will continue over on freer platforms. All links discussed in today's episode can be found in the description box below and in the episode playlist available on the channel's playlist section. We're going to kick things off today with our special focus, co-vindication. So let's get into it. Our lives changed as the veil was further peeled back and new layers of corruption rose to the surface for revelation. While we acclimate and recalibrate upon learning that much of what we thought we knew was never what many of us thought that it was. I look back to the events of this century in particular, especially the changes in mainstream ideals and norms regarding health. And I can trace many of these events to the seeds planted last century to piece together a detail-oriented timeline leading up to the normalization and social conditioning required to pull off the events of 2019. I'm sure you all could too if you went back in those memory banks. I will place the start of the seed planting primarily in the 1980s and 90s. Although we could trace the overall themes back several more decades, I wish to focus on the social conditioning aspect more so than the, vaccination aspect. As I believe that is where most focus had to be placed over an extended duration to achieve the catastrophic results that we've seen unfold since the response to the incident. The videos I have compiled to share with everyone are very recent and bring us up to date with what we have learned since the rollout of the mRNA science experiment, that a high schooler from last century should have understood why biotech on such a conceptual level is literally not viable and shouldn't be attempted upon successfully completing a solid biology course. So one would think that experts with credentials should know better, right? Well, actually, no. Not if those credentials were bought explicitly or were part of some sort of nepotistic spoils. I was not surprised upon learning that Fauci's credentials included a classical studies degree in undergrad and a veterinary degree was seemingly good enough to get him into his position. They were from elite schools where networking and extracurricular opportunities are really the only point of attending when comparing such a curriculum to the curriculum at other institutions. I am telling you this as an alum of a Tier 1 liberal arts college who pursued undergrad in my late 30s. After years of putting off higher education, when I was a young adult, I decided to pursue a rigorous course of study and climb my way up the ranks from attending community college classes and a small regionally ranked private university. After utilizing some college acceptance success strategies I had learned back in prep school during the 1990s when I was still a teenager. When I had reached my goal of getting into one of these supposedly elite schools, not nearly as good as allegedly what Fauci got into, but still, Tier 1. During the beginning of this pandemic of sorts, and I had the unfortunate pleasure of finding out that most of my classmates were abysmal at best in regards to academic and social performance, but somehow a C's get degrees attitude prevailed while very few peers I interacted with threw their all into a challenging course of studies or even had a passion for their classes and activities like I did. Honestly, that was the only reason I wanted to be there. I can see how asleep and unassuming I still was at the time, and it really does show. I simply wanted to study in a small setting with others who care just about as much as I do, and that is not what I found, where great minds are supposedly enhanced. It would appear that now an education is no longer a privilege because it has become an expectation and an entitlement, especially to those aligned with many bloodlines and their ages-old obsession with legacies and controlled advantages. The culture of higher education was something I found to be so corrupt and blatantly deceptive. After my experience, I moved on to self-education and self-stability to step away from this incredibly technocratic control matrix they have gotten most of the citizenry either outright trapped in or seized up in by fear. Don't get me wrong, I love classics. I think they are a fine foundation for so many areas of study, but I don't find the credentials or the intentions behind such a career track sufficient or relevant for the position we're talking about in question with Fauci. When we look at the money and influence involved, it makes matters look even worse. I also found that at the nicer the school that I studied at, the work actually got easier, and my peers were literally less competitive and far more apathetic. I have heard these observations are far worse in the Ivy Leagues, including hidden and public Ivies, but due to the networking and political nature of these institutions, that increases the higher up these ranks you look, It shouldn't really be surprising that money and influence amplify dysfunction and glamorize degradation beneath the surface. If there was not a ton of money at stake and an opportunity to calm the masses, to provide uninformed consent to take part in the most cataclysmic crimes against humanity and science that we have yet witnessed this common era, this agenda, the powers that be carried out, would have been a complete impossibility. I'd like to take a moment to remind everyone that all of this greater project revolving around the conditioning required to coerce or soothsay the citizenry is literally rooted in corrupt systems, compromised institutions, psychological operations, corrupt occult orders, witchcraft, metaphysics, and black magic, malevolent political theories, dark alchemical practices not fully understood by those practicing such practices. And we were all warned about these events and prophecies from multiple cultures from all around the world. Just because the ruling class and their secret society henchmen have done everything in their power to destroy, call into question, or persecute all who stand for truth, freedom, and knowledge from sources that they have not sanctioned does not mean that they have a right to behave in such a way, because they were never in the right regarding any of their actions due to their true intentions: covert eugenics, pillage, and plunder via usury systems and institutional abuses. Let's take a look at some outstanding videos that shed some light on what we know about all that has unfolded since 2019. And there will be more than these that I'm reading off in the playlist. I have a lot of great stuff in there for you. The COVID vaccine DNA bombshell they tried to hide, exclusive with Dr. David Spiker from Redacted. COVID control agenda and AI with Dr. Campbell. Matt Kibbe on the deep state, Fauci, and the COVID cover-up on Dad Saves America with the Free the People. They're doing a collaboration on that one. You Will Never Look at COVID the Same Way Again by Clifton Duncan and Hawk Jensen on Zuby's channel. Are you comparing COVID-19 vaccine to Holocaust explosive clash over mRNA vaccine rocks Senate from the Economic Times? And vaccinated people are more prone to chronic illness. Shocking COVID vax revelation at JFK Jr. hearing, and that's also from the Economic Times. There's a whole bunch more COVID videos I have in that playlist for you guys, so be sure to go find that and check the description box for a link to that as well. And now we're going to move on into today's featured video recommendations, our main features. So first video on today's chart shares so many revelations with us where the worlds of hidden history, political science, and occult philosophy overlap. Enjoy a discussion with Professor Hamamoto and guest on the topic of contemporary powers links to ancient bloodlines, and that help paint a different perspective on current events, history, and propaganda as a whole. Lots of detail-rich dialogue to enjoy on this video that should help catapult you into a further learning on this topic. Second up on the docket is a new topic that is gaining momentum in the archive currently: gang stalking. Closing the Gaps video titled Gang Stalking, Living in the World's Largest Prison and the 13th Amendment. As I have been learning about this topic while being a targeted individual for decades, I am so happy to see so many creators and whistleblowers blow the lid off this corrupt and abusive practice. So many have their hands in this abuse of systems and innocent victims, including governments, secret societies, education, businesses, law enforcement, military, churches, neighbors, partners, acquaintances, relatives, co-workers, and yes, even complete strangers they just find on the street and hire to do this stuff. Lots of money is misallocated regularly to fund or bribe this clandestine breach of our constitutional rights. Be sure to come back next episode to join me for a deep dive on this topic, because it's going to be our special focus next episode. And third on deck is a piece from Redacted regarding the catastrophic results of mandated anti-methane feed that resulted in the sudden deaths of many cows forced to be fed this highly questionable new product being pushed on farmers in the EU. Before I go any further, you know cows have got a lot of stomachs, they eat a lot of grass, it's really lightweight, and they have to have the methane to digest their food. Everyone does understand this, right? So this is just like cow genocide, okay? Okay. I just wanted to see if everyone was on the same page with me. Okay, back to the show. It would appear that we have entered the part of the timeline when the powers that wish to normalize both crimes against humanity and crimes of high science through discreetly insidious means are just running rampant. It is crucial that we take action to prevent all covert and coercive attempts to cull or circumvent nature as we proceed through the coming days, weeks, months, and years ahead. Our fourth video today brings us to a complementary subject to our first video feature. This is an episode of Macduff's Minefields, episode 211, The Black Nobility and the Club of Rome, comes from the channel Macduff Lives 2. Bloodlines from antiquity merge with religion, hidden history, and secret societies in this highly informative installment of this podcast. For newer videos from Macduff, please be sure to look for him on Rumble. He's moved over there now. And fifth in our lineup is a video by Russell Brand with the title, He Finally Admits It. Here's a little ditty from the description box. Bill Gates reverses course on climate change, claiming it's not that bad and urging focus on vaccines, air quotes yet again, instead. But does this shift reveal a deeper pattern where every solution, more air quotes, solution, he backs expands his control over health, food, and the planet? Well, this should be no surprise, especially considering the same powers that were warning everyone about the next ice age in the 60s and 70s are the same people saying the exact opposite is kind of happening now, or at least their contemporaries or predecessors or whatever. So finally, we wrap up our main features with a clip from Jordan Peterson titled The Psychopathic Hijacking of Religious Moral Authority. How apt to discuss during our times, is this not? Another little bit from the description box to give you some idea of what is going on this one. Dr. Peterson and Abigail Schreier discuss the complexities of evil, its various prototypes, and how often it masquerades as benevolence or compassion, manipulating trust and morality. Drawing from literature like Dante's Inferno and works by Eric Newman and Jeffrey Burton Russell, Peterson provides a nuanced view of evil, urging us to understand its allure and how it can deceive even the most well-intentioned individuals. And that brings us to the end of our main features. Let's take a moment to look back in time. It's time for our bonus features. We're going to take a look from the near to the distant past, and from the depths of hidden history to the heights of philosophical concepts and esoteric notions. Be sure to take a peek at the following bonus features to enhance this media adventure we've been sharing with one another. And here's a list of bonus features. An alliance with the devil. The unraveling of the post-war consensus. And that's on Winston Marshall's channel. It wasn't a show, it was propaganda. French MEP slams woke Olympics opening ceremony. Olympics homage to the French Revolution, the most depraved events of modern history. That comes in from Static in the Attic. He's really cool. I like his channel. He does a good job. Then we got Tommy Robinson arrested under anti-terrorism laws from Richard IV. Lefties losing it. Rita Panahi mocks growing eco-sexual movement. That's absolutely terrifying. That comes in from Sky News Australia. Truth revealed, celebrity lies and global insanity. Coming in from Landria Onka. Torah Thinking is the channel, and the title of the video is The Redistribution Before the Messianic Era. And that video is actually from a couple years ago. That's the oldest video I think we have in this lineup. Now we're looking back to about a year ago, and this is great because we're going to compare this stuff in future episodes. Europe is collapsing, and they are doing it on purpose from Redacted. From the channel Forest of PLUR, Saturn and Saturnalia, Generation and Dissolution. If you guys want the 411 on the basis of this like Saturn cult, Saturn worship, black magic, whatever stuff that's taken over the world and secret societies, good place to start right there. China Uncensored is the channel, and the video is titled China Prepares for Mass Civil Unrest, another one from last year. Really interesting to look at these older stories and compare them with where we are today, just take a glance back in time. Then we have one in from Spencer Smith, Dune, The Third Adam, and the coming ... This is about religion and literature, specifically Dune and Christianity. And Nelson Walters' channel, Dead Sea Scrolls Ancient Texts, show how Jesus will undo the Great Reset. Another one from a couple years ago, fascinating to look back and look at the overlap, look at the parallels, and see these things from another perspective now that we know more. And that wraps up the bonus features. Definitely take a look at those. Some of those are really fascinating. I love doing this past, present, and future thing with you guys. It gives us more to look at in each episode and really helps us better learn from all of these events. And now it's time for my favorite part of the show. Oh boy, love my favorite part of the show. It's time for my auspicious op-ed. So I composed words and they meant something to me. And I hope that you guys do similar things when stuff means stuff to you. And I hope you share it with others. And I hope that you continue to do so and encourage others to do that. So let's get on with it. Auspicious op-ed number 40. Predictive Programming Animated Retrospective. Esoteric Rainbow Bright. All right, let's do it. Let's take another trip back in time to derive some more esoteric wisdom and warnings from the past with a surprisingly insightful 1984 cartoon classic. Rainbow Bright has been unexpectedly mind-blowing, especially upon rewatching it recently. It is unfortunate that the quality in animated entertainment dropped off by the late 80s and almost exclusively was pushed to the straight-to-video market and cable markets by the late 90s. It would appear that the microgeneration known as Zennials, born between 1975 and 1985, were the main group who had television act not only as an entertainer, but also a teacher, a mentor, a counselor, a babysitter, and a friend. As a member of this microgeneration, while many of the millennials seem off-put by the concepts of children being really independent, children being conscious consumers, and children being a vital part to a robust society, I have a very different perspective, having lived the very 80s kid lifestyle of being treated by my society as a little miniature adult, and am so very grateful to have had the magical milestones and memories created that were rooted in youth and media culture of the time. This is such a unique series to cover in respect to esoteric features and predictive programming. I'm going to start us off with some interesting hyperbole to kick off this discussion. If I were to describe the timeline we're currently experiencing as a shared collective in the form of a sequel that was never made, I would go so far as to say we are currently living in the dystopian sci-fi horror sequel to Rainbow Bright, and am prepared to state my case with some helpful links in the description box so you too can enjoy watching the show for free. Don't forget to share all this awesome free stuff I source for everyone with everyone you think might take some interest. I always love a good free link, and I'm sure your friends will too. Let's make the most of this internet we share while we still have one, shall we? Rainbow Bright is an adorable and mindful series that bridges 3 realms for the most part: Rainbow Land, Earth, and the Pits, although there is a bit of mention regarding other realms in a few episodes, including some aliens. These realms are magical and interconnected in the storylines, showing very clear distinctions between intentions, morality, ethics, and social interactions between those who would be deemed good, bad, neutral, and yes, unhinged. It was the 80s, and we still talked about that stuff. The main characters consist of Rainbow Bright, her horse Starlight, Twink the Sprite, the Color Kids and all the other sprites, her 10-year-old friend from Earth named Brian, and the villains Murky and Lurky. It all begins with a young girl's esoteric quest of bringing color to a desolate land by locating the sphere of light and completing a multitude of tasks. Those who like their role-playing games know this routine all too well, especially if you like to grind away on a good JRPG like myself. She becomes rainbow bright upon successful completion of her quest and is charged with the task of leadership and responsibilities over all the colors of the universe with the help of the color kids and their sprite assistants. Murky and Lurky, the main villains, are an astoundingly accurate representation of unresolved toxic mother wounds and childhood trauma manifest into a life of spreading misery through trickery and the utilization of the dark arts that, when overlapped with the very real allegory of how the 3D Matrix is run by narcissists with a penchant for exploitation, distortion, and destruction, that is also connected to black magic, secrecy, and deception being the primary means to fueling an obsession rooted in a similar unresolved, oftentimes heavily repressed, childhood traumas and toxic family dynamics. Add in the battle over the most important resource required to keep color in the universe, the care over the caves that house the color crystals needed to make the star sprinkles that power all the colors throughout the realms is incredibly important, much like our natural resources' role in the health and well-being of our surroundings and its inhabitants here on Earth. Like many shows of this time period, especially the other Hallmark properties that were turned into kid shows and toy lines, a high importance is placed on learning valuable interpersonal and social lessons with a heavy focus resting on the vitality of a good attitude and clear sense of morality. Another great feature is all the meaningful depictions of comparing the mindset and methods that differ between those who live in Rainbow Land, the pits, Earth, and other realms. Storylines are episodic and consistently revolve around solving a complex dilemma through approaching tasks with the proper spirit, critical thinking, cooperation, and solving problems the right way. It is very sad for me to say this, but I feel that my generation was the last to have these values directly instilled on a regular basis, and many of my former peers had these values corrupted out of them due to the self-fulfilling prophecy of our social fabric degrading as a trade-off to secure some type of assumed guarantee regarding your security and comfort in life by way of an exaggerated emphasis on career and investments that overshadows all other aspects of one's life in exchange for said supposed guarantees. This is a centuries-old false dichotomy used to condition the masses into a fearful, permission-seeking citizenry ready to pull a fast one for a quick come-up, like those who hold and foster illusory powers appear to possess and claim to offer, with no such real or true guarantee. Just emotional blackmail and mind control tactics to counter dissent, aka black magic, satanic ritual abuse, secret society, public-private partnerships, executing covert psychological operations, organized conspiratorial campaigns, organized community harassment, gang stalking, etc. I'm gonna have to apologize for the excess editing this episode. Solar storm just hit, and I'm really feeling it, so my apologies, guys. Let me finish up with this op-ed. I have noticed that these lessons have been missed by almost everyone I know who demonizes television and praises books. Like many elites and academics virtue signal about, and in turn reveal their ignorance self-imposed through a retarding level of snobbery and a paranoid sheltering that they apply to their media preferences. I've said it since I was a child, and it has become more clear to me now than ever. People with an unusual xenophobia regarding the television seems to not like it because it clearly displays examples of their shortcomings in stunning 4K with Dolby surround sound. These types hate hearing about themselves, so they tend to act like Murky and Lurky when they're triggered. So they really hate how cartoons easily display to kids of all ages what villains look like, because it holds a mirror up to their behavior that they do not find flattering in the slightest. Many other classic childhood lessons covered also appear to have been either sanitized or outright removed from 21st century children's entertainment and culture. The amount of developmental milestones being delayed and IQs in decline over the past few decades is most astonishing, but not at all surprising when we care to couple the effects of depriving children from passive learning opportunities that they enjoy and leave a lasting impression, combined with the multifaceted stimulatory overload of the tech kids have now compared to my childhood back in the 1980s. The tainting of our food supply, water, air cannot be helping, but I think the erosion of everyone's humanity and spiritual fortitude imposed by systems that Murky and Lurky would love to try their hands at if given the chance. I hate to think that it is intentional to deprive children of meaningful entertainment because it simply does not coincide with outcomes that they would favor. Personalities like Murky and Lurky, but that is the world we live in. We can track and trace the trends of censorship or availability to confirm said suspicions. Classic lessons commonly taught to children across on-air broadcast television, sprinkled with esoteric undertones, linking easily observable understandings of metaphysics, ethics, alchemy, psychology, morality, ecology, economics, social nuances, expectations, risk assessment and mitigation, reasonability, and aesthetics, make Rainbow Bright a relatively philosophically robust kids show for the elementary school demographic that can be enjoyed by kids of all ages. Take care to look for all the hidden history hints and predictive programming components that tend to drive the motivations of the characters and hide in the backgrounds and in the landscapes. I feel that the way Murky and Lurky are obsessed with spreading misery and darkness to all corners of existence is the overarching primary warning about a world where people stop caring about happiness, benevolence, and beauty because they appear to believe that if they are able to paint such an illusion, they can overpower color in the universe, and it is theirs to command, so now they have assumed to be its creators. This is very similar to the mindsets of those corporate overlords, academic cronies, and other proponents of the ruling class with their playbooks focused on similar means to devise what is intended to be easy, illusory control, generally rooted in the many forms of deception we have seen across the many tales commonly known from everyday life, literature, history, and other experiences. Okay, everyone, my EMF sensitivity is like off the chain. I'm having massive brain zaps. Solar storms are no fun. I'm going to try to push through this episode. I really apologize. I got to get this out here, though. This has been just on the back burner for too long. I'm going to do better next time, I swear to you. All right. Listening to the villains' thought processes while carrying out their various deception and trickery to gain power over primary resources, like color itself, to then claim ownership over all that are effective, was an important warning sent directly to kids from the creators of these works, while the television distribution industry appears to have turned its back entirely on serving other generations of children with enjoyable and fun passive learning experiences that focus on making a better world. Themes of betrayal, plunder, exploitation, extortion, industrialization, transhumanism, outer-worldly civilizations visitation, technology that encompasses biological and spiritual components of production, resource management, conservation, mediation, and unification for the greater good are all topics covered in a way that a 3 to 7-year-old can understand and later on in development use as an allegory to explain things that need to be paid attention to in the world around them. A steady set of humor, reason, and well-written dialogue is something I appreciate so much more as an adult revisiting this classic series. I'd love to hear what stood out to everyone who take the time to watch the series and reflect on it. As always, the links to watch Rainbow Bright for free on YouTube are provided, with all the links I share in the description box and in this episode's playlist featured on the channel for easy access to all the videos discussed on the show. And that brings us to the end of today's enlightening media adventure. Musical selection today is a track by yours truly titled Spaztastic. You can go find that over on Copernican Records on SoundCloud and across all the other music platforms. Just look for the Copernican Dispatch. Links and everything are down below in the description. I'm on most platforms. And I'd like to thank everyone for watching and would like to remind everyone, please like, share, subscribe, and turn on those notification bells if you would be so inclined. If you enjoy the music on the show, please be sure to watch my new electronic music practice vlog, Leaps and Bloops and the Oons Oons Oons, and my other podcast series, Pan Panen Pious Prophetic Ponderings. That's a sister series, bit on the more spiritual side to the supplemental broadcast, but it's still about the YouTube Recommended Chronicles. And a huge thank you to everyone who is listening to my music across all the major music platforms. The Copernican Dispatch mixtapes are performing better than ever, which really helps support the improvements to my productions. So thank you everyone for your support through listening. Now let me send you a do. Remember to find Alexandria on Rumble or Odyssey. Follow the hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles by following me, Epitome the Burn Kid on X or Tumblr, and check out Copernican Records on SoundCloud for the latest from OK Copernicus Productions. As I like to tell you on closing, stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and keep being excellent to one another as we need it now more than ever. I wish much PLUR to you and encourage you to art hard in whatever way expresses your soul's essence the best. Ptolemaic vibes, alchemical knowledge, banging beats, OK Copernicus. Catch y'all party people later. Epitome out. Ptolemaic views, alchemical knowledge, banging beats, OK Copernicus. On tonight's show, special focus, gang stalking. This episode's features include, and also included, tonight's bonus features. Salutations, everyone. Welcome to episode 43 of the Supplemental Broadcast here on Alexandria Alternative Media Broadcasting and OK Copernicus Production. I'm your host, resident musician, VJ, producer, and good buddy, Epitome the Burn Kid. My co-curator, Magic 8-Ball, is the super informative, interactive, algorithmic, glitchy, electromagnetic spirit friend that supplies me with all of these videos and images I share daily as a scrolling archive for everyone's enjoyment and enrichment. For the sake of setting an honorable and favorable intention with the YouTube algorithm, I would like to state that this content is intended for entertainment purposes only, and the videos I share with everyone from the other content creators do not necessarily reflect my views in any way, shape, or form. I am here to introduce you to some videos by many content creators who have some very interesting and oftentimes controversial themes to share, coupled with my insights and analysis that are pertinent to deepening, furthering, and broadening our understanding of the fascinating times unfolding before us. All links discussed in today's episode can be found below in the description box and in the episode playlist available on the channel's playlist section. Please be sure to follow the entire archival project that doubles as an intuitive scrolling streaming mystery school, the hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles, on X, Tumblr, and YouTube's playlist section for the latest in all the things and then some. Find my latest music releases on Copernicus Records over at SoundCloud, and please be sure to find Alexandria on Rumble and Odyssey to support my monetized platforms. The fun continues over on Twitch and Locals for our special events and a more interactive flavor. Now, on with today's show. With a new format. Let's see how this new format goes for filming. Upgrading equipment, got more stuff coming in. It's good stuff, promise. So today's special focus is gang stalking. I'd like to get things started on our program today with a few words on our special focus, gang stalking, which has become a problem for far too many people and is finally gaining some very much needed awareness in the algorithms as of late. Videos in the form of documentaries, testimonials, targeted individual support or advice, congressional hearings, government training manuals, secret society confessions, renunciations, podcasts, and more have been a very much needed unveiling of the many societal ailments that must first be fully examined before any feasible solutions could possibly manifest to fruition in any truly meaningful way. A large amount of economic chicanery begins making a lot more sense after we dive into how many incomes don't match people's purchasing power, and said purchasing privilege was part of an intentional covert subversion and subjugation of targeted members within the citizenry, seemingly swept up in an array of pattern layers entrenched in distraction and plausible deniability. If they appeared to be a detriment to established conditioning and control mechanics imposed on the many by the few, who wished to turn this realm into a dystopian theater production that the majority of us did not wish to audition for, let alone buy a ticket to. It would also appear that having the ability to trigger the feelings of those that have proven to be nothing more than entitled, autocratic, spoiled, and brainwashed into a preferable state by their overseers and handlers up the chain of imaginary relevance and wealth, as we keep seeing reiterated across many topics of corruption, extortion, and waste. If we follow the money trail, we unlock the keys to further understanding the motivations and mechanisms that divide the haves and have-nots under their current programs and enforced mandated simulation. The degree of manufactured, fabricated, and orchestrated reality required to achieve the desired conditions within their systems of control mechanisms and power dynamics to meet their criteria of acceptability literally requires tons of surveillance, corruption, manipulation, distractions, and many contractors to carry out these endeavors. Other things that require lots of money flooding into the wrong hands to do bad things, which brings us to the topic at hand, gang stalking, also known as organized harassment, community mobbing, and other names attached to Operation Gladio or Stasi East German methodologies, which appear to be the primary source materials in contemporary times for a very archaic practice that was never going to survive a civilization with smart devices, yet required one to even attempt such totalitarian oppression tactics as those of which they wish to conjure. Many individuals, for many reasons from a multitude of demographics, are targeted regularly by organizations, both public and private, in an effort of the most insidious eugenics-rooted psychological warfare and social engineering experimentation effort embarked on during our current era of so-called recorded history. I have been targeted from childhood due to secret societies' false doctrines, superstitious beliefs, corrupt government employees I'm related to, corrupt military members connected to my family and ex-husband's family, and current husband's former commands, and the GATE program in childhood. I'll be doing a feature on the GATE program next episode for a deeper dive into what that experience was like for us kids who were placed in gifted and talented, only to find out academics were definitely not what these educators were interested in. Other groups commonly targeted are those who are highly independent or self-sufficient, activists, advocates, intellectuals, researchers, journalists, influencers, highly intuitive or psychically gifted people, highly sensitive and empathic individuals, eccentric and eclectic individuals, religious or spiritual individuals who refuse to bow to the demands of man when in conflict with their beliefs. We are also going to go ahead and include philosophical beliefs of the same variety for this one. And any other group who goes against the grain in an upstanding and reasonable way. Remember that part. These efforts are funded privately, publicly, and through corruption. Professional training, support, resources, tech, including experimental surveillance gear and energy weapons, command structures with like headquarters that are very sophisticated and have access to things that they should not. Abuses of public services and even occult practitioners are commonly contracted for these endeavors that take a targeted individual and subjects them to a battery of injustice coupled with invisible torture to case study the deconstruction of their subjects' autonomy, agency, sentience, spirit, and soul, as it is the only way they can conceive keeping their evil dystopian cosplay the only game in town. Let's take a moment to go over some of the more notable selections in the playlist posted below. And I'm just going to read off the first few. Gang Stalking Explained, the 5 W's of gang stalking and how it's connected to the narcissistic empath dynamic. Accomplices of abusers are everywhere and gang stalking. Gang stalking targeted individuals overview, cyber torture. Gaslighting, inhumane treatment, and endless psychological abuse endured by a targeted individual. Gang stalking attacks on the targeted individual's hierarchy of needs reveals the levels of corruption. Gang stalking, street theater, and the 12-step program designed for targeted individuals. Gang stalking, informants, COINTELPRO, surveillance, community policing goals, bridging the gap, 2009. Victimized by your own kin, family mobbing, the scapegoat. Gang stalking basics, targeted individuals. Gang stalking, NSA whistleblower Karen Stewart discusses shielding, coping, 26 activism. 5 clear signs you're a target of gang stalking. And gang stalking, how people are recruited against the victim. And so many, many, many more. So don't forget to go check out that playlist for all of those. And now on to today's featured video recommendations, which are in the episode 43 playlist in the description box and in the playlist section for the channel. So we're kicking off today's show with a video that came up in the feed that covers an excerpt from a book that we were assigned excerpts from back in my exhibiting difficult history course back in college. The book I'm referring to is titled The Jones Plantation. Larkin Rose's video titled Proud Slaves is an excerpt that proves most helpful when attempting to understand the abominable act of slave smithing and its effects onto any subjects selected for subjugation during the process of breaking chattel. These standards that spell out concepts linked to standardized subjugation and oppression practices have been further refined for more subtle, nuanced applications applied to different demographics, implementing more contemporary forms of control and dominance. Knowledge is power. If you can understand the methods and applications of such practices, it becomes much easier to develop immunity or overcome the effects of such social vices and corrosives. Our second feature is a much needed journey into the mind of the so-called elites' underground practices that have been ushered to the forefront of our current affairs over the past several years after decades of gaslighting and cover-ups. Unfiltered Stories brings us to the story firsthand from their interview with a victim of these pseudo-esoteric monsters in this video titled, "I Was Sold to an Elite PDF File Network." For more videos like this featuring the stories from survivors of these reprehensible events, please search through the archives of videos from the YouTube Recommended Chronicles on this channel's playlist for a wide array of videos covering this very important topic. A third in our lineup is a feature from one of my favorite channels, Mind Unveiled, and is titled Frankenstein 2025, Hebraic Magic, Luciferian Propaganda, Ether Tech, and Engineered Resets. This robustly informative video covers a multitude of topics that overlap and intersect regularly throughout the archival feed I curate these podcasts from. As the veil continues to get thinner, I expect more fascinating videos from creators like Mind Unveiled, and they'll continue to dive deeper into our breadth of selections to gain a deeper understanding of the connections between hidden history, conspiracies, witchcraft, secret societies, economics, depopulation, replacement, organized religion, education, industry, governance, and so much more. Our fourth feature today is the long-awaited documentary from Suspicious Observers, now known as Space Weather News, parentheses S0, titled The Disaster Cycle, is now available alongside its titled The Disaster Cycle, and it's now available alongside its sister supplemental feature that I will be linking you to in today's bonus features. We have been covering updates on the currently unfolding space weather-induced cyclic cataclysm over the past few years here on this show. It is very helpful for everyone to have a comprehensive overview of what to expect and to prepare for as we enter into our realm's periodic natural self-cleaning, recalibration, and recovery procedure. This is a most helpful tool to share in an effort of getting the word out to those who are ready to hear it and start getting ready for the times to come that the powers that be have certainly worked very hard at distracting us all from with their antics. Let's go ahead and take a look at our fifth feature to aid us in further demystifying these interesting times for the betterment of all concerned parties. From the channel, Mr. Unique POV, titled "Your Life as Every Level of the World's Most Secret Society." Let me be the first to say that it should be no secret that life in a secret society is a life of a most demented form of slavery and demonic possession at its true core. But this video goes over the literal surface experience and its impacts on an initiate's life. Spoiler alert, no amount of inclusion or material increase is worth one's autonomy, sentience, free will, piety, ethics, morals, beliefs, or well-being. It's just a fact. And finally, some very exciting news for my collectives of targeted individuals who tune in to me for collective messages regarding chosen ones, starseeds, lightworkers, grid workers, visionaries, innovators, spiritually gifted, psychic, independence, and freedom activists who have been affected by the unfolding drama of the Masonic human sacrifice RICO crimes racket we hear about in the many tarot readings, prophetic words, and channeled messages and other transmissions shared in the feed over the past 2 years. Actually, maybe 3 now. It's the past few years, definitely. Our last main feature comes in from Euronews, and it's titled "France Puts Freemason Lodge Mafia on Trial Over Murders and Hit Squads," and is a confirmation that justice is coming worldwide to everyone selected by these groups for sacrifice, so that initiates can join or advance in one of these organizations to prove their allegiance with vile, indignant ritual sacrifices of their so-called loved ones, and all who take part in said sacrifices get a cut of the money that they invested into policies and other forms of extortion plotted for a maximum total harvest off of a human sacrifice on all fronts, while casting illusions to dodge detection and accountability. Energy harvesting, profit management, eugenics, spiritual warfare, rigging markets, gatekeeping the citizenry, and regulatory indoctrination efforts are just a few of the angles these thugs analyze and execute during each sacrifice's selection, torture, and eradication, should they be successful. Thanks to survivors like ourselves, the centuries-old practices will finally be seen as plain as we can now see what happened to the natives during exploration, what happened during the Inquisition, what happened in Salem, and that today's matters are also connected to these topics, but are much more closely connected to the Counter-Reformation, banking expansion, and colonial capitalist revisionist history intended to cover up the Tatarian reset and many others that overlap with the many wars and changes that took place throughout the modern era, post-Renaissance up through the turn of the 20th century. And now, bonus features time. Let's take a moment to look back in time from the near to distant past, and from the depths of hidden history to the heights of philosophical concepts and esoteric notions. Be sure to take a peek at the following bonus features to enhance this media adventure we've been sharing with one another. And today's features are the disaster cycle, the evidence from Space Weather News, your life at every level of Freemasonry from the Finance Insider, how reality has been altered since 1951 from Inspired, bizarre 1903 underground banquet dinner of the elites from Mind Unveiled, Tataria and the Old World Unified Theory from Lucius Aurelian, James Lindsay on Marx, education, and the history of woke from Dad Saves America, introducing woke nationalism from James Lindsay, a journey down the rabbit hole, an interview with Richard Vobes, if every country is in debt, who is the money owed to by the Invisible Hand, Deep Dive number 2, the Kirk assassination, blood covenants, ritual sacrifice, and Kabbalistic eschatology with Dr. Heather Lynn. The AI boom is a lie, fake data centers, and unused GPUs from Ed Zitron at the Tech Report. And Lisa Sonny's Inside the Manosphere, What No One's Talking About. And now we're at my favorite part of the show. Oh boy. It's time for the auspicious op-ed number 41. Predictive programming, animated, retrospective, esoteric takes, Dominion Tank Police. So, you might think we're living in a prequel of a prequel if you were to take a peek at the Dominion universe from the 1985 manga and beyond in the OAVs. We're going to take a deeper look at our 4-part OAV series that serves as a prequel to the classic manga series Dominion Tank Police, originally released during 1988 and 1989, to better analyze and compare its predictive programming elements to what we have witnessed on our current real-world timeline. At the time of this OAV's release, this story takes place in the not-too-distant future on a highly polluted Earth that just so happens to be ravaged by a world that has fallen prey to crimes of high science and fallout from heavy political corruption. This sounds a little bit like the journey the powers that be have been trying to take us on against our wills, while they try to scapegoat us for their foolish ventures, doesn't it? Yeah, I thought so too. I have included links to enjoy Dominion Tank Police, New Dominion Tank Police, and Tank SWAT 01 right here on YouTube for free in the description box. So please be sure to check those out and see what you think about all of this for yourself. And let's get on with what I noticed and what leads me to believe that this is more than mere science fiction or anime. This is an interesting framework for further understanding of how future visions fall prey to dystopian degradation. These days, some of our main concerns throughout the collectives I serve is all the spraying, weather modification, genetic modification, biotech, biowarfare, and frequency warfare, just to name a few conditions that we deal with currently on Earth that all could easily lead to the conditions that are shown in Dominion Tank Police. Bacteria clouds are so bad in this universe and have lasted so long that the population, for the most part, has adapted to the conditions over time. But some healthy people do remain, and they have to live in quarantine under a doctor's care who researches the unadapted population. Crimes against science led to these conditions. Science leaving the confines of good ethics and reasonability led to crimes against science. Crimes against science are the primary catalyst of dystopian conditions from all fronts in this universe. Due to unbearable air quality, the people who inhabit the metropolis of Newport City are forced to wear oxygen masks when outside. The OAV's first act opens with the police chief arguing with the mayor over the pros and cons of having the tank police active. Crime, corruption, and the tank police's virtues or lack thereof are the main talking points of their debate. In arguments with the previous mayor, he comments in the introduction that tanks are insufficient for keeping the peace and would prefer replacing their current weaponry with tactical nukes, though it is unclear how seriously this is meant to be taken, just to give you some idea of how far downhill civilization went from similar conditions to what we're seeing signs of currently. Human hybrids, inorganic life in the form of biotech androids, and healthy people who must live in quarantine as research captives are all commonplace in Newport City. A small group of very interesting civil servants have made it their life's work to police such an environment. Independent, determined, and self-made are all adjectives that come to mind when looking at our main characters in the Tank Police. Our heroes may appear a bit questionable with practices like their interrogation game show they put on together, where corruption meets coping as they torment those being questioned while under arrest. But you can tell that when push comes to shove, they want to do the right thing in the end. These scenes are as thought-provoking as they are emotional. The super criminal the Tank Police was formed to fight, Buaku, specializes in bank robbery and general mayhem. He leads a gang, but appears to be backed by unknown individuals. Buaku's true origins are unclear, but what we do know is that Buaku was apparently a test dummy or prototype for the Greenpeace Crowless project, who escaped destruction when government agents raided the lab and destroyed everything except for encoded data disguised as a new portrait of himself. Buaku, who accompanied by two android twins called the Puma Sisters, tries to capture a top-secret government project that applies a plant's biology to humans' genome, allowing for self-oxygenation. In doing so, he hopes to prevent the establishment from forcibly changing the human race instead of solving the pollution issue. Anna and Uni are a pair of android catgirls who were created as love dolls to be marketed for profit, but they developed beyond this superficial programming and became criminals, joining forces with Buaku. They are vastly superior to humans in terms of strength, agility, speed, and ability to take damage. They also have what seems to be the equivalent of military-grade targeting computers. The Red Commandos are a private army of mercenaries employed by the research facilities for security and seem to give the Tank Police as much trouble as they give Buaku, Anna, and Uni. The Tank Police are set on putting a stop to Buaku using brute military force, hence the tanks. In part 1 of the OAV, Buaku's goal is to retrieve urine samples from a mysterious go-between for the unseen crime boss, Mr. Big. The Tank Police thwarted his plans but are unable to arrest him, and then in part 2, he tries to receive the encoded data from the Greenpeace experiment, which is on display at a local auction house in Newport City. The top secret urine samples were for a research project regarding healthy people uncontaminated by the bacterial cloud. The doctor in charge lets it slip that the patients are essentially prisoners and are subjected to this research under government orders. He is more willing to speak on the research of the organ functions that these samples provide than the underlying purpose for the applications of the research of the results of such research. These healthy organic humans who did not adapt to the cloud were all held against their will as research specimens with no other options. Connections to intelligence and weapons dealers are required for the criminals working with Bulaku to make any headway infiltrating such a facility, which truly makes us wonder what type of state their healthcare structure fell into during such a scenario. Expanding plates of bioplastic, bioballs, and other bioweaponry advancements are also commonly developed and manufactured by the same entities who research the healthy people and develop humanoids in many forms. The criminals of this universe have very interesting hybridized biotech weapons that were developed through a fusion of biomechanics and inorganic life created in research facilities, mixed with practices and intent normally associated with factory manufactured material goods and their associated markets. Intersections of morality and interests, as well as ethics and progress, serve as excellent plot drivers throughout all four acts. Mechanics of oppression and control appear to be at the very core of all primary concerns in this dystopian setting. Genetically modified, hybridized, and biotech fused life forms of all varieties, especially the research and development processes required to procure such manufacturing capabilities, appear to be the road to the future in their universe, much like ours. The research that the criminals are after is used for the development of humanoid life forms. Those involved in this process see themselves as transhumanist gods, when in reality they're no different than the mad scientists of today that should be brought up on crimes of high science, like in this universe. These advanced hybridized android bionoid creatures have reached a place in their species evolution that they must compete for pay and survival against the human population, irregardless of their developed and manufactured roots. Empathy and communication between the two species is fascinating, considering a heavy focus on abnormal psychology combined with biometric data appear to be the primary drivers of the developers of these transhumanist projects. Scientific crimes against the state are connected to the development of Bulaku and other androids like him. Bulaku was the result of attempts at developing a humanoid driven by artificial intelligence for far less than noble means. Top all of this off with Leona Bonaparte and the rest of the tank police as an incredibly wabi-sabi allegory for the human spirit to counterbalance all that darkness, and you end up with this mindful little gem that may give us some insight on future possibilities that should contain practices that they're doing now, if they should just go on indefinitely or what have you. And that brings us to the end of today's enlightening media adventure. Our musical selection today is Cafe Ambiance by my project Hunter Hacks and the Western Pleasures. I'd like to thank everyone and would like to remind everyone to like, subscribe, share. Turn on those notification bells. If you enjoy the music on the show, please be sure to watch my new electronic music practice blog, Bleeps and Bloops and the Oots and Soons, and my other podcast series that's a sister to this show, Pan Panen, Pious Prophetic Ponderings. A huge thank you to everyone who is listening to my music across all major music platforms. Streaming the Copernican Dispatch mixtapes really helps support improvements to all of my productions, so thank you everyone for your support through listening. Remember to find Alexandria on Rumble and Odyssey to support the same great videos, but monetize, and Twitch for some live streaming fun. Follow hashtag YouTube Recommended Chronicles by following me, Epitome the Burn Kid, on X or Tumblr, and check out Copernican Records on SoundCloud for the latest from OK Copernicus Productions. Donation links are in the description box for all inclined. I appreciate all forms of support very much, and thank you humbly from the bottom of my heart. As I like to tell you all in closing, stay safe, stay prepped, stay awesome, and keep being excellent to one another as we need it now more than ever. I wish much PLUR to you and encourage you to art hard in whatever way expresses your soul's essence the best. Ptolemaic vibes, alchemical knowledge, banging beats. Okay, Copernicus. I'll catch y'all party people later. Burn Kid out. Ptolemaic views, alchemical knowledge, banging beats. Okay, Copernicus.